So at the end of this video, you're gonna have your own full stack LinkedIn application. After you sign up, you're gonna get a welcome email which will tell you to complete your profile. And you will be able to add a profile image, banner image, your title, location, work experience, education, and skills. Once you set up your profile, you're ready to connect with others. And you can also see the connection requests under the network tab. When someone accepts your request, you will get a notification as well as an email. And you will be able to create posts with images where others can like and comment, which can be seen under the notifications tab. You can mark notifications as read and you can delete them. And for the comments, you'll also get an email. And sending all these emails made possible by Mailtrap, which is an email delivery platform where we can test, send, and control our emails. There are all kinds of stats that we can keep track of, and most importantly, they have a generous free plan that we can use for our side projects. And they are kindly sponsoring this course. You can sign up with the link in the description so that we can work with it later in the video. And at the end of this tutorial, we will deploy this application so that you can put that link on your resume. So if you're ready, let's get into it. Okay, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I call it as LinkedIn clone, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Now, the first thing we would like to do is create a folder for the API, which I'll be calling it as backend, and then one for the frontend for our React application, but this would be later in the video. For now, I'll just say frontend and create this folder, but first, as I said, we'll be focusing on this one. Now, I'll just open up my terminal with Ctrl J, and we need to initialize a Node module. Let's say npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file so that we can install all of our dependencies for the backend. Let's just clear up our console with CLS and install all the packages that we would need for the API, right? So I'll just shrink this so that you can see the entire line. I'll say npm install the Express, which is our web framework. We would like to get the Mongoose, let's say .env. We would like to get the Mailtrap to be able to send emails, JSON web token for the authentication, cookie-parser to be able to parse the cookies, and let's say bcrypt.js to be able to hash the passwords, as well as the cloud.env to be able to upload images. And we're using .env to be able to really read the environment variables, and Mongoose to be able to interact with our database. So let's press enter. This is going to give us a node modules folder after installing all of them, and we should be able to see all of our dependencies in this file, right? So there we go, we got the folder, and we should be able to see the dependencies. Here it goes. And we need one more dependency for the development. I'll say npm install nodemon-d, which is going to be for the development purposes. Now, I will not assume you're a complete beginner to this stack, which is MERN. I have like a 2-hour tutorial that you can really learn the basics. You can just check out that video and come back to this one if you feel like a complete beginner. But as I said, I'll just assume you know at least the basics, such as nodemon, I don't know, like how to set up an Express server, how to get the routes working, how to have controllers, routes, models, really the super basic stuff that I have explained in that 2-hour long video, which you can find the link in the description as well as in the cards. Okay, with that in mind, let's try to create our server.js file, which is going to be the entry point for our API. Now here we can just go ahead and just say type is going to be of module, and this is something that we have explained in that video as well. Let's put our maybe first main file, which is going to be server.js, but it is under the backend folder. There we go, and we don't really need this test script, but we need the dev, which is going to be nodemon. Let's run the backend server.js file. And for the start, this would be for the production. Let's duplicate this, delete this comma. This would be node. Okay, so this is, I think, all the package.json file that we would need. Let's go into the server.js and try to set this up. I'll say import express from express package, and we'll like to say const app get the express, and app.listen, we can put a port. Here I'll just go ahead, say const port would be 5000, and let's say this would be coming from the .env file. Let's say port is going to be 5000. Let's save and just go ahead. First, let's just say process.env.port. If this is not available, just get the 5000 by default, and we can import the .env package and call the .env config so that we are able to read this value from the .env file. So this is that package that we're using that I assume you already know because as I said, I don't really think you're a complete beginner if you're watching this tutorial. You can check out that previous video. So here we need to put the port and then a callback function. Let's just say console.log server running on this port, right? And we should be able to run this file now. I'll just say npm run dev. There we go. It should be up and running, right? And let's try to set up our routes. I'll say app.use. First one is going to be for the authentication. Let's say auth, maybe v1, and I don't know. Let's just say it should be API actually. Okay, I did a complete mistake, right? Let's just delete all of them. I'll say app.use. Let's say /API/v1/auth. So why do we put this v1? It's basically to be able to version our API. Let's say 2 years later, or maybe 2 months later, you just want to update your API to be version 2, but you still want your old users have their application running with your API. So you don't want this version to crash. That's why you'd like to version your API. This is known as one of the best practices out there. Okay, so we'd like to get the auth routes, which is something that we need to create really. Let's say routes, and we need to create also the controllers, right? And we also need to create the models. For now, let's just create the folders, but we will create files into them as we go through this course. The first route that I'd like to create is going to be for the authentication. And the convention that I'd like to use is basically put the folder name here in singular format and put the .js at the end. This is just a normal JavaScript file as we do here. The extension is still .js, but this is the convention that I like to use. Okay, so here we'd like to just import this now. I will say import auth routes from the routes folder from this file, but we don't have anything. That's why it says no suggestions. Let's try to export something from here. We'll first get the express and create a router for this. Let's say const router express router export default this dude. Now if you just control space to it, okay, still this should be auth route.js, my bad. Okay, so even if you don't have anything here, I think you should be able to still import this. Okay, let's just grab this and fix that misconception, right? Misunderstanding. There we go. We got the auth routes if we visit this endpoint. Here we would like to have the sign up, login, and logout routes. Let's say router.post. Let's say first sign up, and we would like to run the sign up controller. Let's do the same thing for login and logout. These are the functions that we need to create just in a second. Let's say logout. Okay, they're going to be under the auth controller. So again, auth and then the folder name in singular format. Let's say controller.js and just create those functions. Let's say export const sign up, which would like to get their request and response, and just say res.send. Let's just say sign up and login and logout. Okay, so it is really convenient to get this auto suggestion, and for this I am using this extension called Codium, which is kind of like GitHub Copilot but for free. This is not sponsored. They don't even know that I am recording this video. I just really like this, and I have even canceled my GitHub Copilot subscription. I think this is exactly the same thing, or even better. Like, I don't know, it is for free. You can use this, and this has been asked a lot in the comments. And also for the theme that I'm using is called, let's say, GitHub theme. So you need to install this extension, and from here, just select the dark default. This is what I'm using. Okay, with that out of the way, let's save, import all of these functions, and this is gonna crash if you don't put the .js extension at the end. And from here now, let's save. Everything should be still working on. Here we go. Before it says sign up is not defined, but now that we have created, it is working. So what I want to do is first create our models. So we're gonna have like user.js model, but the convention I'd like to go with is again just user dot the folder name in singular format model.js. And again, this is just a regular JavaScript file. Even though logo is different, it's because I'm using this extension called VS Code Grade Icons. Okay, I'm using this and it is changing the logo, but it is just like a JavaScript file, right? A regular file. And our database is going to be MongoDB, as you can imagine. So let's just go ahead and visit mongodb.com. So I already have an account. If you don't, you should be able to create one for free. And then once you do so, we'll create a database and connect to it. And our connection string is going to be stored under this .env file, and just call it as mongo_uri. And now if you are pushing your code to GitHub at the moment, just make sure you put the git ignore file. Let's say git ignore, and okay, it should be .git ignore. And you should be able to put the node modules here and like the .env file. Just save them so that you don't really push your credentials to your GitHub account. Okay, now we'd like to set up our database. So let's say go under the projects, create a new one. So let's say the name could be, let's say, a LinkedIn clone. Next, create the project, which is going to take us to the cluster page, hopefully. And these are the steps that we already done in that 2-hour tutorial. Again, if you haven't watched it and if you feel like a complete beginner, as I said, you can really watch that. Okay, let's go with the free plan. Just leave everything as it is and create a deployment. Hopefully this should give us the username and password. You can copy this and just say create the database user and choose a connection method. So here it's going to provide us some connection string. Even though it says 10 to 15 seconds, sometimes this took about 2 to 3 minutes. I don't know, it is really weird why this is happening, I don't know, but we need to wait for this. And while this is being like provisioning, we can go ahead and create the function to be able to connect to our database. So you just imagine we had our Mongo URI here, and for now we can put our password that we have copied, comment this out, save this file, showing everything, close everything maybe, and go into the backend, create a folder called lib, where we can create db.js file with a function to be able to connect to our database. So say const connect db. This is going to be an async function, and let's try to import mongoose. As I said, this is the package that we'd like to use to be able to interact with our database. Let's say try catch await mongoose.connect, and we'll be using that Mongo URI environment variable, and we'll just say console.log, let's just say MongoDB connected, and maybe we can get the connection so that we can show the connection host if we really wanted to. Let's say MongoDB connected, show the host, and in the catch we can just say process.exit with the status code of 1, which means failure, 1 means success. Let's go with 1, and I'd like to just show a console log where I say error connecting to MongoDB. Okay, so this is going to be the function that we would like to use once we start listening our app, right? I'll just say connect db, it should be. Let's try to import it manually. So import connectdb from this file. Let's format this a bit. Okay. Hopefully we should be able to get that. Okay, still we didn't. Okay, we just got that. Let's just try to copy it. And here we have the password. If you don't toggle this, this is what you're gonna see, but just toggle this and go ahead, grab it, paste it here. Here we can see this is the password that we have. They are just matching. So we can delete this. For the database name, you should be able to put it before the question mark. Otherwise, it's going to be called as test. So here I'll just say LinkedIn underscore DB. Let's save and open up the terminal. So what this says, let's just save this file now. It should be able to run the server and connect to the database, which is MongoDB. Okay, now we'd like to create our first model, which is going to be the user model. So in this file, we'd like to basically create our schema so that we know which fields a user will have. Let's first import the mongoose from the package, and we'd like to just create a schema. So let's say const user schema, which will be new mongoose schema, and this takes the first argument as an object, and then the second argument also as an object, where we can say timestamps is going to be true. So each user will have created that and updated that just because we passed this value. And into here, we would like to put all the other fields a user will have, such as name. So name is going to be type of string and it is going to be required. There we go. Then we would like to have a username for each user, right? Type of string required and unique as well. And we would like to have the email in the same way, right? And we would like to have the password. So even though I'm just copying and pasting, but I'm just making sure that we understand everything, I just walk you through word by word. I hope it is not really annoying just because I copy and paste. Okay, we got the password, type string required, and each user would like to have a profile picture, which by default is going to be an empty string so that user can update it later in the process. They're going to have a banner image, again, type of string, default of none, headline, so this would be something like their role, right? Web developer, HR, marketing specialist, anything, right? Okay, let's save. We have the headline, then they're going to have the location and about fields as well. Okay, just like this. Then each user will have some skills, right? Which is going to be an array of strings. So that would be like Node.js, React, Next.js, things like that. Then users will have some experiences, right? So let's say experience is going to be an array of this object. So each experience will have a title, company, start date, end date, and description. And here we can see we have the date type also coming from MongoDB. And then they will have the education, again, an array of these fields. So school, field of study, start year, and end year. This is not date, but is like number. We can use this, it is fine. So that would be like, let's say 2020, and end year would be 2024, right? If you really want to, you can put the date, but I'll just go with the number because why not? And the very last thing we would need for a user is going to be the connections, right? So let's say they're going to have some connections, again, type of array, and each connection is going to be an ID, right? So let's say you have your account and you have 5 different friends, which are your connections. So let's say you have John with the ID of 1. This is the ID of John, right? Then you have your connection, Jane, Beth. So these are the IDs, just imagine. How can we make this to MongoDB understand? Is basically just say, this is going to be type of mongoose.schema types.objectID. So it looks ridiculous, but basically this says this is going to be an ID that referencing to the user model, which is what we are creating. So here it says each connection is going to be an ID of user. That's all it says. And we're going to see this in action later in the video. So this is the entire schema that we have created. Based off of this schema, we need to create our model. So here, let's say const user This is the command that we do. This is capitalize the first letter and we say mongoose.model, and again user, this should be singular and uppercase, the first one, so you don't really say something like users. MongoDB will understand and just make it to be users in the database, and I will show this just in a second. Let's say export default the user model so that we can use this to be able to interact with this model in the database. Okay, the one thing that we'd like to add also is going to be the express JSON middleware so that we can really parse the request.body, right? Okay, specifically the JSON body. Now we'll go into the controllers, auth controller, and just try to build the sign up first. Here we'll have basically a try catch as always, and we'd like to maybe just take a look at a diagram before we get into this. So let me just go ahead, maybe just say done. Before we get into the diagram, there is one thing that I forgot. Let's go into the network access tab. And here we'd like to add an IP address to be able to allow access from anywhere. So just in case if our IP address changes, we still have the access for this database in the development, which is a bunch of zeros. And just say confirm. This is going to take a bit of time, but once this is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so it just took about 20 seconds or maybe even less. Let's click to the database and we should be able to good to go, right? Let's say browse collections. For now, we don't have anything, but we'll create just in a second. Let's take a look at the sign up workflow. So here we have a couple of things, but I'll be taking a look to the sign up workflow. So we'll have a user that will click to a button that says sign up, which is going to send a request to our endpoint. And we'll just handle errors if there is any. That would be things like all fields are required, or maybe password length is less than 6. Go ahead and fix it. Things like that. Or we would say username already exists, email already exists, because they should be unique. Okay, if we handle all the errors, we can basically save the user to the database. Once we have done this, we can create a token, so generate a JWT token and set the cookie. And then we will send a welcome email to the user. So basically, this is the process that we'll be doing. I think it is important to see this before we write the code. And we'll just try to do it right now. Let's kill the left-hand side with Control B as the shortcut and just try to get some fields from the user. So that would be name. Here we got the suggestions. So we would get the username, email, and password from the request.body. Then we would like to just check if existing email, right? If the email that user gives us is already existed or not. Let's make it to be async and import the user model. Let's say import user from here. Okay, just make sure you have the .js at the end, otherwise it's going to crash. So here we just say find a user with this email in our database. If we have it, we can just say 400 and message would be email already existed, right? And we can do the same thing for the username. Here I'd like to just speed this up and walk you through the line by line, even word by word, just to speed up the process instead of typing everything from scratch. So again, just get the existing username from the database. If we have a value for it, that means username already existed, which we can return out of this function with the status code of 400, just like above. But if we skip all of these if checks, we can check for the password. Just to make our application a little bit more secure, we can just say if the password length is less than 6, we could say it should be at least 6 characters. But if not, we can use the bcrypt package. Let's say bcrypt from bcrypt.js. What this does basically hashes the password. So let's say your user give you a password from 1 to 6, you would like to hash this to some string that is not really readable. So it's not going to look like this, but it would be hashed and you'll see this in the database just in a second. So here I'll just copy this where we have creating a salt, so generate salt with the length of 10, this is going to take a bit time. If you say like 100, this would be taking longer, and this would be a little bit more secure, but it's going to take a longer time. So the recommended value is 10, I guess. Like everyone has been using this, and I've been using this like for years. The recommended value is just 10, long story short. Then now that we have the salt, we can just hash the password with the salt. So this is how you do it. You say bcrypt.hash the password that user gives us with the salt, which would be the variable that we assign. So again, user gave you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as the value, but now you hashed it and it is completely like gibberish. It is not readable. I hope that makes sense. And we would like to now create a user in the database. Let's just type this out, otherwise you're gonna get mad. This dude is just copying and pasting, not teaching everything, right? I would just get that in the comments. So to prevent this, let's just do it like this. We create the user with the name that they have provided, the email, the password. Now for the password, we'll just say it's gonna be the hashed password, and the username, there we go. Now we'll like to also save the user to the database, right? We created it, but we never saved it. So let's just save it to the database. And so now we are here. We saved it to the database and like skipped all the errors. Now we need to generate a token and set the cookie. For this, we'll be using the JWT package. So let's say import JWT from JSON Web Token. So here I'll just scroll, and now what is a token? So let's just say token, write the code, and I'll try to explain it. Let's say jwt.sign. This is how you create a token. And here you can see the first argument is the payload, which is going to be an object. So here you would like to give some kind of identifier for the user, such as user ID, so that later in your application, you can just check for this user in the database. So let's say user._ID, right? So let me just give a little bit spacing. This is the payload that we say this token will contain the user ID that we can use later in the application, right? Later in the video. And then the second one is the secret or private key, which is going to be process.env.jwt secret. Let's try to create this. And this put the third argument. Let's just delete it. We'll just go line by line or step by step. Let's go into here, just have JWT secret. For now, I'll just say my very strong secret. You can put any value here. This is what I'll be going with. Okay, the very last one is going to be our options, right? Here I'll just say this token would expire. Let's say expires in 3 days. This is how we can notate it or indicate it, right? And this is the token that we have. We need to set it in the cookie. Here we can say res.cookie, and this res means for the response. We're getting it from here. Res.cookie. The name could be anything. You can just say token, JWT, but what I'll be going with is JWT-LinkedIn, and the token value itself that we have just created, and a couple of different options to make it secure. So these are the things that I have explained millions of times at this point in all the tutorials, but let's just say you're here for the first time. So we give the HTTP only to be true. So this prevents an attack called XSS. Let's say prevent XSS attacks, which is cross-site scripting. This basically doesn't allow users to access this cookie with JavaScript. It is HTTP only. And again, it just makes it a little bit more secure if you really want to just research this attack. And the maximum age is going to be 3 days, but this should be in milliseconds, and this is how we can put it. And same site is going to be, let's say, strict. Oops, same site. It's not going to be none, it will be strict. And this also prevents an attack called CSRF, cross-site forgery, I think. Cross-site resource forgery, I believe it should be, right? CSRF attack, or maybe attacks. And the first or the last flag that I'd like to give is going to be the secure field. I will say if only we are in the production, this is going to be true. So it would be HTTPS, but since we are in the localhost for now, that would be HTTP, right? And let's create this node env. Here we can just go ahead, say node_env would be equal to development. Once we deploy this application, this is going to be production. We will set this up later in the video in the deployment part. And this also prevents an attack called man in the middle, right? Let's just say prevents man in the middle attacks. Okay, so we created the token, set the cookie. Well, basically we can just say user created successfully with the status code of 201, which means a resource is being created. And here we can just put a to-do where we just send an email. Let's just say send welcome email. Okay, so we'll just handle this just in a second. Let's put the error in the catch. We can say first just put some logs. Let's say error in sign up and just put the message and status of 500, which means there was an internal error in our end. Now to be able to test this out, I'll be using a desktop application called Postman, right? Let's just go ahead, install it. I already have it. I'll just open this up. It is free. You can follow along with me if you install that. So here it is just being initialized. Let's just say access. Okay. Now I have already a couple of different workspaces. I'll create a new one. These are the things for the previous tutorials, but let's create one from scratch. It's going to be blank. Name could be, let's say, a LinkedIn clone. Now we can really create a collection. I will say for the authentication, it's going to be, right? Say auth and add a request into it. It's going to be post request. Let's say HTTP localhost. Our port was 5000 and our endpoint was API v1. Let me just take this to here, auth and sign up. And we'd like to send some JSON body, right? Let's just go here, say we'd like to have the name. I'll just say John Doe and just duplicate this a couple of times. Let's say name, username, and maybe I need to zoom in a bit. I don't know. I hope this is visible. Let's just see view, zoom in. Okay, we got the user name. It should be. We'll have the email. Let's say johndoe@gmail.com and the password. Let's say password. It could be from 1 to 6, but for now, let's just give from 1 to 3. And save this and let's take a look at the VS Code. If it is working, we don't have any errors. Let's try to send this. Here it says password must be at least 6 characters. Let's just delete this completely and make sure you delete the comma as well. Send this. Here it says like all fields should be required. If you take a look at it, cannot read properties of undefined. So probably we should add like another if check. Let's just go here and just say if any of them is not being provided, let's say name is empty or any of them, we can just say all fields are required. Send this again. Here we can see. Now I'll just bring this back and put the actual data. So user registered successfully. We got the cookie, which is JWT LinkedIn. This is for the previous tutorials. You can really ignore this. You're not gonna have this, but as I said, this is for the previous tutorial. Here we can see it is 201 created. Let's take a look at the database. Let's say refresh. We should be able to see our users collection. And here we can see, like we called it as, let me just show this. We make this to be user, right? Not users. But in the database, it is called as users with the lowercase letters. And this is what Mongoose does behind the scenes. We got the name, username, all the fields that we would need, and the password is being hashed. This is what I meant by saying hashed. Okay, so it looks like everything is working. We have just handled the sign up workflow, but the only thing that we are missing is going to be sending the welcome email. For this, we'll be using Mailtrap. So you can visit that with the link in the description. I'll just go ahead and log in with my account. So I just logged in into my account, which is completely free, no credit card required. I didn't put it as well. So full disclosure, they are sponsoring this video and I'm really grateful for this. This is a platform where we can test, send, and control all of our emails. And this is what we'll be doing in this video. And they are trusted by the top tier companies, which is really cool, right? And for the pricing, it is completely free to get started with. This is the free plan that we'll be using, but like if you are building a complete product, at some point you would like to just visit one of these paid plans, right? And let's try to click to our profile, which would take us to the /home, where we can really see the entire dashboard. So we would like to send some emails, right? For this, we'll be going into the sending domains, and they give you a domain out of the box so that you can test things out. And if you really want to, you can add your own domain as well, which is something that you would like to do if you build an actual application. So we can, for now, just use the demo domain. And here we would like to go under the integration. And there are different types of emails, such as transactional stream and bulk stream. So this would be where you would like to just send one email to one recipient at a time. So that would be a welcome email, confirmation email, password reset, things like that. And you have bulk stream, which would be things like you would send email to multiple recipients at once. So you would say, here we have some product announcements. We have some changes in our terms and conditions. Here is our newsletters, things like that. In our case, we'll be going with the transactional stream. Let's say integrate, which is super easy to integrate as well. Here we'll like to go under the API tab, and we'll be using the Node.js SDK coming from Mailtrap. So I'll just basically go ahead and copy this just to test things out, and we'll update that later in the video. Okay, so here I will create a file. Let's just say let's just say like test mailtrap.js. I'll paste that, and don't try to use my token because I'll be deleting that when you're watching this video. So instead of the common.js, let's just say import Mailtrap client from this package. Let's say from the Mailtrap, which is something that we already installed. So now I'll go ahead and run this file, and the recipient is going to be my email address. And okay, so let's just open up a new file, like new terminal, and I will say node so that we can run a file. I'll go under the backend folder under the test.mailtrap.js file. Let's just run this. Here it says success true. The email has been sent, and the email was, let's just shrink this. The subject was "You're awesome," and text here it says congrats for sending test email with Mailtrap. And let's just take a look at our inbox. So I just checked in. Here it says 0 minutes ago, and there we go. It says "You're awesome" coming from the Mailtrap test. This is the sender name with the domain, and this is the context, right? So how cool is this? Like just 1 second to send an email. That's why we're using this in the first place. Really cool, really convenient, and like why not using it, right? And grateful for the Mailtrap team for sponsoring this video once again. Okay, now we would like to just basically, instead of sending a simple text, here it says congrats, but we would like to send some like advanced text, right? For this, we have this option where we can use HTML. Here we can see, and we'll be able to send complex email formats or content where we say like welcome to our platform, or someone commented on your post. So let's just take a look at it here on the images. So like under the notifications, we will just send something like someone commented on your post, and we will send this as an email as well, right? And in that email, we'd like to have some cool formatted text with the username information, maybe with the post, things like that, as you can imagine. So we'll go into the VS Code. So we can delete this file, but for now, I will just get my token and put it in my .env. I'll just say Mailtrap token and paste that value. And we can delete the quotes. They will be string anyways, right? So here I'll basically maybe just try to delete everything, but just know that we have the sender object, recipients, and this should be in the format of an array with the object where we have the email, right? And we sent them to the client, but for now, let's just delete everything and delete this file as well. We would like to initialize it or configure it under the lib. I'll just say mailtrap.js file. And here we would like to basically, let's say, import the Mailtrap client that we just used from the Mailtrap package. And I would like to get the .env from .env and let's say .env config so that we can access to that environment variable. I'll just say const token. So this is basically the file that we are doing our configuration in it, right? Let's say process.env, we had the mailtrap underscore token. And we would like to just create a client. Let's say mailtrap client. Let's create a new instance, mailtrap client, but this would be taking an object where we have the token, passing the token into it, and then just another helpful variable that we'll be using in multiple places, which is going to be the sender. And we can put the email as well as the name. So here I can put my email, which is going to be this email account that I am logged in, right? So you need to make sure you go under your profile and see your email. This exactly should be like that. So go ahead and copy it and put it here. The better option would be just have it as an environment variable. I'll go here and just say email from this address and email from name. Let's just put that as well. So here I'll just put my name. Okay, let's save. So this name is going to be used to be able to show it here, right? So who is sending that? And I'd like to keep them as environment variables because it is like a better option, right? A better practice. So here I'll just say process.env email from, and then let's just put the name, email from name we set, I believe, right? So just go ahead, copy this so that you don't have any typos and paste it. So this is our configuration that we'll be using in multiple places. And we can create a folder for the emails, right? We will have some handlers. So in the auth controller, when we sign up the user, set the cookie, we would like to just call a function to be able to send an email. And I'll just put it into a try catch. So the reason that we are putting it in the try and catch, because we don't really want to like send a response with 500 if the email didn't succeed, because we already successfully saved it to the database. This is some kind of nice to have to do, right? So here in the try, I will say await send welcome email, which is going to be a function that we would need and we will create just in a second. This is going to take the user email. So let's say user.email. Let's say user.name. It should be like this. And then the profile URL. For now, let's just say profile URL. And like below this, in the catch, we can just say console.error or console.log error in, I don't know, let's just say error sending welcome email. And we can put the error. We can even call this as like email error and just paste it here. Oops, let's say email error. Okay, so this profile URL is something that we would like to see in the email. so that when user click to it, we would like to take this user to their profile. So how are we going to be doing it? Well, basically, let's create a variable for this, profile URL. So the profile of the user would be something like HTTP localhost or port, which is going to be this in the React application. So slash, that would be profile, and slash, let's say, this would be the user dot username. So you can imagine this is going to be like profile slash John Doe, right? And we'll be able to see that profile of the user. This is exactly what we're doing. But now this is going to change in the production, right? So that would be like my LinkedIn clone slash profile. What I'm trying to say is this: in the production, we would have my LinkedIn clone.com slash profile, right? And we don't know what this is going to be. So instead of putting it as localhost, we would like to create this as an environment variable as well. Let's say client URL, and let's give a little bit formatting to this. So we have Mailtrap related things here, NodeDMV, JWT secret, and our client URL. Since we are in the development, we'll just say localhost 5173. This is going to be the React application port that we are running later in the video. Okay, so here I'll just say, instead of this value, let's delete everything actually. Process.env client underscore URL plus, it's going to be slash profile slash user.username. So we have just done the exact same thing we had previously, but we just formatted this a bit, which is a lot more better because this would be dynamic and this would work even in the production. All we have to do in the production, just change this client URL to the actual URL that we have. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now let's go ahead and create this function, which is going to be under the emails folder. Now here we need two different files, one for email handlers.js and one for the email templates.js. And you're going to see what this does just in a second. So first, maybe we can close all these and go into the email handlers and try to create this file first. So here we would like to basically have a function called send welcome email, right? So I'll just say export const send welcome email. And this is going to take the email name and profile URL. These are the things that we have just passed, email name and profile URL. And we'd like to import a couple of things, such as, let's say, Mailtrap client from this file, and we'd like to get the sender as well, because we'll be using it just in a second. Here we'd like to have the recipient is going to be this format, email of the user that we'd like to send the email, right? Then try and catch. In the try, we can just get a response. Let's say await the Mailtrap client, not sent email, but it was just sent, right? This is our method, and we'd like to put the from field. So these are the things that are actually coming from the documentation, right? These are not the things that I'm just making up. So these are the things really that I took from the documentation. And now from this sender, we will just give, and this is that value. And let's say to the recipient, and we'll like to give the subject. So since we are just sending a welcome email, you can say welcome to LinkedIn, but let's just change the name. I'll just make it to be unlinked. I don't know, like it sounds silly, but that's fine. Then the HTML content, for this we'll create a function called create welcome email template, and you're going to see what this does. This would take the email, or I'm sorry, the name, as well as the profile URL. And finally, the category. So this is the category of welcome email. Let's just say welcome. And I have a typo here, so it should be a recipient, just like this. And here we can just say email sent successfully, right? or even say welcome email sent successfully, and just show the response if we really wanted to. And in the catch, we can just throw the error as it is. Let's say new error and just send the error, or maybe I think this should be good to go as well. Okay, so what's up with this function? This is going to be under the email templates. Now I'd like to just show you an image. So let me just go ahead, take a screenshot and come back to the video. Okay, now I have 3 images to show you, but the first one is going to be this. So this is the template that we would like to create. Basically, here we have a LinkedIn logo, right? And the name of the user that says, hey, this user, welcome to our platform. And if you click to this link, you'll be able to complete your profile. That's why we even keeping track of the profile URL, right? And we have the name so that we can put it into here. And we have the email address to be able to send this template to the recipient, right? Which is the email address. So basically, I hope this makes sense at this point. This is the template that we would like to create, which is going to be under this file. Now, emails are really something annoying to build in HTML. So that's why I have prepared it for you, which is about 36 lines of code. We take the name and profile. This is a function, and it returns this template. If you just take a look at the CSS, it would give you this output. We have an image. Here we can see it is like style of like border radius of 10 pixels. That's why you see this rounded corners and margins, paddings. I hope it makes sense. This is the email template that we are going to be calling in this file. Let's get this. Make sure you put the .js at the end. And let me just give you the other templates as well. So we're going to have basically 3 different email templates, one for the welcome, one for the someone accepted your connection request. And here again, it says welcome, the username, or maybe hello, right? Then they accepted your connection request, and you can see their profile by clicking to this button. This is the second template, and the other one is going to be someone commented on your post, where we show the comment, who commented on your post, and you can see the comment by clicking to this button. Really exciting, right? So these are the things that I have already prepared for you. Only the templates, which is this nonsense styles, I would like to just provide you all of them. You can go into the this file under the emails folder basically and just grab all of them. So again, I'll just copy everything in that file in the GitHub repo and I'll just paste it. So we have 100 lines of code with the welcome email template, create connection, accepted email template, right? And then the comment notification template. These are the things that we'll be using later in the video, but this is the first one that we are interested in. Okay, so this is what we needed to do. Now we can just go here, call this function, and just make sure you imported that at the .js at the end. Now let's try to really test this out. We would like to create an account, and you can't really just give any email because we are using the demo domain. And the only catch here is that you need to send email to the account that you're logged in. So it should be this email, right? Otherwise, you need to set your own domain. You can only send emails to that one. So here I'll just create a user with this email, and let me just give my name. Here I'll just leave it like this, and my name, like username, and then give the password. Let's say send it, and before that, let's just make sure if we saved everything, it is up and running without any issues. Okay, let's say send. Looks like user registered successfully, and let me just check my inbox. So I just checked out my inbox and we didn't got the email. Well, the reason is we just made a mistake, and specifically I made a mistake. So the email from should be the domain name of this Mailtrap at demomailtrap.com, because this is what we're using in the testing, right? If you have your own domain, if you set it up in Mailtrap dashboard, you can use it, but this is what I'll be using for testing purposes. Now, if we save, we can go ahead into our MongoDB, just say refresh. We're going to delete that user and just try to sign up once again to be able to see that email is working. Let's just say delete. Okay, so again, just one thing that we needed to change. Once you change it, just go ahead and save the server.js. And we have our application restarted. Now let's just send a request or just create this user. Okay, it's been created. Now we shouldn't be have any errors. Here it says welcome email sent successfully. Let me just check my inbox. So here we can see 0 minutes ago we got the email. This is the title, right? The subject coming from this one under this domain, and we got the template. It is working as expected. If we click to this one, this would take us to our React application. For now, we don't have it, but later in the video we will have, and it takes us to our own profile where we can really complete our profile by updating the profile picture and things like that. Okay, awesome. Everything is working. The only thing that we just did to update this to the actual domain that Mailtrap gives us. So sorry about this. I confused this. Sorry. We got the success. Now the other thing we can do is basically try to log in. Let's take a look at the workflow. Oops, maybe we can just do the logout first. Once we click to a logout button, we will send a request to here and clear the cookie, which means user will be logged out. Let's try to do it. Close all these under the logout function. At this point, I can basically copy and paste it. Super simple. We just say clear the cookies, and which is this JWT-LinkedIn. This is what we have called it. And now I think we can test this out. Let's just call this as sign up, save, and let's say duplicate, logout, clear this. We don't need to send anybody. Just save and send the request. Logged out successfully, and under the cookies, we don't have the LinkedIn cookie, right? User has been logged out, right? The other function we would like to create is going to be the login. So again, we will just send a request to this endpoint. When we click that button, it will just check for some errors, right? Some potential things, such as if credentials are correct. And if so, we will just create the token and set the cookie just like previously. So let's go ahead and create that function, which is going to be login. Again, I'll just, I think, copy and paste and walk you through it. Please just don't say, hey, you're copying and pasting and not explaining anything. Well, not really. I just pasted, but I'll just walk you through word by word. So under a try catch, we just get the username and password from the user. We just check if this is existed in our database. We just take a look at the username first, and we say invalid credentials if we don't see the user. We check for the password. Now, since we hash the password, we need to also unhash it and compare it with the actual password in the database, right? This is the password that user gives us, right? And this is what we have in the database. If they are not matching, invalid credentials. But if it is matching, let's just create the token just like above. In 3 days, it's going to expire with our beautiful options, right? And just send a message that says logged in successfully. Okay, so that's it. You can test this out. This is working. No worries. I'll just not test everything because it is just wasting a lot of time, but you can test them out. I have already tested. Everything is working as expected. So with that, this is gonna be it for the auth controllers. The one more thing we need to add is to fetch the current user's profile. So here you'll just say, hey, could you give me my profile if I am authenticated or not? And we would send some request back, right? Or some response back. So for this, we'll just say router.get method, and the endpoint could be me. This is some convention that I just like to use. And we will say, basically, first, let's protect this route if you want to get the current user. So let's create this function called protect route, which is a middleware, right? It is in the middle. Here it says, first you need to validate this to be able to run the next function, right? The word next. Don't forget this. This is important. If you want to run this next function, you need to first handle me, right? You need to successfully pass me. So we'll go ahead and create this function. As I said, this is going to be a middleware, and specifically an auth middleware, middleware.js. So I can walk you through this, or we can really just try to type this out from scratch. Let's just do so. I'll say import JWT from JSON web token, and we'll like to get the user model as well. Let's just put the .js at the end. Okay, so let's take a look at the diagram pretty quickly before we write the code. So let's say user wants to get their profile, or let's say they want to get a post, right? Let's say get post, or they want to delete a post, update a post, anything. If they want to do it, first they need to check this protect route, right? So they need to, how do I call it? We just make this route to be protected. Not anyone just can come here and update their post or delete their post. They first need to just skip this protect check. So here basically user will send a request, and here will say this is a protected route. Let me just check if you are the actual user that you are just saying, right? From the cookies, we will just extract the token, which is what we called as JWT-LinkedIn, right? We will grab this from the cookies, and we will just say if token exists in the first place, right? If so, let's just check if it is valid or not. Maybe it exists, but user tampered with it, so it is not valid. But if it is valid, then we'll be able to call the next function, which is get user profile, or get post, delete post, anything, right? Okay, so this is the logic that we'd like to just check for it. Get from the cookies, check if it exists, if it is valid, and call the next function if so. So const protect route function, which is going to be async, that takes the request, response, and then the next function. So let's say maybe just try catch. We'd like to have our token, which is going to be coming from the request.cookies. And this is how we call it. To be able to access this request.cookies, you need to just go here and just say app.use cookie parser, which is a package that we have installed. And I said when we install it, this is what the name suggests, just parse the cookies. So let's say app.use, call the cookie parser function. So with that, now you're able to get the token from the cookies. And you can just check if token is, if it does not exist, we'll say unauthorized, no token provided with the 401 status code, which means unauthorized. But if we have the token, let's try to decode it. So I'll just say const, let's give it a bit space, decoded token, right? This is going to be JWT verify, and the first thing we would like to pass is going to be the token. Here we can see we would like to decode this with the secret key that we have. Since we created the token with the secret, and we need to decode this with the exact same secret. Now we'll just say if the decoded value is kind of like falsy, we'll say invalid token. You have it, but it is invalid, right? But if it is not invalid, that means it is valid, and we can find the user with that. So we'll say await user find by ID, and if you remember in the token, we had the user ID field. Let's take a look at it in the sign up. Here we pass the user ID. Now we can really grab it and get the user from the database. And we don't really want to select the password, so we can just say select minus password, so that we don't really send the password to the client. It is not really needed. And we can just even check for this boring check. Here we can just say if user is not found, just send 404, let's just say user not found. But else we can basically set the user to the request and call the next function. Let's handle the catch as well. I'll just say console.log, let's just say error in protect route middleware, hopefully. And we'll just go here, just say res status 500 internal error. Let's just fix this. Okay, so we put the user into the request. You'll see why, because we'll be using it in multiple different places. If we have the user under the request, that basically means they skip the protect route check. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now this is protecting a route and it is calling the next function if everything is done successfully. We can go here, import this dude, say import protect route from, I think this is not coming from the middleware. So this is the file that we have. We export this function, but this is going to be coming from the controller actually. Let's try to create this under the controllers. This is going to be pretty simple. I think I'll just copy and paste and walk you through it. Basically, we just say we have the request and response. We want to send the user that is under the request, which is the current user, right? So here you say, hey, could you give me the current user? And here it says, there we go. Because they have, like we already checked, they are protected. That means they are logged in. They can really get the current user. I hope this makes sense. We'll be using this function a lot later in the video, and I think it's going to be a lot more clear. Okay, so with this, now we can, I think, end up this auth routes where we created 4 different endpoints: sign up, login, logout, and get me, which is the current user. We sent the welcome emails as well. We set it up the Mailtrap, the database. We have our model for the user, and I think we can, like, I can see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back to this section. In the previous one, we have built the authentication routes. Now we would like to build the user routes where we can really update our profile. Maybe we can get some suggested users and things like that. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate this where we would like to have the user's endpoint and we would like to call the user routes. Let's duplicate this. This is how we would like to call it, user route.js file. Let's grab this and create a file for this. Now you might be asking, why do we have the authentication and user routes separated? Now it's because authentication service is like, it should be different than the user service, because like this is only containing things that are related to authentication, and this would contain the things that are specific to user, like user things, right? Where we can get some recommended users, we can update user profile, we can get the public user profile and things like that. This just makes it our code base to be super clean without having any complexity, I would say. It is like here we have separation of concerns, right? That's the word, like feels like magic, but not really. So here we'd like to just go ahead and create our routes for the users. Let's just say first import the express, right? Let's just say express, create a router, just the boilerplate, and export default this router. If you save this, now you should be able to get this highlighting where it should be blue, but if it doesn't, so you can Control X and bring this back. There we go. So we'll go ahead and create our routes. The first one is going to be getting the suggested connections, right? Or get recommended users. I'll just go ahead and just say router.get under the suggestions endpoint. This is going to be a protected route, so only the authenticated users can call this. And let's just put the .js, and we would like to create this function under the user controller.js. Okay, so this is how we call that function. Export const is going to take the request and response and do some magic in it. Let's try to import it as well. There we go. Now here in this function, basically we'll like to get some suggested users that we can show in the sidebar or in the right hand side, right? So we have 3 users at most. If you really want to, you can change the size and I'll show you how you can, but I'll just go with the 3 different users. And these are the users that we like. It is not us, obviously. We don't want to see ourselves, which is John, right? We don't want to see ourselves in this list. And the other thing, we don't really want to see the people that we already connected. So these are the users that we don't already follow, right? Or we don't have a connection. So how can we do this? It's basically create a try catch. And first, let's just get the current user. Let's say current user, and you can just say await user model. Let's import it and put the .js at the end. Otherwise, it's going to crash. Let's say find by ID. And this ID is going to be coming from the request.user._ID. And it's underscore because this is what we have in the MongoDB by default. Now we just want to select the, let's say, connections. Okay, that's it. We just want to get the connections of the current user so that we can just check if, like, we're gonna get the connections that we don't already have. I hope this makes sense. Let's say, I'll just put a comment, find users who are not already connected, and also do not recommend our own profile, right? Okay, so I'll just go here and say const suggested users, and I'd like to just find multiple users. So I'll just say user.find with these filters. I'll say where the ID is equal to, let's say underscore ID is not equal to actually to the request.user_ID, which is the current user, right? And if it is not in the current user.connections array. So this is how we can do it. Pretty simple. Then for each suggested user, what do we want to fetch? Well, we'd like to fetch their profile image, right? Profile picture. We'd like to get the name, their headline, and also we need to get their username so that when we click to their profile image, this is going to take us to their profile, like / their username. Okay, so these are the things that we'd like to fetch. So here, let me just put the username. So like 1, 2, 3, and 4 different fields. Yeah, so let's just try to do it. I'll just say select, let's say name, username, profile picture, as well as their headline, which is their role. And the limit I'd like to just fetch is going to be 3. The number of users. If you really want to make 5, 6, 10, you can update this limit field. And I'll save to get this formatting and just send this as a response. Okay, so this is how easy it is to just get some suggested users. In the catch, we can just say error in this function and internal error. Okay, so this is the first route that we have just created. The second one is going to be getting the public route or the public profile for this user. I'll duplicate this. So we would like to query the profile with the username. So it would be something like, I don't know, let's just say Jane Doe. This is going to be dynamic. That's why we put colon. At this point, most of you know this, but I just need to mention just in case there is someone that doesn't know it. We would like to make this to be protected and just say get public profile. Let's create this, which is going to be coming from this file. And this is going to be also pretty simple to do. Export const this function is going to be async, and let's try to complete the inside, right? So I'll have a try catch where we'd like to fetch the user, and to be able to fetch that, we'll just get the username. So this is how we can say get the user from the user find one, where the username is just matching what we have in the params. Request.params.username. This is how we call it. And we just say select the fields. And in our case, we just don't want to select the password. Let's just say minus password. And we can just, I think just leave it like this. If we need anything else, we can add it later in the video. I'll just say if there is not user, we would just throw an error. Maybe just say return res.status of 404 user not found. But else we'll just say res.json return the user back and put some console log with the status of 500. So there we go. These are the two simple functions that we would need. You can test them out and just make sure it is working. I have already tested them and it was working in the demo application. And later in the video, we'll test them from the front end. If anything is missing or not working, we'll actually fix it and update it. So the other route that we would like to add here is going to be the latest route and the last route, which is to be able to update a profile. So we'll just say put and we will just say /profile. We don't need to add the username or anything like that. We'll just make this to be protected route and we'll say update profile function. So let's try to import it from here and we'll create the function now. Say export const update profile async, hopefully request and response. Now we can just have a try catch, and a user just might want to update only their name, right? Or they just want to update multiple fields. So we just need to check for this. And to be able to make this simpler, we'll just create an array. So here we say these are the allowed fields that user can update. So everything that we have created in the database, right? In this schema. So this is an array, and I will just have const updated data object, and you'll see what this does just in a second. And now we would like to loop through this allowed fields. So here I'll just say for const field of allowed fields, and we'll just basically check any field if it is in the request.body. So I'll say if request.body of this field, so that could be name, headline, about, anything, right? If this is there, then we can update this data object with the field. So I know this might look complicated if you haven't seen this previously, but basically, let's say user sent their name as John Doe, right? We'll just go into this object and we'll say name is going to be John Doe, right? Whatever the user sends us. And let's say they put also the location, the about. We'll just add all those fields into this object. I hope that makes sense. This is what we are trying to do. And then we need to just check for the images. For now, I'll just let them as to-dos. So I'll just say to-do, check for the profile image and banner image. These are the things that we'll be doing. The uploading images, that would be a little bit later in the video. For now, let's just keep it simple and just try to find the current user. So I'll just say user, await, user, find by ID, and update. The user that we would like to find is the current user, which we can get it from the user underscore ID, right? This is the thing that we have added in the protect route function. Okay, and the field that we would like to update is going to be going under this object where we just say set the updated data with it and return us the new user that you just updated, right? If you hover over this, here it says by default this method returns the document as it was before the update, but if you put the new to be equal to true, it's going to give you the object after the update was applied. So this is just some kind of option that you can really add. And here we'll just say we can just select everything other than the password. Okay, I hope this makes sense. We'll just go ahead and return the user back to the client. And in the catch, we'll just say error in update profile and just send the status of 500. So we just have a to-do. This is something that we'll do later in the video. We will update the profile image and banner image, which are going to be uploaded to Cloudinary. Okay, so with that in mind, this is going to be it for the upload or update profile function. And I think we can just test this out pretty quickly just to make sure how this works. Let's just say duplicate the, can we duplicate this? Okay, duplicate. Instead of auth copy, let's just say users and post method to, let's just say update profile. Auth instead is going to be users / profile. This is how we called it, I believe. Let's just take a look at it. Okay, / profile with the put method. And first we need to log in. Let me just go ahead, duplicate this, or maybe just create a test user. So I'll just say test user, maybe just say Bob Doe instead. Okay, if we just send this, we're gonna get an error in the console, like it has been registered successfully, but Mailtrap will say you cannot send email to everyone, right? Here it says you're using the demo domain. So here it says demo domains can only be used to send emails to account owners. So this is just something to keep in mind. And now we can really try to update this profile. I will say, let's just delete everything. Name is gonna be, it was Bob Doe. Let's just say, I don't know, let's just say Jane Doe this time. And if I just say send, there we go, it has been updated. Let's check the database. The very last user that we have created, let me just zoom out. Okay, so the username is Bob Doe, but name is Jane Doe because we updated only that field. And this is how we are handling it in our code. We say these are the allowed fields and just check whatever the user passed. And depending on that, update the object because we are using this to be able to set this up in the user document. Here we just update that. If you put multiple fields, now I'll just make this to be Bob Doe back again. And let's update the username. I'll just make it to be Bob and just send it. And it's going to update both of these fields. Let's refresh just to make sure it is working as expected. So here we can see the name has been updated, but looks like the username hasn't. Let's just refresh once again. Why this didn't work out? So username, do we have the username in the allowed fields? No, we don't. Like that's why. Let's go ahead and add it. So this is just something that I just realized. Okay, let's save and test this out once again. I will send this. Here we can see it has been updated here, which is coming from the database really. If you refresh, you should be able to see that it has been updated. Here we go. If you just change the email, the password, they would all be changed. And in that case, you would also need to hash the password. I'll just skip it in this case. But with that, now I think we can just go ahead and handle this image uploads. For this, we'll be using Cloudinary, which is also a free service. It is not sponsored. Let's just say Cloudinary and visit the dashboard. It is not sponsored. I just really like to use it. It is free, so why not we test this out? And these are the images that we have uploaded in the previous e-commerce tutorial. So here we'll go under the settings and we need to get an API key. I already have it. You need to maybe just create it. Let's just get this API key. I'll copy it and here go into the .env file. I'll just say Cloudinary API key, paste it, and Cloudinary cloud name will have, and then the secret. So let me just check if these are the names. It's going to be Cloudinary cloud name and Cloudinary API secret. Okay, let's just grab all of them. We already handled the API key. Let's get the API secret second. Here I'll try to just get that. I got a confirmation email. Let me just go ahead and grab this. So I'll just copy it and paste it. So I can see like copy, paste, and to be able to get the cloud name, you should visit the, I think it was here. Okay, so this is gonna be your cloud name. Let's copy it, paste it, and we should be good to go for the environment variables. We installed the package as well. We just need to go into the lib and just create our configuration for the cloudinary.js. We'll be using the package that we have installed. So basically I'll copy everything and paste it. We import the v2 object as Cloudinary so that it makes sense in our code, right? We handle the .env, the configuration, and just export default the Cloudinary by passing these environment variables so that we can use the bucket that we have in our account. So let's click to the assets, or maybe from here, let's go to the programmable media and media library. So whenever we upload an image, we'll be able to see it here as the latest image. Okay, with that in mind, I think we can just go into the user controller. When we try to update our profile, we will just check if user is also trying to update their profile image or not. So I'll delete this to do. And first, let's handle the profile picture. I'll say if request.body.profile picture is being provided, then we'd like to upload an image. So here I'll say const result await, let's say Cloudinary, which is coming from that file. Say Cloudinary from lib cloudinary.js, right? And so here we'll just say uploader.upload, and we'll just get the profile picture basically. Okay, this is going to upload it to our Cloudinary bucket, and we just have the result, which gives you a secure URL field. So we can say updated data.profile picture field is going to be equal to that secure URL that we just got back. So with that, you just uploaded your profile picture to the Cloudinary, and you're updating this object and setting it in your database. So we can do the exact same thing for the banner image. Okay, let's just say like banner image. If user is passing it, we will upload it to Cloudinary and update that field so that we can set it in our database. So with that, we have handled the upload image as well. We cannot really test this out because we don't have the React application, and here it would be, I think, impossible to test this out, but we will leave it like this and test it out later in the video. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so welcome back to this section. In the previous one, we have built the routes for the users. Let's try to duplicate this. In this section, we would like to build it for the posts. So let's say post routes. and let's try to create this, or maybe just import it first. It is going to be coming from this file, post_route.js. Let's try to create it. So just like previously, we would like to get the boilerplate and just export the default this one. Now, before we write the routes and the controllers, we would like to build first we would like to build our models. First one is going to be for the post, and then the second one is going to be for the notification. Let's start with the post model. I'll basically copy and paste it and just walk you through it line by line. So first we import the mongoose and create a schema. It takes the first argument as an object where we put our schema, right, our fields, and then we have the timestamps as the second argument. So each post is going to have an author, which is an ID that is referencing to the user model, and it is required. Then it's going to have a content as well as an image. So the content would be the text that you see here on the post, and then this would be the image. And then each post would have some likes. So we just put it into an array and we say it's going to be an array of users. Then each post is going to have some comments where we put the content of the comment. It is type of string, and then the owner of the comment, which is a user ID that is referencing to the user model, and then the created at field. By default, that would be the date when the user commented it, and the timestamps for the posts as well. And we just create the post model based off of this schema and export default this. So super simple, nothing complex. Then we have the same kind of thing for the notification. I'll just go ahead, copy and paste, and walk you through it. So each notification is going to have a recipient, obviously, right? This is going to be a user ID and it's going to be required. Then the type of the notification. So here we can use enum so that we can specify some like exact types or specific types. It can be a like notification, comment notification, or connection accepted. Here we can see from the image, this is a like notification, connection accepted, and comment notification. Then we have related user, so from which user the notification is coming from and to which post it is coming to. So from Jane, we can get the notification and it is on this post. Here we can see this is related post, related user. And then we have the read field, right? Or read, I don't know, like these are marked as read and this is not. So if you click this, that would be also a read notification and you would get rid of this one number at the top. Okay, so these are all the fields, and just notice this is referencing to the post model and this is referencing to the user model, as you can imagine. Then we create the model and export default that one as well. So we'd like to go here and maybe just save this file, and we'd like to build our routes. So the first one is going to be where we'd like to fetch the posts for the homepage. So I'll just say router.get to the slash, and this is going to be a protected route, and we can call the get feed posts. So that would be the post that you would see in the homepage. Let's put .js at the end, and let's try to create this function under the controller file. Let's say post.controller.js. So async request and response, and the try catch, we would like to basically fetch some posts. Let's import the post model at the top, which is coming from this file, and make sure you put .js at the end. Now we would like to fetch the posts of the user that we are connected with, right? So it is under the request.user.connections. So I'll just say const posts and await post.find, where we can put our filters. So let's say, like I'll just say if the author is in this array, let's say $in request.user.connections, if the author of the post is here in this array, then we can fetch those posts. But now let's take a look at the post model. So each post have an author, right? But it is an ID. We need to get the properties of that user, because if we take a look at it here, when we fetch this post, the author is just an ID. We need to grab the profile image, the name, the headline of that user, right? And for this, we can use the populate method so that we can grab the fields from an ID. So this is something really important, and I think we'll just now can see how that works. So let's just say dot populate under the author field of the post, right? We'd like to get the name. Let's say we'd like to get the username, let's say profile picture, and then the headline. So this is how we can do it with the populate method. And for the comments, if you take a look at it, they are just array of user IDs. And how can we get the profile picture of that user? How can we get the name, right? Again, with the populate method. So we can just chain this. Populate will say go under the comments and under the user, because this is the actual ID. And we would like to get the, let's say, name and then the profile picture of that user who commented. And we can just say sort this posts where the created at field is -1, so that we can see the latest post at the top, and just say res.status of 200 and JSON, let's say JSON of posts. And in the catch, we can handle this by console logging it, error in get feed posts controller, and then 500 status code. Now, I hope this populate method makes sense, like super useful. You'll be using this a lot when you are working with MongoDB and Mongoose. So basically, the author of the post is just an ID. This is how we store it in the database. But we need to go into that user, find it, and grab these fields, which we can do it just by chaining a populate method. And we do the same thing for the comments of the the comment section, right? The user is just an ID, and we go ahead, grab these fields. Then the next function is going to be, let's open up the route for the post. I think we can just maybe create a post. So I'll say router.post. It's going to be /create, and this is going to be a protected route. Only authenticated users can create a post. And let's try to import this function. And now we'd like to create this and then import it. So here I'll say export const create post. It's going to be async, where we get the request and response. Now, when we create a post, it might have an image or it might not have, right? And we need to check for that as well. We'll just say first, just grab the content and then the image from the user, from the request.body, that means, and we'll just say new post. This is going to be undefined at first. And once we do this if and else, we can decide to that new post variable, right? So we'll say if user sending us an image, then we can basically upload it to Cloudinary. So let's say first maybe import the Cloudinary from this file that we have created, and we'll just say await. Oops, let's just go here, give a little bit space, cloudinary.uploader.upload, and you would like to just pass the image into it. Then this is going to give us a result back. So let's say const image result, and then we'll say new post is going to be equal to this new post, and we would like to just pass our fields. So the author of the post obviously is going to be us, right? The current user. So request.user_id. Then the content that user just passed, and the image is going to be the secure URL that we are getting from the Cloudinary. But if we don't have an image, user doesn't pass it, so we'll just put the author and then the content just like this. And after this if and else, we can basically save this post to the database and return a 201, which means a resource has just been created. Let's say 201, send the new post as it is. Handle the catch. Okay, so here now we should be good to go, right? Let's try to import this function as well. Okay, I think we don't really have anything missing in this function as well. Now we'll like to create the other route. Let's put it here, which is going to be to delete a post. So I think I can just duplicate this. The endpoint is going to be delete, and the ID of the post, we can just put it. And this could be the delete method. Now let's say delete post function, which is going to be coming from this file. And now we can just go ahead, try to implement that. Let's first have a try catch, and the first thing we'd like to do is just get the post ID. I'll say post ID coming from request.params.id, and then get the ID of the current user. So I'll just say post user ID request.user._id. And first we would like to find the post, right? So I'll just say basically just get that post.find by ID and pass the post ID. If for some reason post is not found, we can just say 404 post not found. And in the else case, that means we found the post and we need to check if the current user is the author of the post, right? So we'll just say if post.author, and since this is an ID, but it is stored as an object in MongoDB. So we need to convert this to the type of string and call this function. So if it is not equal to the user ID, and let's just make this to be string as well, so that we don't have any conflicts. And if this is true, that means you are not the owner of the post. So we can just say return res status, and this should be lowercase. So 403, which means unauthorized. JSON, we'll just say, let's just see what this gives us. Nothing. Let's just say message, you are not authorized to delete this post. Okay, so let's just put an if check, a comment. Let's say check if the current user is the author of the post. Okay, just in case when you're taking a look to the code base, you can just see that. And now we'd like to also check if this post has an image, right? If we are deleting the post, then we also want to delete the image from Cloudinary so that it doesn't take too much space for no reason, right? I'll just add a to-do here, like do this later, because this is going to be a little bit weird and I just want to explain it in a better way later in the video. And if we have deleted the post, if we skip this check, that means we are the owner and we can basically just delete that. So we can say await post find by ID and delete, and we'll just put the post ID into it. Okay, there we go. That means post has just been deleted. You can say res.status of 200 with a message. We can just say, so I'll just say message post deleted, successfully. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Super simple function. We just check if we are the owner, if the post existed, and just delete it. And we have a to-do, which we'll just do in a second, where we delete the image from the Cloudinary. And in the catch, we can just have our check. And I don't know why my Copilot doesn't work. Let's just say, maybe I can just Control-Shift-P to reload my window. Hopefully it should be working out now. So let's say console.log. Okay, it doesn't work. Anyways, let's just type it. Error in delete post controller, and we'll just show the error dot message. We can return a 500 status code as well. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the delete method. Now, what's up with this to do? So when we store the post image, this is the URL that is going to be stored in the database. So let me just go ahead and copy and paste it so that you can see it clearly. So I just copied it and I will paste it. So this is an example image that is coming from the Cloudinary. So when you upload an image, this is the URL format that they are going to store. And now what do we want to do is basically find the ID from here and just delete the image depending on that ID. And this is the ID that we are storing. So how can we grab this? We'll just say await cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy, which means delete an image, right? And we need to put the ID of the image. So here I'll say post dot image. We'd like to split this, let's say, with the slash, right? So this is going to go ahead and put this into an array and separating with these, right? With these slashes. And we'd like to grab the very last one. For this, we can use the pop method. And from here, now this is what we just got. Okay, so this is really what we have. Now let's try to split this from the dot, right? So I will say split with the dot. Okay, now we have this part as well as this part. Let's grab the first one. So we can just say, give us the first one. And there we go. Now we have only this. This is the ID of the image that we are just as if putting it here. So this would go ahead and delete that image. I hope this makes sense. That was the image format that we have in the Cloudinary. Okay, so that's all we have to do to be able to delete an image. Let's say delete the image from Cloudinary as well. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the delete post method. And next we can build our, I think, get post by ID route. So I will duplicate this. This is gonna be the get method, and we will just put the post ID. And we'll say get post by ID. Let's try to import this from this file and just try to create it. This would have a try catch in it, right? And we would basically getting the ID from the params. Let's say const post ID request.params.id, and we would like to just say post await post, oops, if I can type, find by ID, and we'll just pass the ID into it. And now in the post, again, we need to just populate some stuff, right? So I'll just go below and just say populate the author field. We would like to get the name, username, headline, and profile picture. And same for the comments, we would like to just go ahead and populate them as well. So just name, profile picture, and if you really want to, you can get the username, headline, if you really want to use them in your React application. And maybe we can use them, so let's just try to populate it. And finally, we'll just say res.status of 200, where we'd like to return the post as it is. Let's just say post and handle the catch, console.log, error in controller, and 500 status code. So with this, I think that's gonna be it for this function as well. Next, we can create the route where we can create a comment. I'll just duplicate this, and this is gonna be a post method to ID of the post slash comment, and we'll say create comment. And notice how I am making all them to be protected, because if you don't have, like, if you are not authenticated, you shouldn't be able to do any of these operations. Let's try to create this function. And when we create a comment, we'd like to also create a notification, right? That's why we created that model. So let's try to just say try and catch. We'd like to get the post ID request.params.id, and we'd like to get the content of the comment, right? Which is going to be coming from the request.body. And we'll like to first find the post and then update it. So I'll say const post find by ID and update. The ID, first we need to pass it, then the fields that we'd like to update. So let's just open up an object and go into it. We'd like to first basically push into the comments array. So I think this is what we can just grab, right? So here we say under the comments, the user field is going to be the current user ID, and then the content, which is the content of the comment, right? And I think below to this, like we can just populate some stuff. So here I'll just say populate the author, because we are grabbing the post. If you take a look at it, we would like to get the name, let's say email, and we don't put comma. Let's say name, email, username, headline, profile picture, and this should be username. Now you might be asking, why do we populate it? It is because we will send an email basically, and in the email we would like to show some of these information, right? That's why we do it. And I think after we like created the comment, we can also say give us the latest value. So we can say new field is going to be equal to true. Let's just put an object. Here we would say new to true. And if you take a look at it, here it says, this is something that we have explained previously. Basically, it would return you to the object that update was applied. And I think this should be maybe as the third argument, like this. Okay. So we have just updated our post and we need to create a notification, but we only want to create a notification if we are not the owner of the post, right? So I'll just say create a notification if the comment owner is not the post owner, right? You don't want to send a notification to yourself. So we'll say if post.author, and let's convert this to a string because it is an object ID and we need to just make sure it is string so that we can compare it with the request.userid and just make sure it is also type of string. We'll just say const new notification new notification, and we need to get this model as well. Let's try to import it at the top. That's coming from this file, hopefully. Okay, new notification, and we'll just put the content. So the recipient is going to be post.author. This is the ID, and the type here is going to be comment type. And then the related user is going to be, related user is going to be the current user because this is who is commenting. And then related post would be the post ID. Okay, so new notification, we just created it and we would like to save it into the database. This is how we can save. And next we would like to basically send an email. So for now, let's just say to do send email, right? And just before that, we can complete this function successfully. Let's just go and say res.status of 200, and we can just say JSON return the post and handle the catch. Okay, So this is what we have done. We just check if we are not the owner of the post, then we can create a notification, and let's try to send an email as well. So I will basically have a try catch. And the reason that I am creating a try catch here is that if the sending email fails, I don't want this function to fail completely, right? So it'll just be handled here and the rest of the function would continue to working. Now here I will just say await and we'll create a function called send comment notification email. Okay, and we'll just put a couple of different arguments. So the first one would be the email of the author. So let's say post.author.email and then post.author.name and then let's say the current user's name, request.user.name, then the post URL, which is something that we'll create above, and then the content of the comment. So if you take a look at this image, you can just really understand what we are doing. So it is this one basically. We have the, let's say first the email address of the post owner so that we can send this email to, right? Then we have the author name. This is the post author name. And we have the current username, which is this one, right? Here we'll just say this user has commented on your post. And then we have the post content and then the profile URL of this post. So that when you click to this view comment, you'll be able to see the post or see the comment, hopefully. That's why we try to create this. And let's just say const post URL is going to be equal to process.env client URL plus profile, not profile, post, right? Because we would like to create the post URL and then the post ID. This is going to be a page that we'll create in our React application. Okay, so I think we can just handle this catch as well. We can just say console.log or error in sending comment notification email. Okay, let's try to create this function now under the emails email handlers. Oops, I think I copied the name, but I didn't. So this is going to be taking a couple of different arguments, which are going to be the recipient email, recipient name, commenter name, post URL, and comment content, right? Let's say this is an arrow function where we would like to get the recipient, just like we have done above, basically, right? I can copy and paste it. This is going to be the email address, and we'll have a try and catch. In the try, we'll get some response back from the Mailtrap client. Let's say sent from the sender to the recipient. Subject could be new comment on your post, and the HTML content, which is going to be a function, right? Let's say create comment notification email template. Pretty long name, but that's fine. We'd like to put the recipient name, commenter name, post URL, as well as the comment content. And then the category could be, let's say, comment notification. Okay, in the catch, we'll just say throw the error as it is. And we can maybe just say console.log the notification email sent successfully. And now let's try to create this template function, which I think we already have. Yep, so this is something that we already imported. There we go. This is the entire HTML and CSS so that you can get this output. So with that, that's going to be it for this function, where we can go ahead and import this one. And at the top, make sure you have the .js extension at the end. And with that, that's going to be it for the create comment function as well, right? We sent the success status or the error case, we handled that. Now we need to save this file and maybe create our other route, which is gonna be for the liking a post. So we'll say ID is gonna be the post method, but we would like to like a post. So let's say like post. When we like a post, we don't really want to send an email, but if you really want to, you can implement it, but I think it is not really needed. Okay, so we would like to create this function under the controllers. So we will have a try catch as always, and once we handle the liking, we would like to send a notification to the user, right? So let's say try and catch, and I can walk you through this code. We will get the post ID from the params, and we will fetch the post with that ID, and we will get the current user ID, right? So let's say this is actually user ID. And now there is two different cases. If you are liking the post or you're unliking the post, right? So we will say if post.likes.includes the ID of the current user. That means this user now wants to unlike the post, right? But else that means they are liking this post. So here we'll just say post.likes, where we'd like to just filter the current user out. Post.likes.filter, we will get the each ID, and we can convert this to a string. Let's say ID to string, and basically just check if it is not equal to the current user ID. So this is how we can unlike a post, and here we'd like to like the post, let's say. And here basically we'll just push the current user into the likes array. Push the user ID. And we'd like to create a notification. Let's say notification if the post owner is not the user who liked, right? And I think this is how it'll look like. I'll just auto accept that. We try to create a new notification with the recipient ID. The type is like related user, which is the current user ID, and related post ID as well. And I think we are missing one curly braces. Let's close that off. After this if check, we can put the new notification save, right? So here we just created that and we saved it to the database. We can now basically save the post and send a response. Also handle the catch. Okay, we should be good to go at this point. Pretty simple function. We just create the notification at the bottom in this else case when we try to like the post, so that we can really see it here on this page, right? So this is the like notification. So with that, I think that's gonna be it for the post routes, where we have get feed posts, create post, delete one, get post by ID, create comment, and like the post. And with that, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. In this section, we'd like to build the notification routes. So I'll just duplicate the previous one. I'll say notifications and create the route for it. Notification routes. Let's try to just import it from this file, and we need to create it under the backend, under the routes. Okay, and let's try to create a controller function for this as well. Okay, so first we would like to just get our boilerplate. And export default this. Save this and just go ahead, save this file as well. We just imported that. Now we would like to have, I think, 3 different routes. So one to be able to get the notifications. So let's say router.get. It is just going to be slash, and we would like to say protect route, right? This is going to be a protected route, and we would like to just get the user notifications, right? let's try to import the protect route function coming from this file. There we go. And we'd like to get this from the controller. And let's put our other routes as well. So we'd like to mark them as red, right? So here I'll just say router dot put. I'll just say slash ID. So this is going to be the ID of the notification. And I'll just say slash red. Here we can make this to be a protected route, and we can just say mark notification as red, right? And we should be able to delete one as well. Router.delete the ID of the notification, and it should be able to protect this and delete the notification. Okay, so let's try to create all these functions under the notification controller file, right? Let's say export our first function, which is to get the user notifications. Now, what do we want to do is populate some stuff as well. So because like when we get the notification, we are not just get the ID fields, right? We would like to get the related user information. We would like to get the related post information. Because if you take a look at the notification model, the related user is just an ID. We need to go ahead and fetch that user information, and same for the post. That's why we would like to populate these two fields. Let's say const, or maybe just try catch before that, notifications, and we need to import that model as well, notification model, and make sure you put the .js at the end. We need to await this, and we will say find where the recipient is the current user's ID. And then we would like to maybe just sort this with created that to be -1 so that we see the latest notification at the top. And then we would like to just go ahead and populate those fields that I said. So related user, we would like to get the username, name, and profile picture. And for the related post, we can get the, let's just say we don't have title, but we have the content as well as the image. Not images, but just image. Okay. Then we would like to say res.status of 200 and JSON sent the notifications. Handle the catch. We can say error in the name of the controller and 500 status code. Okay, so this is how easy it is to create this function. And then we would like to create one to be able to mark notification as read or read. Let's say try and catch. First, we'd like to get the ID of the notification. Let's say const notification ID, and it's going to be request.params.id, and we can put it before the try really. And we'll just find one and update. Let's say notification find by ID and update method. Here we have it. We'll put the ID of the notification first. Let's say the underscore ID is equal to notification ID, right? And if the recipient is us, request.user.id. And then we'd like to make the read field to be false. I mean true, because we just mark it as red, right? So we say it's gonna be true and just return the naive value. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the update operation. We can just say res.json send the notification, and let's handle the catch. Okay, the very last function we would need to be able to delete the notification. Since this is super simple, I'll just go ahead and paste and walk you through it. We got the notification ID from the params, just find one and delete, and this is our filter where we say this is the notification ID, check for it, and if the recipient is us, only then delete it. And now we should be able to good to go. Let's try to import all of them. And now if we take a look at the terminal, hopefully we shouldn't have any errors, right? It is just working as expected. So that's gonna be it for the notification routes as well. Next, we'd like to handle the connections. Okay, so welcome back. In this section, we'll like to implement the connection routes. So I'll just duplicate this one and I will say connections. And we'll like to say connection routes, right? Let's go above, try to duplicate this from this file. Let's try to create it under the routes. Just get the boilerplate, create the router and export default this. Now, before we try to actually build our routes and controllers, we'd like to build our model, which is going to be, let's say, connection request dot model dot js. So I'll try to just copy and paste and walk you through it. It is pretty simple. For each connection request, we will have a sender, which is going to be an ID that's referencing to the user model. Same for the recipient, and then a status that could be pending, accepted, or rejected, and then the created at field. Instead of putting it like this, I think we can just say timestamps is going to be true. So you can copy and paste this from the GitHub repo, from this file, and we just create the model and export it. Okay, now depending on that connection request model, we'd like to do some stuff. And just keep that in mind. These are IDs, right? They are just referencing an ID. And we would like to populate them whenever we need. So these are going to be the fields. So we would say like populate the sender and just go ahead, grab the profile picture, name, username, and things like that. So we'll have a bunch of different routes. And I think I can just copy and paste all of them to here on this file, and we'll just go through it one by one. So we will have one route to be able to send a connection request, accept one, reject one, and get all connection requests for the current user, and then one more route to be able to get all connections. So these are the requests and these are the current connections the user has. Then we can remove a connection and get the connection status for a specific connection. So either this pending, accepted, rejected, things like that. So let's try to first import this one. And we'll just try to build each of these functions one by one. Okay, so we'll just go ahead, save this file as well. So here, this is like not highlighted as blue. So you can delete this and bring this back. It should be fixed. Now we can go under the controllers. Let's say we would like to create, not under the routes, under the controllers, connection dot controller dot js. Okay, so we'll just try to create each of these functions one by one. And we'll start with the send connection request. So what I'll be doing is basically walk you through it line by line. And I promise like it'll make 100% sense. I just don't want to type this out because I am pretty slow typer and I just don't want to waste too much time. I'll just try to import my model and then try to walk you through it. Let's say import connection request from this file. This is the correct one. And do we have anything else? No, we don't. So if we want to send a connection request, first we need to get the user ID from the params, right? This is the function that we are calling. Then the sender ID, which is us, the current user. First, we just check if you are sending a request to yourself. If so, we'll say you can't. And we'll just check if you are already connected. If so, we'll say, hey, you cannot send a connection request. And we'll also check if you already send it and it is pending. If so, we will say request already exists. So these are the things that we have done multiple times. That's why I'll just go a bit more faster. But if we pass all these if checks, that means we can create a connection request. We are the sender, this is the recipient, and by default, the connection request is going to be in the pending state, right? That's why we don't really need to put the status here. And we'll just save it to the database and say connection request sent successfully. So that's all we have to do for this function. So the other one is going to be the accept connection request. This is going to be a little bit more longer than this, but let's try to do it anyways. Let's say export const accept connection request, and we would like to first just have a try and catch. And let me just try to walk you through it one by one. So we're gonna get the request ID from the prems, and then the ID of the current user. Then we would like to find a connection request, right, with this ID. And as I said, we would like to populate the sender and recipient because we'll be using those fields when we send an email. Let's take a look at it. So here it says someone accepted your connection request. When we send this email, we would like to see the sender and then the recipient, right? That's why we populate them so that we can put it into this email. I hope that makes sense. So we just got the request, right? And we can just add some boring checks just to handle the errors. We would say if there is not a request, just return 404 request not found. And after this if check, we can just check for another thing, which is gonna be like, let me just paste it and put a comment above. I will say check if the request is for the current user. So you cannot accept the requests that are not for you. This is what we are trying to say. And let me just save to get this formatting. And we will also just check for something else. I think I can just copy it and paste it. Here we'll just say if it is not pending, that means this request has already been processed. So really these are some boring checks, but we need to have them if we really want to handle all kinds of errors in our code, right? All kinds of edge cases. Then if we have passed all these if checks, we can basically update the status of the request. Let's say request.status is going to be equal to accepted. Okay, then we'd like to save it to the database. Now you might think, okay, let's just go ahead and say res status 200 and say connection accepted. But this is not what we'd like to do. We would like to do one more stuff, then we'll just send that status. So if I am your friend, that means you're also my friend, right? And we need to update this field in the user model where we say the connections, right? We need to update this. So I will push your ID to my connection and I will push my ID to your connections array. This is what we'll be doing. And I'll just put a comma. If I am your friend, then you are also my friend, right? Okay, this is what we'll like to do. Import the user model, just say find by ID and update. In this case, I will just maybe paste it. I am updating this user's connections array where I just push this user ID into it, and we'll do the same thing for the other user. That's how we can do it basically. And then we'd like to create a notification for the sender, right? Let's say const notification. And I will just say new notification. Here we'd like to put the recipient type and then the related user. Recipient, let's say this is going to be the request.sender because we just accepted their request and we'll send a notification to them. And we'll say the type is going to be connection accepted, right? This is what we have in the connection request model. So is it like this is what we have? Connection accepted. I think we need to okay, not here, sorry, in the notification model. We have connection accepted and this should be like this. Let's kill them. Okay, just make sure it is the exact same thing what you have in the notification model. Let's try to import it. So I didn't import it, that's why I cannot get the auto completed code. Okay, now I have imported and it works. Then we'll like to get the related user as well, which is going to be the user ID. And we'll say await notification.save to the database. And we can just say now JSON of message connection accepted successfully. And here we can just put a to do send notification or let's just say send email. Yeah, just send email. This would be to do. That will do just in a second. And then let's handle the catch with a console log and 500 status. Let's say error in this function. Let's try to do this to do where we can send an email. So here again, we'll like to just extract a couple of different fields. So I'll just say const sender email, which is going to be request dot sender dot email, and then sender email we would like to get, sender name. I'll duplicate this, and we would like to get the recipient name, because these are the fields that we would like to show in the email template, and the profile URL. If you take a look at it, once we click to this, we'll be able to go to the Jane's profile. So here we'd like to say const profile URL. As you can imagine, this is going to be first, this is going to be the client URL first, plus slash profile slash, and then the user ID, or actually the username, because in our application, this is how we are handling that, depending on the username and not the user ID. This would make sense later in the video when we build the front end part. And again, we would like to wrap this with a try catch so that if it crashes, it doesn't really affect the rest of the function. I will say await and just call my function basically, which is going to be send connection accepted email, and we will create this just in a second. In the catch, we can say we just have an error while trying to send the email. So this is going to be the function that will go under the emails and email handlers. So here it looks like we haven't used the recipient email. So the email should be recipient email like this. This is the previous function that we have done. Okay, so I think this should be good to go. Now we'll just go into the email handlers, which we are already in, and just try to create that function. Let's say const send connection accepted email, which is going to be taking the sender email, sender name, recipient name, and then the profile URL. These are the arguments that we are passing, and we'll just get the recipient, the email, and then try catch. As always, we'll just have the response, and like from to the subject, and then the category, we can just put all of them. And for the HTML, we will just have a function, which is going to be this create connection accepted email template. We'll just create it in a second. Let's say this is going to take the sender name, the recipient name, as well as the profile URL, right? This is what we have. The recipient name, profile URL, as well as the sender name, which is this one. And for the subject, I think we can make this to be a little bit more dynamic. I'll just say recipient name, let's say accepted your connection request, and we can just save this file. So this subject is going to be up here in the email where it says Jane Doe accepted your connection request. So this is the username, right? And this is something that we already have in the template. So we can just try to import it, save this file, and try to import this one as well. And it should be working out. So we can delete this to do, and that's going to be it for this function. The next one is going to be where we'd like to reject a connection request, right? So this is what we have. Let's try to import this one first and create this function now. Let's try to shrink this. Let's say export, and maybe I can just paste it and we'll go through it. So we are getting the request ID. This is going to be the connection request that we'd like to reject. And then the current user ID, we find the connection request and just check if we are the recipient. If not, we'll say 403 unauthorized, and if it is not pending, already been processed, but else we'll say you just rejected that and send a response back. Let's handle the catch with logging. There we go. I'll just save it. And next we can create the get connection requests controller, which is going to be also pretty simple, right? We'd like to basically do a get request to our database. So we will say find the ID of the current user, and we will say find all the connection requests where the recipient ID is the current user and the status is pending. So we would like to populate the sender field with the name, username, profile picture, headline, and connections, and just send a response back. Let's also put a console log just for handling purposes. Okay, the other function is going to be getting the all connections for the current user. So we'll like to create it. Again, I'll just go a little bit faster here because these are really easier functions, right? Find the ID of the current user, find that user from the database, and then just populate all the connections of that user. And for each connection, since they are just an ID, we'll like to get the name, username, profile picture, headline, and connections, so that we can really render it in our React application. And we can just send the connections back to the client. Let's handle the catch. Okay, there we go. We can save this and try to import it. And now we would like to create the remove connection function, right? And why this didn't import it? Okay, it's just been highlighted. Let's try to remove connection method. Again, it's going to be about 10 lines of code where we get the my ID, right? The current user ID, and then the connection ID of the user that we'd like to remove. So if I am not your friend, then you are not my friend as well, right? So this is what we are trying to do. Just remove it from both of the arrays, and with a status of 200 and handling the error as well. And the very last function that we would need is just to get the connection status. This is going to be a little bit more longer, so let's try to do it step by step. So get connection status. I'll say async, request and response, and you would like to have the try and catch. So here we can just say really const target user ID, which is coming from the request.params.user ID. Then we would like to get the current user ID. I'll just say const current user ID, just like this. Then we would like to just check if users are already connected, right? Now you can say find the current user just like this, but it is already in the request.user, right? So we can just say request.user, and this is the current user basically. And now I'll just say if current user dot connections includes, let's say, the target user ID, and that means they are connected. So we can say return out of this function with the JSON, the status is equal to not true, but let's just say connected. And let's just check for the pending request. So I'll say const pending request, and we can just scroll a little bit. So let's say connection request dot find one, and now there might be two different cases. So we'll just say or if it is either one of these, where the sender, let's say sender is the current user ID and the recipient is the target user ID, or vice versa, right? So I'll just duplicate this and change the sender to be target user ID. Oops, target user ID. Okay, so we need to put a comma here and just say if the status is equal to the pending. If this is the case, that means there is the status is pending for that user. So I know this might look a little bit weird because we don't have the front end yet. We cannot really see what this is going to return, but basically we are trying to check for the pending requests. And this could be either we sent a request or the other user sends us, right? And in that case, we'll just say if there is a pending request, let's say pending request. In this case, there could be two different cases, right? Let's just say if pending request dot sender to string is equal to the current user ID, right? In this case, we'll just say it is in the pending state. So here, let's just go into it. Maybe we are missing one more curly braces. Return res.json, we will say status is equal to pending. But in the else case, that means the other user sends us. So we'll just say else, we will say it is received. Return res.json, I'll just say status is going to be equal to not pending, but it is received. So we just got a request from the other user and we still didn't answer to it. So we didn't accept it or reject it. It is just received and we need to do either accept or reject. So I know this might look like completely complicated, but not really. Just type this out with me. Later in the video, once we get into this function from the front end, you will see actually what we are trying to do. I promise this is not really that complicated. And we can just say the request ID is going to be the pending request dot underscore ID. And we can save this just to get this formatting. And at the end, we can just say if no connection or pending requests found, that means you are not connected. We'll just say res.json status is going to be not connected. And in the catch, we can just handle it just like this. So this looks completely complicated, but it is not really. We'll see this later in the video. For now, just ignore this completely. And once we get into the front end part, I'll try to explain this function. I promise. So I'll even just put a to-do. Explain this function later in the video. Okay. We can import this, and that's gonna be it for this route as well. We have a bunch of different things to be able to accept, reject, send requests, and we have created our controller as well as our models. I think we just handled everything for the server.js. The only thing that we're gonna be doing is to maybe just come here and try to do the configuration for the deployment. And when we try to so to say, when we try to upload an image, that image could be maybe 2 megabytes, 3 megabytes, and it is not going to work with the current setup. So what we can do here, just add a limit for the request.body. So we can say limit is going to be, let's say 5 megabytes. Okay. And this is how we can handle large images, maybe for the profile image or for the banner image. And if you don't add this, you get this error from the front end. Here it says payload is too large for the images. So this is just something to keep in mind, and I just wanted to add this right now because we are in the server.js. So with that, I think we can build the front end part in the next section, and I'll see you there. So now in this section, we'd like to build our React application under the front-end folder, right? So I'll just open up my terminal and I just have an error that basically says you need to put the .js extension in this file. So let's visit the connection route.js and I am just missing these file extensions. So let's just put them and save. Hopefully it should be working now. Let's just wait for this. Okay, come on. Maybe let's just refresh this page once again. I just saved it. We should be able to get the console log that says server running and MongoDB connected. Okay, I'll just have this running and I'll open up a new terminal where I'd like to just first just shrink the left hand side, cd into the front end, and I'd like to create a React application. I'll say npm create vite at latest, and we'll just put dot at the end so that it's going to create it under the current folder, which is the front end, right? So let's take a look at this. For now, we don't really have anything into it, but we would like to go with a React application that is using JavaScript. And here we go, we just got that. We need to get our dependencies. So let's just say npm install. This is gonna get everything for us and put it under the front end, under the node modules folder. And we would like to initialize Tailwind CSS. So let's say Tailwind with vite. And we'll just go here, try to initialize it. We already have our React application, so we'll skip the first step and just try to get this script and paste it into our terminal. So I'll just say CLS to clear it up and paste it. It is going to run the first command. Okay, so it is this one. And once this is completed, we will run this one as well. Then we will basically get this file content and paste it into this tailwind config.js file. So let's copy it and run this one as well. It is going to create that file, which is going to be tailwind config. Let's wait for this. And if you haven't used Tailwind, it is basically just CSS but with utility classes, and you're going to see what that means. Let's go ahead and delete everything, just paste what we have from the documentation, and then we'll go into the source index.css, delete everything because this is what they are saying in the documentation. They say just grab these 3 lines and put it into the index.css file. And we can save it. We can delete the app.css. We don't really need it. We can delete the assets folder, and we can go into the app.jsx, basically delete everything in the return. I'll just say return a div that says hello, delete basically everything. Okay, the only thing we have is just the index.css file. So this is gonna be it for the Tailwind setup. And what I want to also set up is gonna be the DaisyUI, which is Tailwind CSS components and one of the most popular component library for Tailwind CSS. And as we use it, you'll see what that does. Let's try to copy it. This is how we can install it under the terminal, under the front end. Just paste it. I think I didn't copy it. Let's copy it once again. Paste it. It is going to run this now. And let's take a look at it, how we can use it. We will just go into the that config file and import the DaisyUI. Let's try to do it under the config. We'll like to just go above, import DaisyUI from the package, and then just put it here as a dependency. Now in the documentation they use require, but since we are using import syntax, we can just put it like this. And with that, this should be good to go. And you can check all the components that they have. We'll be using a bunch of them, things like buttons. Let's just see. So you can use button just by adding one class basically. Here you can see button, neutral, primary, secondary, and you just get all these different variants. This is how easy it is to just use it. I'll just let you to explore this documentation completely, but as we use it, I think you'll just get familiar with it. Now, the other thing we'd like to initialize is going to be the React router DOM. So we can close these basically and maybe visit, just don't visit anything. Let's just visit VS Code and try to install. I'll just say CLS first to clear it and give some space. I'll say npm install react-router-DOM. So this is how it's going to look like. So this is going to install it, and let's try to set this up in the main.jsx. We'll wrap our application with the browser router so that we can have the navigation going. And this is going to be imported from the React router DOM package. And now we can go into the app.jsx and maybe wrap our entire application with the routes component, right? So even before that, we'll just wrap everything with a layout component. So in our application, we'll always have the navbar at the top and then the rest of the page content below to it. That's why we wrap our application with the layout. Let's try to create that layout component. Here I'll just go first create the components folder as well as the pages. We will put all of our pages into this folder. And from the components, we can basically start with the layout. So here I'll just say layout, and I will put my layout.jsx file as well as the navbar.jsx file into here. Let's just say rafce, save it, close it, and just get this one as well. So if you are not getting this auto-completed code when you do rafce, it's because you don't have this extension installed. Let's just search for it. Okay, so you need to get this one to be able to have that snippets. So this is going to be the layout component, and let's see what we're going to add into it. Well, basically, we will have a class name of minimum height of screen. So this would always take the entire screen, and we can give the base of 100 color, right? BG base 100. And this is really what Tailwind CSS does. You put your styles into your JSX, which is pretty convenient, right? And then we'll have the navbar, as I said, at the top. And then below to it, we'll have our page content, which would be the children coming as an argument or as a prop, right? So we'll have some classes into here as well. Let's say maximum width of 7x large, mx auto, so that it is centered, heading x of 4 and y of 6. That should be 4. So here we cannot import this for some reason. Let's try to do it manually. Import navbar from the navbar file, and we are getting some ESLint errors. Here it says you should use prop types, but we don't really want to use it. So let's go ahead and disable this in the ESLint file. So let's see where that is. ESLint config.js. Under the rules, just go to the very last one and say react/prop types is gonna be off. If you save and close this, now we don't get that error, right? Let's save, and this children is gonna be whatever the page content is. Let's import the layout. Okay, so here if I just put something like hello world, and let's run the front-end application, by the way, npm run dev, which is going to be running it under the 5173 port. So let's wait for this to load, and here we can see we just have the navbar always at the top and then the page content, because this is what we have in the layout. And we'll like to create some routes. So I'll just go here and have my routes component coming from React Router DOM, and basically we'd like to put just a couple of different routes for the sign up page, login page, home page, profile page, things like that. And this is how we can do it. Probably most of you guys know this, but let's just try to see in action. So let's say if we visit the home page, we would like to see this element, which is going to be the home page component that we'll create just in a second. And let's duplicate this twice. So if we visit, let's say /signup, we would like to see the sign up page. I'll say sign up page. And if we visit /login, we would like to see the login page component. And let's try to create them under the pages. First, I'll just say auth. These are going to be our authentication pages, which we can basically say sign up page, create it, save it, and close it with Control W, and then try to create other one with like login page.jsx. And then we'd like to have the home page. save and close it. Let's try to import them. We don't get the auto suggestion, so let's do it manually. I'll just say import homepage from this route, get the login and sign up pages. Now the routing should work if you visit /login. So here it says, let's just try to refresh. Okay. The login page was under the auth, right? So it should be looking like this. And let's try to copy it and paste it here as well. Now it should be good to go. And you can check this out by going to the login page, sign up page, and always we have the navbar at the top because it is outside of the routes. It is in the layout. Okay, I think we can start with the sign up page, but before that, we would like to use React query. Let's just search for it, which is also known as a 10-stack query. This is really like one of the standards nowadays where you'd like to use this for the data fetching. And this can be our state management library as well. So we don't really need to use something like Redux or maybe even ZooStant, even though you can use it, but this also just comes up with millions of different features, and absolutely crazy this is. So let's say you read the documentation, you can just take a look at the motivation behind it, why you might want to use something like this, and let's go into the installation. Maybe in the quick start, let's see. Okay, first we need to install it basically, but why do we get React Query? This is version 3. I don't know why. We'd like to go with the latest version. So I'll just say get the v5 or even latest. This is how we install it. I'll copy this, go under the VS Code, split this to 2 basically, and just make sure you're under the front end and then paste it. This is gonna go ahead and install it. And if you take a look at the quick start, it says basically wrap your application with query provider. So let's try to first create it, which is coming from 10-stack React query. So since this has been installed, I think we can delete that one. And just try to maybe go into the main.jsx. We can wrap our application with this dude. So let's try to import it from this path. So I'll just get everything but delete some of them. So we only want to keep the query client and even maybe query client provider, because this is what they do. So query client provider, and we'd like to wrap our application with it and pass the client into it. Okay, so just like this, it should be good to go. Now that we have wrapped our application with it, we can use React Query in our entire application. And what is React Query? Now, as I said, we'll be using this to be able to fetch data. And to be able to fetch data, you use query, okay? So this is basically used to be able to fetch some data. And to be able to update, delete, or just mutate anything, you would use mutation hook coming from the 10-stack as well. So just keep that in mind. We'll be using them a lot in the video to be able to fetch some data and manipulate some data. Okay, with that in mind, we can save this file. I think we will never come back to this component ever again. So I think, yeah, we can just close that off, right? Let's try to go into the sign up page where we'd like to build the sign up functionality. And again, I just realized we need to import another package, which is going to be Axios. So let's open up the terminal. Let's just cd into the front end. We'll say npm install Axios, which is the fetch alternative, but it is really a lot better than fetch. And we would like to also get the React hot toast, which is a library that will allow us to show beautiful notifications to users. I think now we can just install both of these and just initialize the Axios under the source, right under the front end. We'll just have a lib as always, because this is the libraries that we are preparing for our application. This is what we have done in the backend as well. We have prepared all these libraries or different services into our application to work with. Okay, so here I'll just say axios.js file, and we'd like to import the axios here, and then just do some configuration with it, right? I'll say import axios from the axios package, and we'll just return axios instance. So I'll say axios.create, and you're gonna see what this does basically in just a couple of minutes. So we'd like to pass the base URL whenever we use this instance. So we'd like to send a request to our local host, right? So this is gonna be, let's say, HTTP localhost and 5000. This is the port that we are running it, and /API/v1. And then we can put things like authentication, the user's route, notification, things like that. And we're gonna see that later in the video. And we'd like to just say with credentials to be true so that we can send the cookies that we have in the request and just let the backend know that we are authenticated. I hope this makes sense. This is just to send the cookies with the request, right? And now to be able to accept any kind of requests to our backend, we need to just also handle it. So we can go into the server.js, into the backend, and just import a package. So here, open up a new terminal and just say npm install CORS basically, so that we can handle the CORS errors. So here, let's just go above, import CORS from CORS, right? And then here we can basically just initialize it, app.use and CORS. So we can put our options. So the origin is going to be localhost 5173, and we can just give the methods as well, or also the credentials. So you can also say methods, they can send all of them, right? Or if you delete them, it's going to allow everything, which is fine in this case because we are in the development. Okay, so this credential says basically allow them to send the cookies with the response. So this is all we had to do. Just install the course in the backend and initialize it with like 5 lines of code. Then we can close these, close the layout. We don't need it for now. Then hopefully now we should be able to visit the sign up page and really just build this UI first. Then we'll implement the functionalities. So here, this is not a CSS course, right? We are here to learn full stack development, how to build and deploy at the end, how to send emails, how to really have some heavy backend logic. So that's why I might just skip some CSS classes and just assume you are familiar with CSS already. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And sorry if you don't really like this approach, just let me know in the comments, but I don't really think we should waste too much time on the CSS. So yeah, okay, let's just have another div. Here we can just read the classes. Basically, we have some like paddings, just handling the layout with the flags, just centering everything, making it to be a full screen, and we just make it to be responsive for the padding, right? So in the larger screens and above, the padding is gonna be 32 pixels, and smaller screens and above, it's gonna be 24 pixels, and even smaller, like on all the other breakpoints, it's gonna be like 48 pixels. So this is Tailwind CSS, how we can make it to be responsive. And I think we don't need it because this is already in the smaller screens and above, and this is larger screens and above. Maybe we can just say padding X is gonna be 4 on all directions, right? But this is padding Y. Okay, my bad. We always need it. Doesn't really matter the breakpoint, and these are applying for the padding X. Okay, so let's just say div, get some classes once again. I'll basically copy them and paste it. And into here, we'd like to have an image, which is going to be our logo. And I will provide all of you, which you can grab it from the GitHub repo under the public folder. So let me just pause the video, go ahead, copy and paste them, and just come back to the video, or maybe I don't need to really pause the video. I'll copy them and put it here. We have the avatar and then the banner PNG. We'll be using them, and we'll have the logo.svg. This is how that look, right? And this is the extension I'm using to be able to preview the SVG. And I think for now, this is what we'll be having. So you can grab all of them from the GitHub repo. And here we'll like to show an image in the sign up page. So let's say these are going to be the styling, and this is the logo.svg we're using coming from the public folder. And then we will just put an h2 just like this with some classes. And then below to this h2, below to this div, we'll have one more div. Let's close this off. So these are really styling that I just want to skip pretty quickly so that we can get into the functionality. And we'll like to have some kind of sign up form where user can put their information and hopefully sign up to our application. And then below to it, we can just show some styled texts, right? Which I'll be copying and pasting. And you can do the same thing, just grab them from the GitHub repo. And we can take them to the login page when they click it. Now let's save and just go ahead, create this component. So here, these are just classes, so I'll just skip them. Under the components, let's say we would like to have the sign up form, which is going to be, I think, under the authentication folder as well. So let's say auth, we would like to have sign up form.jsx. And here again, we would like to just put some styling into here. But before that, maybe we can create our states. So we'll like to keep track of the name, email, username, and then the password, which is going to be empty strings to get started with. Let's import the use state, and then we will have some kind of function to be able to sign up the user. But more on that later in the video. For now, let's just say we'll have a form with an onSubmit, which we can call it as handle sign up, and try to create that function. For now, let's just say event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page, and we can just console log all the fields that we have. Then here we'd like to just keep track of all those inputs, right? So I'll just go ahead and grab basically everything and put it here. So we just have input, this is type of text for the full name, and when you type into it, it will update the name state. And we are just keeping track of that with the value as well. And I think we don't need these divs. We can delete them. But for now, just keep it like this. And these are the classes coming from DaisyUI. Here you can see the input class is just have a bunch of different things. It is completely accessible and looking nice out of the box. Okay, so I'll just save this. Go ahead, import it, and just visit sign up page. Let's say sign up page, and there we go. This is how that looks already. But I don't really want to have the like the dark mode. I just want this to be in the light mode. How can we fix it? Maybe we can take a look at the application. Under the cookies, do we have something like, or maybe under the local storage, do we have something like dark mode? I don't think so. Maybe we are missing some classes. Let's just see. In the app.jsx, we are in the sign up page, and in the layout, do we have what this class does? Let's just delete it. It is not the gray background. So maybe we can go into the index.html and handle the light mode here so that our application is always in the light mode. So let me just actually pretty quickly debug this and make this to be light mode and then come back to the video. So I think to make this work and have the LinkedIn colors, we would like to just visit the Tailwind config.js and just paste this object where we say we would like to update the DaisyUI theme with these colors. And if we just save this, hopefully it should be working out. There we go. It is just out of the box, like it's using these colors. And let's try to give them spaces. I don't know why it doesn't work, but first when we come into this page, we have just primary color, which is the LinkedIn blue color. We have the secondary, accent, neutral, and we have base 100 color. And this is what we're using in the layout. So this is, well, what that does. Let's just try to make this to be a bad, like BFC color, or maybe BFF. That would be the blue color here, you can see. So this is where it is coming from. You can grab this from the GitHub repo and paste it. Then let's try to see the sign up form. Probably we are missing a couple of classes here, and here let's just make this to be capitalized like this, or camel cased. And in the sign up form component, we would like to give a couple of classes so that they have the spacing going. So let's say class name, we can just say flex column, and gap of, I don't know, let's just say 4, so that we have these styling. And I think we can just go ahead, delete these divs, right? We don't really need them. The input component should be good to go. So there we go. This is how that look. And at the end we have the sign in, and I think this should be sign up, right? Because we're in the sign up form component. But I think this is the link. So when we click to it, that would take us to the login page. Okay, so we'll have another button that says basically just sign up to this platform, right? So we'll like to go ahead below this very last input. We'll like to just put a button that says, I don't know, let's just say agree and join. And we can give all of our classes, let's say button primary, let's say width is going to be full, text white, let's just say like this. And this is how that look, right? Okay, if you click to it, let's just see what's going to happen. Open up the console, just give something here, username, email, let's say .com, password 123, and here we can see we can just get all these values. What we'd like to do, basically send a request with these values to our API and just sign that user up. So for now we have 3 different users in the database. Let's just refresh and just make sure we don't have anything else. And we can close this. Let's try to refresh it once again. Okay, looks like I have been logged out. I'll try to log in, and we should be able to see the users collection. Okay, so we just have 3 different users, which is John, me, and then Bob. What we'd like to do, implement the mutation using React Query. So let's see how that will look like. Well, basically, we'll just go here and try to set up a mutation. So I'll say const. So we'll have some object here, which is going to give us the mutate function, and we'll be using use mutation coming from the 10 stack. So this is going to take an object. Let's try to import it. Import use mutation from at 10 stack React Query. This is the package name, and this is the latest version. So this would have a mutation function, which is going to be an async function that would take the data and it would send a request. So we'll say const, we're going to get a response back, and you would like to say await Axios instance that we have created. You can use also fetch, but this is a lot more convenient. Let's try to import it from the lib. Let's just say from the lib, and this path is incorrect. Let's just say from here we cannot get it, right? We just need to go one above. Once again, under the lib, we'll get the axios.js file where we have this instance, and I think this is not a default export. So this is how it should look like. Okay, now we'll just say this is going to be a post request to our endpoint, which is auth sign up. Now you might be asking, why don't we put the localhost before to this? It's because it is already here, right? This is the base URL, and from here we just say /auth/signup. I hope that makes sense. And we would like to send the data in this request. We're gonna get some response back where we can just say res.data, and that data will be used later in the video, which would be, I think, like something like user just signed up successfully. So this is whatever you are returning from the API. And we have on success as well as on error cases. So this is going to be a function. We'll be using this later in the video. And we can duplicate this, let's say on error. And here, maybe we can just use it immediately. We'll just say toast.success, and we can say something like account created successfully, and here we would say something went wrong. And this toast is going to be coming from React Hot Toast. And to be able to make this work, we need to go here and use this toaster component coming from React Hot Toast. Okay, so let's try to rename this. I'll just say, I don't know, sign up mutation. You can call this anything, but this is the name I'd like to go with. And 10stack also return us is loading field or the state, and we would like to use this as well. So when we submit the form, we don't want to console log it. We would like to say call the sign up mutation with this data. Here we have the name, which is our state, right? We would like to send the username, email, and then the password. Now I would like to use the is loading state as well. So we'll go into the button and basically just make that work. Now what I want to do, if we are loading, I would like to show some kind of icon. And for this, we will install a package. Let's say cd into the front end, npm install lucid-react, which is a pretty cool library that gives us a lot of cool icons. And here I'll just delete this for a second, or maybe even cut it. And I will say, if it is loading, could you please show me the loader coming from Lucid React? So we'll just import it at the top, and let's give these styles. We will say size is going to be 5 and animate spin so that it looks like a spinner. And if we are not loading, then could you please show this text where it says agree and join. And we can say like the button type is going to be submit. This is optional because it is already in the form, but I think it is nice to add it. And let's just say it is going to be disabled if we are in the loading state. Okay, let's try to import the loader as well. Import loader coming from Lucid React. Okay, let's just say Lucid React and just save it. And let's try to test this out. Hopefully everything should be working fine. I'll just go ahead and say my full name is gonna be, I don't know, let's say Beth. Oops, it just refreshed. I'll refresh again. So I'll say Beth, though it's gonna be. This is the username. Email, let's just give Beth at gmail.com. The password, I'll just give 123. And let's just see if that worked. I'll open up my terminal. Here it says 400 bad request. And we should be able to see it maybe. I'll send it once again. Okay, so here it says password must be at least 6 characters. But why this didn't hit the on error case? So here maybe we can just take a look at it. We're using the toast. We got the toaster, make that work, right? And it should be actually working. I'll just go ahead, kill all these, and maybe here I'll just say console log, we hit, like we have an error, and send this once again, open up the console. Okay, looks like it is not hitting the on error case. Okay, so I have a typo, here it says 1 error. Okay, that was super embarrassing. But let's just save and we can try to send this once again. And here we can see, here it says something went wrong, but we can actually get the error and just show it actually. So let's just say error and just try to see that error in the console. So here from the error, you can go under the response, under the data, and you can actually get the message so that you can show the exact message that you have that is coming from the backend, right? So this is exactly what I'll be doing. Maybe delete the console log, delete this dude. I will say go from the error to the response, to the data, to the message. And we can really just put a fallback if this doesn't exist, and we can just say something went wrong. Here we can see this is exactly coming from the backend, right? From the API. And let's put an actual value. I'll just put 456 so that it is working as expected. And here we go, account created. Let's just double check this. I will take a look at it, and here we go. It says you have 4 users now, which is the path that has just been added. Okay, so awesome, everything is working as expected. But now once we log in, we would like to be redirected to the homepage, which didn't really happen. And even if I refresh, I am signed up currently. Even if I refresh, I can still the sign up page, which is not really optimal because we are already logged in. And how can we know this? If we open up the application tab, go under the cookies, we can see that we have the JWT LinkedIn token that has just been created, right? So that means we are authenticated, but we still see the sign up page. So let's try to fix this. Now, if you remember in the auth routes, we had this get me route, which is going to check if you're authenticated or not. So let's try to send a request to this. Since this is a get request, we can use a query, right? I'll just go here, try to import use query from the 10 stack and just call it first. This is going to give us some data back. So let's say destructure the data, and I will rename this to be user because data doesn't mean anything, right? And we can even call this as auth user because it is the authenticated user that we're going to get back. Now this takes an object just like a use mutation. We will pass the query key. I'll promise I'll explain what this does. For now, just put it just like me. You can call this anything, X, ABC, but I'll just go with the auth user. So this is going to be the query key so that later in the video, we can call this, and whenever we call this, it is going to give us this data back. So this looks like, this is going to be super useful, and it's going to be our state management solution basically. I know this doesn't make too much sense, but we'll see later in the video. Query function, this takes just like mutation function, and this is going to be the place where we are going to put our logic. So let's say we'd like to have some try catch. Let's say const response, we will say await, import the Axios instance. This is going to be a get request to /auth /me endpoint, and we would like to just return the res.data. And since we are returning, this is going to be the auth user value, right? And I'll show you what this does. So let's say we just catch the error, and we can just check if we have the error.response. Let's say error.response is there, and if the error response.status is equal to 401, that means this is an unauthorized error, right? In this case, we can just return null, which says the auth user is null, right? And we'll just throw the error in other case, or we can maybe show even a toast. Let's say toast.error, let's say error response data.message, otherwise something went wrong. And let's try to just see the auth user in the terminal. I'll say auth user and console logit. So here we can see Initially, it was undefined because it was trying to fetch in the background just for a second. Then we got the auth user object. Here we can see we got everything other than the password because we have deleted that in the backend when we sent the response. But here we go, it just works. Here it says, this is the auth user, you just fetched it, that means you are authenticated. And in this case, we would like to protect our routes. So let's say for the sign up page, if we don't have the user, okay, so I don't want to autocomplete this. So we'll say if we visit the sign up page, and if we don't have the user, show them the sign up page. But if we have the user that is authenticated, then we would like to navigate them to the, let's say, homepage. Okay, so now, like we don't have the user, but that should be auth user. This is how we called it. Let's save. And if I try to visit the sign up page, I can't really, right? So here it just takes me to the homepage because we protect that route. Let's do the same thing for the login page. If I am authenticated, I don't want to see that page. Okay, and we can do the same thing for the homepage. We will say if we have the auth user, then show the homepage, but else navigate them to the login page. And this navigate is coming from React Router DOM. Let's see where that is. It is here at the top. Okay, let's try to see this. We cannot even visit the login page, but just for a split second, we have, like, we just see that, right? Just for a split second. And how can we fix this? Well, basically, we can just say if it is loading, and do we get this? No, we don't. Let's try to just get it. Is loading, and there's a lot of different things that actually this library returns you, like is pause, is pending, bunch of different things really. And we'll just get the loading for now. And let's say if it is loading, we'll just say return null. So we don't really want to see anything if it is loading. You can show some kind of loading spinner, but I'll just skip it. And now we don't have that flickering effect. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the app.jsx for now. Let's try to maybe add the logout functionality so that we can just see if we don't have the auth user, it'll actually take us to the sign up page or the login page, right? And okay, so this is gonna be it for the app.jsx for now. And this is how you would use query. Let me just quickly reiterate this once again. You would like to use this whenever you would like to fetch some data, and it is going to give you under this object where they call it as data, and you can rename this. This is what we have done. You have the query key and query function, which handles the logic, and you will be using this query key later in the project if you really want to get this state without fetching this once again. So let's say in my layout here, I'd like to fetch this data, right? I'll basically copy this line and I'll just say, give me the query with this key. So query key was equal to the auth user. And that's it. This is how you can really grab this data. So it is like global state that you just get in one line. Let's say console log auth user is in layout, and then just console log it. So here we are not fetching it once again. This is already being fetched, and we can basically use it just because we are using the query key. Now if you take a look at it, we are in the home page, but here it says this user is being fetched in the layout, right? So I hope this makes sense. This is one of the most used use case for the use query. I mean the query key, right? Okay, so we'll just go ahead and build the Navbar component, which is going to be kind of complicated, but let's try to see how we can build it. I'd like to show you some images before we build it. So we'll have a logo on the left-hand side and some other logos. These are not too much important. The most important thing here is that these two buttons. So when we have some notifications, we will see some count. And if we have some network connection requests, we would see it here as well. So in the Navbar component, we would like to fetch these data, right? And we can use query for them. So let's go ahead and try to maybe first build that, right? I'll say const, we're gonna get some data from the use query hook. So here I can just put the query key where we can basically first fetch the notifications. And you can pause the video and try to do it by yourself. I'll just say query function. It's going to be an async function where we'd like to basically call the axios.instance.get/notifications. So this is going to be our endpoint. But here there is one catch. So let's try to just see it. I will say, give me also the auth user. I'll just rename this. Let's say use query. Our query key is going to be auth user. And let's make this to be one liner so that it looks clean. Okay, just like this, and I'll rename this to be notification or notifications. So the catch here is that if we don't have the authenticated user, we don't really want to fetch this data. And how can we make this so that this is going to wait until we have the auth user field? Well, basically, there's a field called enabled, and you'll just say like bang operators and then the auth user. This basically returns true or false if you have the auth user. And we just say if we have the auth user, only then go ahead and run this query function. I hope this makes sense. So 10-stack query has just thought of everything for you. Here you can see they have the enabled flag, query function. Let's just see like millions of other things that you can't really even imagine, right? So these are all the things you can retry, update the retry delay, refetch on window change, and things like that. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is kind of like the motivation behind it. Let's try to duplicate this. And as I said, I would like to also fetch the connections that we have, the connection requests. So I will say connection requests, right? And we can give this as a query key as well. The endpoint is going to be, let's say, we had /connections and /requests. And we will again just say only call this function if we have the authenticated user. Now we can try to console log the notifications and the connection requests, which is going to be empty arrays, I believe, because we don't really have any of them for now. I'll just go ahead to refresh. Okay, so here it says this is not found. Why this is the case? API v1, not connection, but connections it should be. Let's try to refresh. And here we can see for the notifications, we got an empty array. And for the connection requests, we also got an empty array. This is what we return from the backend because we don't have any of them. But here we can see it is working successfully. So we just fetched our data, and we would like to also have the logout functionality, which is also going to be a mutation so that when we click it, it is just going to log us out. Okay, so you can pause the video here and maybe just try to implement it. This is going to be a mutation, just a spoiler alert. And basically you would have your mutation function. And this is going to give us the mutate function. And we can call this as logout. And let's say, like we can put the async, or you can just have it as a normal function because we're not going to return anything from here. I'll just say axios instance dot post method to the auth logout. And on success case, we can show a toast, right? You can just add it, but we don't really need to show a toast. For now, we'll just save, and let's have a button on the navbar. I will say like logout, but I don't want to collect it because if we click to that, that would just log us out, and we wouldn't be able to see the navbar component, I think. Like we should be able to see it, but for now, let's just try to build the UI and then we will come back to this function. So I promise this is going to be super quick. I can delete these, and instead of just having them console logs, what we can do is just grab them as variables because we'll be using them. Let's say const unread notification count, and we can basically filter out all the notifications that are not read, right? So I'll say notifications dot data, because this is what React Query sends you. Under the data, you can get that. And we'll say like filter, and for each notification, we'll just check if it is not read. So notification dot read or read like this. We'll just filter out them. And the other ones will be the unread notifications. And we'll just say get the length. So I hope I have explained this clearly, but basically we're just filtering out the notifications that are already being read, right? So I accidentally paused the video, but I was just saying this is going to give us the unread notification count, and we can save this. We also want to get the unread connection requests count. So this is really longer to type. I'll just copy and paste. We say connection requests dot data dot length, so that we can really display them here for the notifications and then for the connection requests. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now we can build the UI. What I'll be doing is basically go ahead, copy it and paste it completely, which is about 70 lines of code. You can do the exact same thing. Just copy it and paste it with me. I'll zoom out. Like they are just classes completely, and I'll just not try to type this out, right? So I'll just try to import and walk you through it. So we'd like to get the home icon from Lucid React. We'd like to get the users icon from Lucid React, bell icon, and we have unread notifications count, or maybe notification count. This is how we called it. Let's import everything and I'll just walk you through it. Okay, let's save. What we're gonna see, this is how that look, right? We will fix the logo, but basically we have the home, my network, notifications, me, and logout button. So these are the classes that we give to be able to get that output. And we say if the connection request count is greater than 0, then show this part. So here I'll just make this to be true so that you can see it, and I will just say 3. So this is how it's going to look like if you have some requests. And same thing for this one. Let's just say if this is true and if we have like 3. There we go. So really, these are not too much important. They are classes, but the important part is here above, which we typed it together. And when you click to the logout button, you are calling the logout function, which is our mutation, right? In this case, let's just try to save and just try to test this out. Now, when I click to this, it is going to log me out. I didn't click this yet. I will open up the application. Take a look at my cookies. I have the JWT linked in here, right? Once I clicked it, it is being cleared out and I am logged out, but it didn't refresh my page. To be able to make this work, what we can do is use something called use query client. So let's see, use query client, call this, and we will put it into the query client variable. So we will say once we are logged out, on success, I want you to invalidate a query. So here I'll just say query client dot, I think I didn't remember the name, so let me just check this out. Sorry. Okay, so we'll just say invalidate queries, and the query name that we'd like to invalid, let's say query key is going to be the auth user. So What this does, when you log out, if it is completed successfully, we just say, could you please refetch this data? Could you please refresh this query? Which is going to run this here. This is the query key that we have, and it's going to see that user is null. It is 401, right? Not authenticated. And that would take us to the login page. So let's try to refresh this and just see this in action. I'll try to maybe just sign up. And by the way, this is the view if you are not logged in for the navbar. You can check out the component. So here for the name, I don't know what to give. Let's just say Jesse, and we can give the Pinkman. Let's just give it an email. I'll go ahead, copy this, paste it, and at gmail.com 123456. Okay, now we just created our account and it didn't refresh this, so we can also fix that. We'll go into the sign up form and we will say, if we completed this successfully, could you please refetch the authenticated user? And let's just do the exact same thing, get the query client, and on success we will invalidate that query just like that. And now for let's just go into this page, refresh, and if I clicked that, it would immediately take me to the login page, because as I said, it is going to rerun this query. Where is it? Okay, so it's going to rerun this query because we say invalidate this query. I hope this makes sense. This is how we can sign up and log in, or log out, my bad. Let's try to fix the logo on the navbar. So here we have an image component that says small logo.png. Let me just provide this to you. You can grab this from the GitHub repo and paste it to here. Now, if you refresh, you should be able to see that logo. It is working as expected. So now we can build the login page, which is going to be pretty similar to what we have here. Same for the design and same for the functionality. So let's try to build it pretty quickly. We will have a login form .jsx. We can basically try to import it. We will come back to the UI design, and under the login page, let's try to build the UI. So I'll just try to maybe copy and paste it because it is only styling and nothing else. Here, I'll just go ahead and paste it, then try to walk you through it. So we just have a link that would take us to the sign up page, and then we have the login form, which is something that we will implement just in a second. Let's import that coming from this route, from this file, and the rest of the styling is the same, right? Now we would like to build the login form with the inputs. I will take a look at my notes so that we can move forward quickly. Okay, when user wants to log in, we would like to get the username and then the password from them, which is going to be under a use state. And then we also want to get the query client so that we can actually invalidate the queries once they log in, right? And you're going to see what that means. And we can try to create a mutation. So let's say mutate. This is going to be login mutation with the is loading state. We can grab it, import this, and have our mutation function, which is basically going to send a request to this endpoint with the Axios post method. We're going to get the user data and pass it to our API. And on success case, we can invalidate the query. Let's say query client dot invalidate the auth user so that it refetches again. And on error, let's say we're gonna get the error and just toast dot error error dot response data dot message, fold it back. Just fall back it with this message, and this should be good to go. Now we can build the UI design. which is something that you can grab it from the GitHub repo. So this is exactly what you're going to see when you are taking a look at the GitHub repo. Okay, so you can copy it and paste it. We have two different inputs. You can delete these divs, right? We don't really need them. And we have a button at the bottom. Once we submit this form, we'd like to call the handle submit function, which is going to prevent the defaults and call the login mutation. And we can really put the loading state here. So let's just say if it is loading, we can show this loader icon and maybe just give these classes. So I will say size is going to be 5 and animate spin. Okay, so this should be good to go, I believe. Let's try to test this out. I have just created the account of Jesse Pinkman, and I will put the wrong password. So from 1 to 7. Here it says invalid credentials, but if I just put the correct one from 1 to 6, now I am just logged in. And how that worked? Well, basically we called the login mutation and it is done successfully. We just call the auth user query once again because we invalidated that. That basically means run this again, and depending on that, it just navigated us to the homepage. I hope this makes sense at this point. We can log out, sign up, and log in, and we are always invalidating the auth user query so that it looks like everything is in sync with each other, right? So this is gonna be it for the authentication process. I think the next page is going to be the home page where we able to create a post, right? And see the posts, also see sidebar and recommended users. So I will see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back to this section. Here we would like to build the homepage. Let's visit that. And in the homepage, we would like to have a couple of different queries. So let's say import the use query from React query, right? From the 10 stack. And we would like to just first maybe fetch some recommended users. So I'll just say, give me some data, and I will rename this to be recommended users. And we will see this on the right hand side, right? So let's just take a look at it. This is the data that we would like to fetch. This is going to have a query key. As always, let's just say recommended users, and we can just have a query function just like this. Maybe the endpoint was, let's first import the Axios instance. We will say users, and we had the suggestions endpoint, and we can just get return the data out of it. And if we have any catch, if we have any errors, we can just show a toast. Let's just say something went wrong if we don't have the message coming from the backend. So that's gonna be it for the first one. And the other data we would like to fetch is gonna be the posts, right? In the homepage, we also want to fetch that data. So I'll just go ahead, maybe try to even duplicate this. We can even like skip the catch case. If we are not able to fetch the posts, we can just skip that, right? We just don't want to show a toast. That wouldn't make too much sense. Maybe we can handle it with the error that we got as a data here, right? As a state. So that could be maybe later in the video that we could implement. For now, we just want to care about the fetching logic. So we'll say this is gonna be the posts, and query key for this is gonna be posts as well. The endpoint is just gonna be /posts, which is gonna give us all the posts for the homepage for our feed, right? Let's try to delete this as well. And we can try to console log them. Let's say recommended users and also the posts. Let's save and try to see this in the terminal. In the console, but we cannot get it because we are unauthorized. Let's try to log in. I'll just go with the bath account. Let's just say 126. Maybe it was bath dough. I don't know. Okay, now we just logged in and we have 3 different recommended users that are coming from the database, and we don't have any posts in the database, right? Because we didn't create them. Now, why do we get 3? It is because we are not fetching ourselves. We actually excluded that from the API, right? So we have like 5 different users in the database, but we only get 3, and this is what we have limited that to as well. If you really wonder, you can just take a look at the controller where we just said limit is going to be 3 when we fetch it. Okay. So with that in mind, these are going to be the data that we just fetched, and we'd like to build our UI. In the homepage, we'd like to just see the sidebar on the left-hand side, which will have the authenticated users data. So I'll just go ahead into the, let's shrink everything. Maybe we can go into the frontend source components and just create the sidebar.jsx. Now the content for this component is just going to be completely UI design and no logic at all. That's why I will just paste it. You can grab this from the GitHub repo from this file. This will never change until the end of the video. Basically, you can copy it and paste it. And if you save, you should be able to render it here. And let's just try to do so. This is going to take some classes. Let's say grid columns of 1, and larger screens and above, that would be grid columns of 4 and a gap of 6. Then this is going to have a div. This would be hidden on smaller screens, right? And larger screens and above, we'll click to see this sidebar component. And LG and above, column, let's say span of 1. And here we'll like to basically see the sidebar component. Let's say sidebar imported, and this is taking a prop, which is going to be the user, and specifically it is going to be the authenticated user. So I'll just say user is going to be equal to the auth user that we'd like to just fetch, right? I will actually duplicate this line, right? And oops, so this is what I have done. I've just duplicated this. Let's say this is going to be the auth, if I can type auth user, and we'd like to just reuse this with the query key of auth user. And we don't need to pass the query function really. Okay, so we passed the user, and hopefully we should be able to see it on the UI. Let's refresh. There we go. It is here. And if we go below the larger screens, it just disappears. So if you take a look at the UI, it is actually pretty simple. We got the user and we show a background image. If user doesn't have, or if they have, we would like to show this, but else we'll show the default one coming from the public folder, right? Which is this image. Then we have the profile URL or the image, which is going to be avatar because user doesn't have it. Then we have the name for the alt, headline, connections, length, and things like that. It is just styling really. And if you click to it, like visit your profile, that would take you to the profile page, which is something that we'll build later in the video. Now, the other thing that we'd like to build is going to be the post creation component, right? It is going to be this thing that you'd like to build. So let's try to do so. Under this div, right, we'll just have one more div with some classes. Maybe I can just go ahead, grab those styling. These are the classes, and we would like to, oops, let me just space that in. We would like to have the post creation component. And this is going to be taking the user as the argument, so we can just pass the auth user. Let's try to create that component .jsx. Now there's going to be a lot of different things that we will need in this component. So let's try to just do them one by one. So the first thing is going to be the post content, right? We're going to keep this as a state. And then the other thing is going to be the image of the post. It is either going to be null or the value whatever the user uploads, right? So it could be an image like this or really anything. And then we would like to also keep track of the image preview, and you'll see what this does. We also want to get the query client so that we can invalidate some queries just like we have done previously. For now, let's just import it, and as we need it, we'll be using it. Then we'll like to create a mutation to be able to create a post. So let's say you're going to give us the mutate function, and we'd like to call this as create post mutation. And this is going to be calling the use mutate, use mutation coming from 10 stack. And this is going to have the mutation function. Let's say this is going to be async. This is going to take the post data, and this is going to be an arrow function where we have a response coming from Axios instance dot post to our endpoint, which is /posts/create. And we'd like to pass the post data as it is, right? And we can also just indicate the headers. So let's say headers, the content type, let's just say, if I can type correctly, content type is actually going to be application JSON. Okay, so this is going to give us some response back, which we can extract the data out of it. And on success case, we can just, for now, just show a toast that is going to say, let's say, toast, let's just type it, success, post created successfully, and we can clear out the state. We'll just do it later in the video. I don't want to get you confused. And on error, we can just say failed to create the post, or whatever the message we are getting from the backend, right? So let's say failed to create post. This is going to be the mutation that we'll be using just in a couple of minutes. And then when we actually submit the form, we will call a function. So let's just create that one as well. Handle post creation, which is going to be an async function. And here we would like to actually call that mutation. So let's say we would like to have the try catch. In the try, we'll say const post data, where we would like to pass the content, which is our state, as well as we would like to put the author. And I think we don't really need to put the author, right? Because from the backend, I think we have handled that. So would you mind if we just check it? When we go into the post controller under the create post, okay, so we already handled the author, right? Which is, we handle it from the backend and we are not getting it as an argument. So that's why we just don't need to pass it. We will just put the content into this object. But for the image, we just need to check if user uploaded an image or not. So we'll say if there's an image, then post data.image is going to be equal to the image. But else, we are not going to put the image and just call the mutation with the post data. And in the catch, I think we have already handled that in the on error. But here we can just show, let's say, console.error, the error message. So let's say error and handle post creation, and just show the error as it is. So we'll be using this function as well. And I think we can build the UI, but I just want to put all the functions so that we can easily get the UI and just speed up the process a little bit. Let's say we would like to have a function to be able to reset the form. So once you submit the post, once you create it, you would like to set the content to be resetted, and same for the image as well as the image preview. And we would like to call this on the success case, right? Here, before we show the toast, we would reset the form, which will update the state. And finally, we would like to have one more function, which is going to be able to keep track of the image change. So I'll just say handle image change. Whenever user selects an image from their machine, we will update the state. So let's say const file. This is going to be the file that user selects. We'll say event.target.files, get the first value, right? And we will just set the image state to be that file. And then we'll like to say if there is a file, we'll like to preview this. And how can we make this happen? With a function. So read file as data URL. And you would pass the file. Once this read that, it is going to return you the base 64 string format, right? So you would say that then just update my image preview state. And in the else case, that means user didn't select anything. We would just say set image preview is going to be null. And this function is something about 5 lines, and I have grabbed this from ChatGPT, to be honest, but this is something really common and you'll need this like at some point, really. So if that sounds complicated or looks complicated, just take a look at it and try to understand. Basically, we are taking a file from the user's machine and read it as a data URL, which would be in the base 64 format. This is going to be a string representation of the image. You're going to see this in action, I promise. This might look complicated, but we'll just see this in action. Let's try to build the UI. I'll try to get my first div. Let's delete everything here. Grab this div and close that off. These are the classes that we have. Just updating the background so that it looks like this with this secondary color, and just have one more div with this class, and let's close that off as well. We're going to have the image. So this image is going to be the profile picture of the user, and if user doesn't have it, we will show the avatar.png, and this user is going to be coming as a prop. So let's grab it. Okay, there we go. We just give some styles, and instead of using width 12 and height 12, you can basically say size is going to be 12. That does the exact same thing. So just a pro tip for the Tailwind. Then we'd like to have a text area so that user can put the text content into it. Let's just try to save at this point and see this in action. Okay, so this is the output that we just got. Now we'd like to add also some kind of icon where user can upload an image. So we'll go into the post creation below this text area, and below this div, we will say if the image preview state is existed, we would like to show the image, right? But for now, we don't have it. We'll just have in a second. Then we'd like to have one more div with some classes. Let's close that off as well. Okay, so flags justify between item centered and margin top of 4. We'll have one more div with some styling. Let's close that off as well. And we will have a input basically so that we can have this icon, and when we click it, we'll be able to select an image. So this is how that will look like. Let's get the image from Lucid React. This is the icon. So we have the input. It is hidden, right? It is hidden, but instead, when you click to the image, it is going to open this up. So let's just see how that would work. Okay, so this is hidden, but we can see the image icon, right? And if we click to this, so here I want to hide my files, but let's just try to click to it. And here we go. This is how that look. It just opens up the file explorer. And how that work is basically, this is hidden, but on change, like when you click to this one, since it is under the label, it would open up the input as well. So if you take this outside of the label, it is not going to work, I believe. Let's click to it, nothing happens. But if you put them into the label, it is considered as the children, and it is. So if you click to it, it just opens up here the file explorer. And let's try to select an image from my machine. I'll just select this React admin dashboard tutorial. There we go. We can see this image is because once you selected that, this function is going to run and it is going to read the file and set the image preview state, which is going to be previewed here. I hope this makes sense in this at this point. Then below the label, below the div, we will have a button. And this is the button that we'd like to create that says share. So I'll just go ahead, put some classes into this dude. So background, primary, text white, and all this classes basically. We would like to call a function on click. Let's say on click handle post creation, and it's gonna be disabled. We would like to get maybe a loading state here. Let's say if it is loading, and I think for the mutation we don't have loading, but we have pending, right? So let's say is pending. Let's say is pending. It would be disabled when we are trying to create the post, and we can say if it is pending, we can show the loader icon and maybe say size is gonna be, let's just say class name, size is gonna be 5, and animate is gonna be spin. Then in the else case, we would say share. So let's try to save this, and what do we have here? So we're not using this is the warning. Let's just try to save and just see if this is going to work or not. I'll open up the console, maybe going to the network, select an image from my machine, or maybe just put a text, right? I'll just say share. There we go, post created successfully. We got 201. Let's try to take a look at the posts. We should be able to have our very first post. There we go, it just works as expected. This is the content, it doesn't have an image, this is the author, etc. And let's try to create one with the image. I'll go ahead, select one from my machine. I will say check out this tutorial and just share it. Okay, we got an error. Let's see. We say server error, but let's take a look at it from the terminal. Oops, these are not the things that we'd like to see. Like, these are all the previous errors. So here it says the path argument must be type of string, received instance of object in the create post controller. Let's go ahead, post controller, and here it says the path. Oops. So path argument should be type of string, but we received an object. So what does that mean? Let's take a look at it. We have the image. Maybe we can really just try to console log both of them. So let's say content and just have the image so that we can debug this pretty quickly. Image. And let's try to send this once again. I'll just clear this out, send it. We have the loading state, and we just got, okay, so what happened? Let me just send it once again. So what is happening? Let's just see. Okay, so this is crashed. It cannot work. Let's just try to save this. Maybe kill the backend and restart it again. And then once this is started, we'll just test this out. Okay, let's just refresh and try to create a post with an image. Cool tutorial. And I'll just send it. Let's take a look at here. Okay, so for the image, we got an object for some reason. Probably, like this should be a string, not probably. This definitely should be a string so that we can upload it with this method. And probably in the post creation, we are not sending this correctly. Let's say post data.image. So instead of just putting the image, we need to maybe call the function that we have to be able to read it as data URL, right? This is the raw image object here. We would like to say await read file as data URL and put the image so that we can have that string. Now let's save. This is gonna work, hopefully. Now this is, I think, restarting. Let's just check. I think we just need to kill this and restart it again. So MongoDB connected. I'll go ahead and refresh just to have a clean state and try to create it for one last time. So great tutorial, just check it out. And let's share it. It is pending. Here it goes, post created successfully. And if we take a look at the database, hopefully we should have that image URL from the Cloudinary, which means it has been uploaded to our Cloudinary account. You can check this out. I'll just not try to log in, but if we can see this URL, that basically means it has been uploaded successfully. Let's try to paste it and just visit. There we go. This has been stored in the Cloudinary bucket that we have, which is pretty cool. And now we can go here, delete those because we don't need them. And like what you see here is the string representation of that image. This is what I meant with base64 string. It is absolutely giant, and we somehow take this and upload it as an image with the help of this upload method. Okay, let's just save and shrink this. Oops. Okay, just shrink this one and close that off. Now with that, I think we just have the post creation. But now if we have successfully created the post, we would like to see it immediately here on this page. For now we cannot see, but basically we can just invalidate the query in any ways, right? So let's say query client invalidate the queries, which is going to be for the posts, right? So I hope at this point you know what this does. Once you created the post, it is going to go ahead and fetch the posts once again, which would call this posts, right? So I'll just say console log the posts, save both of them, and I'll try to show you what that looked like. So for now, we don't see any posts, right? And why this is the case? Like we have some posts in the database, right? Let's just see what, like this is returning an empty array. It looks like that. So I think I know the reason. It is because if we go into the post controller, when we say get the posts for the feed, we are only returning the posts of the users that we are connected with. We do not return our own posts. And how can we make this happen? Well, basically, since this n is taking an array, we can just delete this, say this is going to be an array where we spread the user connections and also put our own ID so that we are able to fetch our own posts as well. Now, if we save, this is going to work. Let's refresh. And here we go. We just got two different posts, which are our own posts, right? And this is how we can make that happen. We just say you need to spread these connections. And why do we do this? It is because this is taking an array. If you don't do this, this is also an array. So it would look like this, right? So array of arrays, which is not going to work. So you have to spread that so that you just have one, like it is spread it, right? Okay, so now what I was trying to say is this invalidate query thing. When we create a post successfully, we're just gonna fetch it once again. So here I'll just say third post in the database and just share it. It just immediately fetched that because we run the invalidate queries function. Okay, I hope that makes sense. That is going to be it for the post creation component. This is all we have to do. So let's just pretty quickly just go over it. We have our states to be able to keep track of the image, the content, and then the image preview. We got the query client, we have our mutation with the loading state, and once we created it successfully, we reset the form, show a toast, and invalidate our post queries so that it is going to run this once again, and we will update the UI later in the video. Then we have running this when we submit the form, basically, when we click to that share button, and we have like reset form function with the handle image change and read file as data URL. So with that, this is gonna be it for the post creation. Now we can go into the home page and just try to map through the posts. Okay, so here I would say below the post creation, we will just say posts.map, and let's just put optional chaining so that we don't have any errors. And it'll say just get each post, for each of them return the post component, which is something that we'll create. Let's give it a key, which is going to be post._id, and send the post as an argument, as a prop, I mean. Let's try to create the post component. So this would also be looking a bit complicated, but we'll just go through it step by step. Let's import the post, and we can show something like a placeholder if there is no posts. So probably you're not gonna need this in a social media application, but just have it regardless. So let's say if this is true so that we can see it. This is what we're gonna see if there is no posts, right? It's gonna say connect with others to start seeing posts in your feed. And this would be only the case if the length is, if it is equal to 0, basically. And for each post, we would like to show the post component. And before we try to build it, maybe we can fetch the recommended users, right? And this is what I'll be doing. Basically, after this dude and after this div, we will just say recommended users length is greater than 0. We would like to see this component on the right hand side. For each recommended user, we will just show this component. And we need to create it where we pass the recommended user as a prop. So let's go here, create under the components .jsx. For now, let's just import the component, and we can maybe start with the post component. So first, where is it? We would like to build this one. So in a post component, we're gonna have a couple of different actions where we can like, comment, and even delete if we are the owner, right? So let's go ahead, build our queries and mutations. The first thing I'd like to get is gonna be maybe the post as an argument or as a prop because we passed that in. And we'd like to get the auth user. So I'll just say data, rename this to be auth user, calling my use query, and just have the query key, which is going to be the auth user. And we can maybe make this one-liner so that it is more elegant, just like that. Okay, so now we would like to just have some states where we can maybe show the comments. For now, it is like show comments state as false, but once you click to this, it is going to be true and you'll be able to see the comments below. And we'd like to have a Boolean state for this. Let's import the use state. By default, that is going to be false. And we'll have a state to be able to add a new comment and also just keep track of all the comments that this post has. So initial state either is going to be all the comments that it has. If no, it is going to be an empty array. And we would like to check if we are the owner of the post. So we'll say if the post author ID is equal to the auth user ID, that means we are the owner. And we can just check if we already like this post so that we can show this blue button or just a white button like this. And this is how we check it. If post likes includes the auth user ID. Now, the first mutation that we'd like to have is going to be to delete a post. So I'll just paste it and we'll go through it because it is pretty simple at this point. We import the use mutation, get the mutate function, rename it to be delete post, and we also have is pending state, right? In mutation, we don't have is loading, but we have is pending. Then we try to delete our post with the mutation function. And on success case, we would like to show a toast where we say post deleted successfully, and we can just get the query client to be able to invalidate our query, which is gonna be the posts. So I hope this makes sense, and this is super simple. We have done this multiple times. That's why I just copied and pasted. I hope you guys don't mind it. And we'll just do the same thing for the creating a comment, right? So I'll just go ahead, say const, I'll just type this out. Let's say mutate, create comment, and is pending state we can have. Now we're just having the same name twice, so I can just say is creating comment, and I will say use mutation, where we'd like to get the mutation function. It's gonna be an async, and maybe like this is gonna be taking the new comment as an argument, right? And we'll just say await axios instance dot post method to our endpoint, which is gonna be posts, and it's gonna take the post ID slash comment. So if you remember, that was our endpoint. And for the content, we will just put the new comment, just like that. And that should be it for the mutation function. On success case, we'll show a toast and we will invalidate our post query. And same for the on error, we'll just show a toast, but we don't have the error message. I think we just had, let's just see how we have handled that here. Like all this jazz, right? And if this is empty for some reason, we can say fail to add a comment. So this is our second mutation. And the third one is going to be able to like a post. And again, I will just go ahead, copy it and paste it. This is going to be is pending field because we don't have is loading in the mutations. We basically call the method, the endpoint, and on success, we refetch the posts. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, what do we want to do is maybe build the UI, right? Okay, so let's just try to build the UI pretty quickly. I'll just delete everything and have a div with some classes, bg secondary, rounded, lg it's going to be, and box shadow is gonna have. So let's just say shadow and margin bottom of 4. Then into here, we would like to have a div with the padding of 4, and into it, we would like to have one more div with a couple of classes. Let me just go ahead, grab that and paste that in. Then we would like to have a link, which is going to be holding the user profile image. So this is what we would like to build. Once you click to it, that would take you to the profile of John. So this is how we can do it. Import the link from React Router DOM and put the image into it with the to flag, right? This would take you to the username fields under the profile. Okay, below to this link, we'll have one more div, which is gonna hold the name, headline, and when the post is being created. So for now, let's just put the link as well as the headline. We will handle the post creation later in the video. Let's just say to do add posts created, add field, and format it, right? So that it would look like something like 2 days ago, 2 minutes ago, or like you just get the point, right? We'll just try to format it. And below to this p tag, below to this div, below to the other div, we'll just check if we are owner of the post. If we are, then we would like to show this delete button, and when we clicked it, we would like to delete it. So let's say if not is loading, let's just see, do we have that state? No, we don't. So for the delete post, it is pending, but let's just say is deleting post. So I just renamed that, and it'll say if we are deleting that, we would like to show this loader, else we'll show the trash icon, and on click to it, we would like to run this function. Let's say const handle delete post, and we'll just say, just show some confirmation. So we'll say, are you sure you want to delete this post? If they say no, we'll just don't delete it, but else we will call the delete post mutation. Let's try to save this, and maybe we should be able to see it on the UI already. Okay, so we don't see the post content. Let's try to maybe just handle it, and we are having some styling, so probably I just missed some classes. So should this be into here maybe? Okay, now this is looking a little bit better, right? Let me just check the styling and come back to the video. Okay, so all we have to do is just create one more div here. We'll just give the class name of flags and items to be centered, and delete this from here and put it down here. Now this should be a little bit better, I would say. Maybe we can take this, put it above, below. Okay, so I hope this is not confusing. Just pause the video, take a look at it. This is the UI that we have currently. So you can just take a look at it, do the same thing, and you would have the exact same output just like me. Then we can show the post content pretty quickly. We will go below to this div, right after the button, just put a p tag where we would like to say post.content. And for the p, let's say class name, margin bottom of 4. And if we have the post image, we can display it as well, just like this. Just put it under an image tag, and then we can see it. Here we go. I'll just go ahead, delete the very last post, and once I delete it, it should update the UI as well, because we are invalidating our query, right? Once we delete it, on success, we will refetch the posts. Let's just try to see this in action. I will click to this. If I say cancel, it is not going to delete, but if I say okay, here it goes, right? It just updated the UI, and we can check the database. Probably we don't need to, but just to make sure that it has been deleted, now we have only 2 posts, which is pretty cool. The other thing that we're gonna add is gonna be that post actions, where we can like, comment, and even maybe share the post. So below this post.image, we would like to have one more div. So maybe I'll just kill the left-hand side with Control B, and I'll say div. The class name, flex, justify between, and text is gonna be info, so that it is a little bit grayed out. Then we'll have the post action component. We will create this just in a second. So this is how we can make it to be reusable. We will put an icon. This is going to be the thumbs up icon. Okay, so basically this is what we're trying to put, and it's going to have the text to be like, and then the number of likes next to it, and then a on click function. So that's why I'll just go ahead, copy and paste so that we can speed this up. Let's get the thumbs up icon from Lucid React. Here we say if it is liked, text would be blue, otherwise it is not going to have any colors. And we don't have this handle like post function. Let's try to create it for now. Const handle like post. For now, this can just be an empty async function so that we get rid of that error, and we will create this component. But before that, let's just add for the comment as well. So this is going to be the icon that we have from Lucid React, and then we'd like to have one for the share here. Okay, let's save and try to create this component under the components. .jsx. We will go into the post action, which is what we are at now. This is going to be taking the icon, text, and onClick as a prop, right? This is the function, and these are the fields. We'll just put it into a button. Let's save and try to see this in action. Let's try to import it manually. Import post action coming from the components, not the post creation, my bad. Let's say from, we'll just go above. No, it's actually under the current folder, right? It is the post action because we are under the components. Okay, hopefully this should be working out, but what's up with the handle like function, right? We need to build that logic so that it is actually liking the post. So basically, we would like to just add one optimization here. Just instead of calling just the function, we will just say if we are in the liking process, so is liking the post, we don't want to send the request once again. We'll just return out of this function. That's why we have this handle like wrapper in the first place. So I hope this makes sense. Like I'll just say if we are liking, we don't want to send another request by calling the like post function. So we already get this. Let's just save and try to see this in action. I'll just go ahead, try to click to this. Here it is being liked. It just refetched the data. And if we take a look at the database for this post where it says great tutorial, now it should have a like. Here it goes, which is liked by this user, and this is the ID of the current user, right? And next we'd like to implement adding a comment, but before that, let's just try to unlike this. It has just been updated, and if you refresh, you're gonna see that that array is empty. Here it goes, right? Now we'd like to add a comment. For this, we'll just create, maybe we can first build the UI. So far we have our post actions. So below this post action, below this div, we'll just say if show comments is true, then we'd like to render out this part. Okay, what I'll be doing is basically just put a div first, close that off, and we will map through the comments into here. And for each comment, we will just show the, let's say, the content. So I'll just paste it. Please forgive me because of that. I'm copying and pasting. For now, just comment this out. We don't really need it. We're not gonna need the format, like we don't need to create that date for now. This is gonna be a to-do. So I'll just delete this from here. We would like to basically map through the comments and show them. But for now, we don't have any comments in our application. So below to here, below to this div, we will put a form where we can submit a comment. So I'll just say on submit, call this function, handle add comment, and we can give some classes, flex items to be centered. And we'll go into it, have an input of type of text, and we can have a placeholder that would say like add a comment, and we'd like to keep track of the state and onChange function. Okay, so let's just say type is going to be text, value is going to be new comment state, and we are updating that with some classes next to the input. Finally, we'll have a button to be able to submit this form. Let's say type is going to be submit. And let's give some class names. This is going to be a long list. So I will just paste that. This is how that will look like. And finally, we'll just say this is going to be disabled if we are creating the comment. So we had a state for this if we are creating the comment, or let's just call this as is adding comment. Okay, into the button, like we'll say if we are adding the comment, we would like to show a loader, but else we will just show the send icon. Let's try to save this and create this function. Just make it to be empty function for now. Const handle comment, maybe handle add comment, event, and prevent the default so that it doesn't refresh the page. Okay, I'll save and just maybe try to see this in action. When I click to this, we can see the comment section and we are able to send a comment. And now when we submit this form, we would like to call this function, which is going to call our mutation to be able to create a comment. So let's try to build this function. We don't want to send a comment if user puts some empty space and tries to add a comment. We can just check this by trimming the new comment. So say when we trim this, if we get a response, that means we can basically send a comment, right? So this is just eliminating that empty space. And we'll say we would like to create comment with the new comment. Oops, just like this. And what do we want to do is also update the state. So set new comment is going to be an empty string, and we would like to also update the UI. So I'll just go ahead, say set comments. We are going to keep track of all the previous comments, basically. So I'll just go here. I'll say just keep all the previous comments if we have, and just add the current comment. So I'll just say the content of it is going to be this new comment. The user, which is going to be the current user, we'll just say the ID of it is going to be auth user._id. The name is going to be auth user.name, and then the profile picture. And finally, the created add date, which is going to be just now. I hope this makes sense. We just updated and added our new comment into this state. Let's try to see this in action. I will just say, hello, this is my first comment. Let's send. This has been added, comment added successfully. Let's try to refresh our database. We should be able to see that comment under this great tutorial post. Here it goes. We have an object with the content and the related user, right? And that means this is working as expected. Now, what do we want to do is maybe just format the created at date, both for the comment and for the post. So we would be seeing something like this. For this, we'll be using a package called datefns. So let's even check for it from the npm. So let's say datefns. So really popular package, 20 million downloads per week. Insane, right? Let's go under the front end. Just maybe create new one, cd into the front end, and just paste this. This gives you a couple of different utility functions. So we would like to just go ahead, grab this one where it says format distance to now. And the first place that we would like to use this is going to be for the post. So let's say we had the post headline and we had a to-do. Basically, we'll just delete the to-do and put it like that. Here we say add the suffix to be true so that it is going to put this ego suffix, right? And the other place we would like to add it is going to be for the comment. Let's just go find the comment. So below the comment.username and above the like content, so into this div, we'll just put it just like this. And I think this should be into a span. So I will just grab that span and put it. Let's save and just try to see this in action. I'll refresh. So do we have any errors in the terminal? We don't. Okay, so here it says 32 minutes ago. And for the comment, it was just 2 minutes ago, right? I'll just say, hey, send it. It says less than a minute. So it is looking pretty cool, to be honest. Now we can create a comment like, unlike, and for the share, this doesn't do anything. Maybe at the end of the tutorial, you would like to add some kind of functionality for this, but I'll just leave it as some kind of decorator here and not do anything with that. So I think with this, we have completed everything related to posts. The only thing that we are missing in the homepage is going to be the recommended user component. So that's going to be next, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, we'd like to build the recommended users component. But before that, there is one issue that we have currently. So here, if I try to put a comment into my own post, I get a notification. So here I'll just say, just test, send it, comment added successfully. Let's refresh. Now I have one more notification, which is not correct, right? So we should fix this. Let's go ahead into the post controller .js when we try to create a comment. So here we're just missing the underscore ID field. So since we have populated the author, we got the ID as well, and we just say compare the ID of the post owner to the current user. Now let's try to save and just test this out. I'll go ahead and refresh. I'll just say fourth comment, and hopefully we shouldn't be able to get a notification. So I'll refresh. Now it didn't update. Okay, that means it is working as expected. Now we can start to work with the recommended user component. And this is how it is going to look like. We will have the profile image, the name, headline, as well as a connect button. Now, if they have sent us a request, we would not see this, but instead we would see a check mark and then a cross icon. And if it is pending, we would see a text that says pending. Okay, so we'll just try to make this happen. We will have a bunch of different variation of these buttons. So let's just try to see how we can do it. First, we will close this, go under the frontend, under the source components, where we have the recommended user component, right? Maybe we can call this to be actually recommended users. Let's just see how did we do it in the homepage. We said that, okay, so for each user, we actually show a singular component. So I think this name should be fine to go with. So now here we would like to have some mutations and queries. The first thing we would like to do is just get the connection status. So I'll just say use query, and let's try to import this from 10 stack. Okay, this is going to give us some data back, which is going to be the connection status. So let's just say data and connection status, and is loading state. This is going to have a query key. Let's say it is going to be connection status, and we can even put the ID of the user on top of it. So user._ID, and this user is going to be coming as a prop. And if you take a look at it in the homepage, this is actually what we put into it, right? This is your recommended user prop, right? If we really wanted to, we can make this to be recommended user, but I'll just go with the username. Okay, and now we'd like to have a query function where we basically want to send a request to our endpoint. So Axios instance it's going to be a GET request to our endpoint, and it's going to give us the connection status between us and this user. And then we would like to have another button that would be just send the connection request, right? So when you click to it, this is going to send a connection request. That's why we would like to create a mutation. So I'll just go ahead, say const mutate function. Let's rename this to be send connection request. This is going to be equal to use mutation. Let's import it. It's going to take the object as the first argument and then the mutation function, which is going to be taking the, let's say, user ID that we would like to send the request to, then Axios instance.post and the endpoint, which was connections, request, and the user ID. Then we would like to have on success case. Let's just try to type this out. So we can show something like toast.success connection request sent successfully, and then we can actually update the connection status, right? We can just get the query client from use query client hook coming from 10 stack, and we'll just try to invalidate this one. Let's just say query client dot invalidate queries, which is going to be the connection status for this user. And I think in the error case, we can just show a toast, right? I'll go ahead and type this out pretty quickly, just like this. We just show whatever the error coming from the API. Then we also want to have another mutation to be able to accept a request. Because as I said, if we have a request from, let's say, Jane, instead of seeing this button, we will render a check mark as well as a cross icon so that we can click to this to accept and reject. So we need to create both of these mutations as well. Let's just say const mutate accept request, and we can call use mutation with our mutation function. Again, this is going to take the request ID and send a request to our endpoint, which was a put method, I believe. Let's just double check this. Under the connection routes, we have the connections accept. Let's see. Okay, it is a put method because we are updating some fields, right? Then we'll have an on success case. We can show a toast. Let's say connection request accepted successfully, or just accepted, let's say, and we can update the connection requests query. So let's say query client invalidate queries. I think, yeah, we can just leave it like this. Maybe later in the video, we might want to add more stuff into here. So here I'll just add a to-do, check if we need to invalidate other queries. So we'll take a look at it later in the video if we really need it. Then on error, we can just show a toast. Let's get the error and display it. Then the other function, as I said, is going to be to be able to reject a request. In this case, let's just try to type this out pretty quickly and maybe even autocomplete from our copilot. Okay, so just the same thing at the endpoint changes only, and that should be good to go. We're going to be calling these just in a second. Then let's try to build the UI, which is going to be actually simple than we think. Let's say we'll return a div with some classes. Flex items to be centered, justify between, let's say justify between is going to be, and margin bottom of 4. Then we would like to have a link, which is going to hold the image, the user full name, right? And then the headline. So when you click to any of them, it will take you to the profile of this user, which that's why we use the username, right? So here I'll just paste it, import the link. When you click to it, it will take you to the profile of that user, which has the profile image and then name as well as the headline. And below to this link, we would like to render some buttons, right? It's gonna have a couple of different variants. So either it would be the connect or accept reject or the pending state. And for this, I will create a function and we'll just call it here. I'll just say render button, and it is going to render the related button into here. And let's try to create this function above. So let's say const render the button, which is going to be an arrow function. And here we would like to just check depending on the status, right? I'll just say switch connection status dot data dot status, right? And we can just optional change this so that we don't get any errors. Now the status could be pending, connected, not connected, or received, right? So we'll just go ahead and try to do all of them one by one. Let's just do the case if it is pending. In this case, we would like to show a text that says pending, right? I'll just say return this JSX, and I'll provide this to you. It is just a simple button. Here it says it is pending with the clock icon. Okay, and the other case, let's see, just go below to this, is going to be received. Let's say case. We would like to show two different buttons in this case. So here I'll say return. And let me just provide this as well. You can grab this from the GitHub repo under this file. Basically, we have a button to be able to accept the request or reject it. And let's import these icons. And you might be asking, what's up with this received field? Now, I said I will be explaining it later in the video, and it is time to actually do it. So let's say connection controller, and here I have a to-do to explain this function now in the video, right? So here we just try to check if there is a pending request for this user. And if so, like if we send it, it's gonna be pending. But if we received it, then we will just have the received status so that we can show accept or reject buttons. So this is why we are doing this if check under the other if, right? I hope this makes sense. Depending on this received field, we'll be able to see these buttons. And now I can actually delete this to do, right? I hope this makes sense at this point. Then the other case is just gonna be, let's see, the connected one. So I think after this case, we can just say if we are connected, I'll just scroll a little bit. Case connected, we would like to show this button. And let me provide this to you. So this will just say connected with an icon. And in the default case, which is not connected, we'll just show this button that we see on the screen. So it is going to be this one. Let's say in the default case, return this. And once you click to it, we will call this handle connect function, which is something that we would like to create maybe below to this one. So let's see, that function is going to look actually pretty simple. We'll say handle connect, we'll just say if connection status dot data dot status, if it is equal to not connected, we'll just make sure that we only call this function if we are not connected. Then we'll just say send connection request, and this is the user ID. And I think I have a typo here. It should be send connection request. And let's add the optional chaining. And I think now we are ready to just test this out without any issues, right? I'll just go ahead. Maybe we don't need this loading state, or maybe we can show some kind of loading in the button, right? I'll just say if we are in the loading state is loading, we can just return a kind of like a loading button. I'll just say return a button. Here it says like loading, and let's just give some classes. I'll just say padding x of 3, padding y of 1, rounded full. We could say text small, background gray of 200, text gray of 500, and this would be disabled. Okay, so let's save and just try to see this in action. So we just got all these users. When we click to their profile, we'll be able to visit their profile page, and we can now just try to send a connection request. I will connect to this. There we go, connection request sent, and it is in the pending state. So this is how we make this to work. Once we click to that button, we say send connection request, and if it is done successfully, we update the status, right? So it just refetch the data for this specific user, and we see this button. And now let's go into this account and just try to see the incoming connection, right? I will just maybe log out from this, maybe open up an actually incognito window. I'll say localhost 5173. Let's try to log in. I will say John Doe. Password was from 1 to 6. Now here we can see this user sent us a request, and we can even get the notification. So let's try to accept this or reject this. I will just go ahead and accept that. Here we go, it says connected. And now we should be able to get a new notification, and we don't see that user here anymore, right? Because we are connected with them. Okay, so it just works as expected. The only thing that is not working is the emails. It is because we can only send the email to our own account because we are using the demo Mailtrap sending domain. So let's just try to test this out as well. I will log out, visit to this account. Let's see what was the name. I will go into my specific account. Okay, so this is the username, and this is the email that we can send email to. In your case, this would be your own email, and this is the username that I have. So I'll just try to log in. Okay, I'll just send a request to this incognito window, which is John. So I'll just go ahead, send a request, and open up here. We just got that. Here we can see, and I will accept this. Now I'll just take a look at my email. I should be able to have a mail that says John Doe has accepted your request. So here we can see we just got the email, right? 0 minutes ago, and we can see that connection accepted. This gives my name. Great news, John Doe accepted your connection request. And if we clicked it, it's gonna take us to the profile of John. Here we can see. So that means emails are also working as expected. The other thing we'd like to implement, I think, could be the notifications page. Let's try to build it. We will go into the VS Code, and I think we can close this. Close even everything, just shrink, go into the app.jsx, try to duplicate this. We would like to build the, as I said, the notifications page. So we'll say if we have the authenticated user, then we would like to show the notifications page, or else we'll navigate them to the login page. And if we visit the path notifications, let's try to create this page. And try to import it. Okay, so let me just try to zoom in one more level, and we can try to build this page now. So first things first, we'd like to fetch the authenticated user with the 10-stack query, right? So we can just use the query key to be able to fetch it. Let's try to import the use query at the top. Let's say import use query coming from 10-stack. And here we'd like to have another query to be able to fetch the notifications, right? So let's say const data notifications, and we would like to have maybe some is loading state. While it loads, use query, we're gonna give the query key to be notifications, and then our query function to be able to basically fetch the notifications with the Axios instance. And this is the correct path. Okay, we just got all the notifications that we have, and we would like to also have two different mutations. Let me just show this. So the mutation 1 is going to be mark as read and delete that notification, right? So this is the page that we would like to build, by the way. So let's have the first mutation. We'll just say mutate function, which is going to be mark as read mutation. We'll say use mutation, which is going to have the mutation function. Let's try to import this to be able to get the autocomplete. I'll just actually get the mutation function and just paste it. It is one line where we send a put request to this endpoint. And on success, basically we would like to invalidate the notifications, right? So that it just shows us the latest state. Let's say get the query client and invalidate this notifications. And then we would like to have one more mutation to be able to delete the notification mutation, right? So here I'll just go ahead and paste it because it is the exact same thing. We just change the method, the endpoint, and we show a toast in the success case. Let's import the toast. I'll say import toast from React Hot Toast, and I'll actually rename this to be auth user, right? So with that, I think we are ready to build the UI. And again, we will have different kinds of functions, just like we had in the recommended user component. So just like this function, so that we have some switch cases to be able to really render different UIs. So I'll just go ahead and maybe create our very first function, which is going to be render notification icon. Because if you take a look at it here, we have either like either this accepted your connection request icon or the comment. So we can handle this with a function where we'll get the type, or you can call this as status. Let's say switch the type. We'll just basically go ahead, open up the curly braces, and we would like to have our first case. Let's say if it is like, we would like to render this part, which is going to be a thumbs up button. Let's say thumbs up coming from Lucid React. Class name is going to be text blue of 500, and it's going to be self-closed. And we'll have a different case as well, which is going to be comment, and we would like to show message square. In this case, let's say message, oops. Okay, and the text for this is going to be green 500. Then the very last one is going to be connection accepted. Let's say case connection accepted. In this case, we will show the user plus icon, and the color is going to be purple in this case. So that we imported this, okay? And like in the default case, we would just say return null, even though we'll never have this, but just put it just to make this looking a little bit more correct, right? Then the other function we would like to have is going to be the notification content. So either it would say someone liked your post, or they have commented on your post, right? Just like here, or they have accepted your connection request. So for this, again, I'd like to just put them into the function, and you can grab this from the GitHub repo. I'll just paste it and walk you through it, which is about like 20 lines of code. Okay, so this is the function name where we take the notification and check the type. If it is like, we show a span with a strong where we have the related user's name, and then they liked your post. So exactly what we see here. In this strong, we have the related username, and then like your post text. And we just do the same thing for the commented on your post and then accepted your post. Let's try to import this one, and it should be good to go. So this is the other function that we have. And the very last one is going to be rendering the related post component. So what does that mean? Well, when you have like someone liked your post, you would like to show the related post below, right? Just like here and here. So we would like to have a function for this as well, so that we just basically render that. And I will provide that function as well. Just here, we would like to have this icon, and we will say if there is not a related post, then we'll just don't return anything. But if we have, we will just show this UI that you see on the screen with the image, content, and the icon. When you click to it, that would take you to the post page. Here we can see. So with this, now we are able to build the UI. Let's go ahead, try to delete this part where we have a div. I think it's gonna have these classes. Let's say this is gonna be closed, and we can build the other div, which is gonna have the sidebar on this page. So we can import the sidebar component, and we will pass the auth user as the argument because it is accepting that. Then below to this div, we will have one more div. Let's close that off just like this. And into here, we'll have one more div, with these classes. So background of white, rounded LG, shadow, and padding 6. We would like to have an H1 that says notifications. Then if we are in the loading state, let's say if it is loading, we would like to render this, else we would like to render this. Now here we can really put a good looking loading skeleton, but I'll just say maybe just have a p tag. Let's say loading notifications. And then here we would like to actually put the logic in the data. So here I'll say if we have the notifications, and if the notifications data length is greater than 0, we would like to render this part, but else we would like to render this part. So let's just try to put this. I will say a UL where we have just mapping 3D notifications, right? So just like this, close that off. And for each notification, we will have an li. So I know this might be looking really ugly or overwhelming to follow along, but we just have to type all this out so that otherwise it is not going to work. This is a complex component, so we just have to really just build it step by step. Notification._id is going to be the key, and we'll have a couple of different classes. So I'll just go ahead, paste it. So what this does basically, if it is not red, we will see this blue border, but if user marked it as red, then we are not going to see that. This is what that class name does. And then into here, we will have one more div into the li with these classes. Let's close that off and format this a little bit. We're going to show one more div with these classes. Flex items to be centered. We will have space x of 4, and then into it we'll have a link that is going to show the profile picture of the user. So I'll go ahead, copy it and paste it. This is basically what we have built. And below to this div, below to the link, we'll have one more div with these classes. So class name, flex items to be centered, space x of 2, or we can also use gap 2 as well. I think gap is a better option. And we will just render the notification icon. So here I'll call my function, and below to this we will call the notification content function, right? We will render the notification content, and below to that we will show the created at date. So here we can see it says less than a minute ago, 5 hours ago, 2 days ago, and things like that. For this, we'll be using our package called datefns, right? And I will put it into a p tag. So below to this p and even below to this div, we will put it and try to import this function from datefns. We cannot import it, so let's try to go above. Let's say import dates, from, okay, my bad, format distance to now from datefns. And we just have it. We added the suffix. Below to this p, we would like to render the related post if we really have it. Render related post, and we will say notification.related post is going to be the argument that we are passing in. Below to this div, below to the other div, we would like to just go ahead, put one more div. So this is getting really, really long, but we have to do it because the UI is a bit complicated. So I'll say class name flex gap of 2, and then if notification is not red, we will show this blue icon that you see, and if it is red, we are not going to see it, and we'll put this trash icon. So let's try to add it. Okay, so this is the first button, and the other one is going to be able to delete a notification. So let's just try to format this a little bit. And you can grab all of them from the GitHub repo. If you don't really want to type everything with me, you can basically copy this entire file, and I have just walked you through it already, right? So below this button, below to this div, the other div, the li, and even below the ul, we'll just say no notifications at the moment, right? So I'll just say p tag no notifications. It is because we are having a if check. So if you just go ahead, find this, we said if the length is greater than 0, we will render this part, but if it is less than 0 or is equal to 0, we'll say no notifications at the moment. Let's just try to save and see this in action. Let's try to import the eye icon, by the way, as well as the trash icon. Okay, let's save and visit the notifications page. Okay, so here we can see they have accepted your connection request. We are able to read it. There we go. It has just updated immediately. And for the sidebar, we don't really see it. I think it's because we imported the icon, right? So sidebar, let's delete this. It should be the component that we have. So let's say import sidebar from the components where we have the sidebar component. Let's save. And this is the UI that we have. We should be able to delete this as well. Once I click to it, it's going to go ahead and update the UI, and it is working as expected. So with this, I think that is going to be for the notifications as well, but we didn't see the related post. To be able to make this work, I'll go ahead and just put a post. I'll say hello world and even add an image on top of it. So I have uploaded this image, and let's try to share it. Okay, so it has been posted. Let's go ahead into this account, which is John, and we'll just add a comment. So let's say nice tutorial mate. Posted, comment added. Let's go here. We just got a notification from John. It was a comment, and this is the related post. If you click to it, that would take you to the related post page, which we will build later in the video. And we can mark this as red or even delete it if you really wanted to. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the notifications page. Maybe next we can build the network page. So I will see you in the next section. Okay, so let's build the network page. For this, we'll go into the frontend to the app.jsx file, and we'll like to duplicate the very last one And we will say if we visit the /network, we would like to render the network page. Let's say network page. But if you are not authenticated, we'll be going into the login page. So let's try to create it. .jsx and try to import it. Okay, there we go. Now we would like to build this page, and the very first thing we would like to have is just get the authenticated user, which you can like imagine at this point we'll be getting it with the 10-stack query. And the other query that we would like to have is just get all the connection requests that we have, which is going to be looking like this. The only thing that we are doing is just send a GET request to our endpoint, and we give a query key so that we can later invalidate this, right? This is gonna be it for the query that we have for this page. We'll just go ahead and try to build the JSX now. Okay, so we will have a div with some classes, as you can imagine, which is gonna be grid columns of 1. Let me just go ahead and grab it. And in the larger screens and above, this would be taking columns of 4 with the gap of 6. Then we would like to show the sidebar on this page as well. Let's go ahead and import it from the components. Then below to this sidebar and below to this div, we would like to have one more div with these classes and one more div as well. Let's close them off. I'll just duplicate this twice. There we go. Then we would like to have an h1 that says my network, and we would like to just check the length of this connection requests is greater than 0. In this case, we would like to render a component. So I'll just go here, just say connection requests dot data dot length, and we can optionally change this so that we don't get any errors if it is undefined. If this is greater than 0, we would like to render, let's say, if this is the case, render this, else render this. And in the else case, let's just handle it first. We will say you don't have really any connections. So this is kind of like boilerplate. And since we don't have anything here, this is not being highlighted correctly. Okay, so if we don't have any connection request, we'll just see you don't have any pending connection requests at the moment. Explore suggested connections to expand your network. Let's import the icon, and we would like to render here now. Let's say this is going to have the class name of margin bottom of 8, and then below to this, we would like to have an h2 that says connection requests. And this is going to take some classes. Let's say text would be x large, font of bold, and margin bottom of, let's say, 2. And we can maybe say font would be semi-bold. Okay, below to this h2, we will have one more div. Let's say class name is going to be space y of 4, and we will have, connection requests data map, and you would like to get each request, let's say connection request, and we would like to render a component called friend request, which is something that we'll create just in a second. Let's put the connection request into it and then give it a key. So that's gonna be it for this component for now. Let's try to create this under the components. And just try to import it here on this file. Let's try to save and just see it in action. So here it says no connection requests found. And let's try to just have one. I'll go ahead into, let's say, I'll log in as Bob. I think it was Bob though, and from 1 to 6. Invalid, so maybe it was just Bob. Okay, I'll send a request to this user, and if we take a look at it, here we have a friend request, and we need to build this component. And here again, we will have two different mutations, one to be able to accept that request and one to be able to reject it. So let's try to first build our mutations. And as we accept or reject, we will be updating our query client So let's try to import it. And we'd like to get our first mutation. And in this case, what I'll be doing is basically put my first mutation and we'll go through it. This is a mutation where the mutation function takes the request ID and sends a put request to be able to accept that request. And on the success, we show a toast and invalidate the connection requests, which is going to be this one, so that it would update the UI once we accept it, right? And we would like to do the same thing for the reject case. I'll go ahead, grab this as well. So here it says decline, but you can call this as reject. And okay, so it just updates the, basically doing the same thing, right? It reruns this query. And you know what? Let's just be consistent and I'll just say reject connection request. And here we can just say rejected. Then we can build the UI pretty quickly. Let's just say we'll have a div first with some bunch of different classes. And then one more div with flags, items to be centered, and space, or let's just say gap of 4. Then we'd like to have the link, which is going to be containing the profile picture of the user. So let's import the link from React Router DOM, and here let's just get the connection request as an argument or as a prop, right? I'll just, instead of calling this as connection request, where is it? I'll just call this simply to be request, because it is like too long to be like call it as connection request. I'll just go ahead and rename it to be like this. Let's grab it as an argument. Okay, so we have our link. Below to it, we would like to have the headline as well as the link to be able to get their profile page, right? Again, below to this link, put a div with the sender name as well as the headline. And below to this div and below to the other div, right? Just go to below, create a new one. We'll just say class name space x of 2. Then we'll have two different buttons to be able to accept or reject. Let's just put it, and I will just call this as reject instead of decline. Oops, let's say reject. Let's save and just take a look at the UI. There we go. This is how that look. We can either accept it or reject it. Let's just first reject that. It is being cleared out, and we can try to send this once again to this user. And now we can actually try to accept it. And it just works as expected, right? We can get the network requests that we have, even if in this page, here in the recommended users component, it just works in sync with each. I'll just go ahead and accept it. It has been accepted, and if we just refresh, now our connection number is just been incremented by 1, right? It is now 2. And if we go here, we got the notification. Here it says this user accepted your connection request, and let's mark this as read. Okay, there we go. It works just like what we have expected. Now, below to here, I would like to also see all of my connected users, right? So I have 2 connections and I would like to see them here on this page. For this, we'll go into the network page component and just have one more query to be able to get my connections. And we have an endpoint for this in the API. So let's just call it, and this is what we're going to be doing, right? Just a get request to the connections, and we give the query key. So below to the, I think here, we would like to render the connections. So just go below to here, just below the curly braces, I will say connections dot data dot length, and let me just actually grab it so that we don't waste time. Okay, for each connection data, or each connection, basically, we would like to render a user card. Let's try to create this component, and we also put the prop where we say, are we connected with this, right? Is it a connection? And since we just fetched it from the connections endpoint, we say it's going to be true. and in some other places in the application, this should be false, and that's why we put it. So you're gonna see why do we even use this later in the video. For now, let's go ahead and create this component. Let's say user card.jsx, and just try to export it, save it, import it here on this file, and it should be working as expected. Now we would like to build the UI for this. It's going to be pretty simple. I will just go ahead, grab it from the GitHub repo. You can do the same thing. Really, it's about 20 lines of code where we show the image, the headline, the username, and then the number of connections that this user has. And if we are connected or should we connect with them, right? And here it is depending on this prop. Now if we just go here, we can see all of our connections, which is John and Bob. And since we are connected with them, here is the text that we see. I hope this makes sense, and I think we have just completed the network page as well. We have the user cards for each, for each connection, we have a user card, and we are also rendering the friend requests that we have. So with that, I think I'll see you in the next section. So now we'd like to build the specific homepage. Here, if I click to this, it will take me to the post page, and we'd like to fetch that data related to that post, right? I'll go ahead, duplicate my route, and I'll say if we visit /post/the post ID, which is going to be dynamic. So let's put colon in front. We'd like to see the post page in this case. Let's try to create it under the pages.jsx, and this is going to be pretty simple. All we have to do, just fetch the post and render the post component into here, right? Let's try to import it in this file and just build the logic here. Now, we would like to get the post ID from the URL, right? If you take a look at it, we have the post ID. For this, we'll be using use params coming from React Router DOM. This is a hook, so we need to call it, let's say const. We're going to get it as post ID. Then what do we want to do is get the authenticated user as well from the 10 stack. Let's try to get it like this because we'll be using it. And we'd like to basically fetch our post, right? Depending on the post ID, we will have another query. Here we say get the posts, specifically this post, and we call this as post, and for the loading state we say post is loading, right? Then we can add the loading state. Here I'll just say if post loading, and maybe we can just leave it as loading. It is not really that important, right? This is the only thing that we have in this page. If it is loading, just say loading the post, and if post data is not there, just say post not found. Maybe the URL is incorrect, right? The post ID is just invalid. But in the other case, which means we fetch the post, we can just render it. So here we'll just say we would like to see the sidebar as well as the post component, where we pass the post as the argument, or the prop, I'm sorry. Let's save and just see this in action. There we go. It just works as expected. I'll go here, click to this one, and post is immediately here. And we can just check if we are putting some wrong value. So here I'll just put something random. And here it says loading the post. Let's just see. We should be able to see something like it is not valid or not found. Let's say if we put a question mark here now, just try to test this out once again. So here it tries to load, and once we cannot get some data, it'll just say post not found. Okay, so it is working as expected, but if we go to the post page, now we are able to like it, comment it. I think we cannot like it. So why this doesn't work? I'll just click to it and refresh. So it actually likes, but doesn't update the UI. So we can make that work. I'll just leave this as a to-do. For now, let's just say to-do, make the post reactions work in the post page. And let's just check if commenting works. I'll just say hi from post page. Okay, so it looks like it is working, but the like is not working for some reason. If we go into the post, when we have the mutation to be able to like a post, we are, okay, on success, we are not invalidating, I was going to say, but it looks like we're invalidating that as well. But we are invalidating all the posts. This is a single post that we have actually, right? So this is a single post, but we are trying to invalidate the entire posts. That's why it is not working, I believe. So what we can do is actually invalidate this specific post. I will grab this ID, which is the query key, and duplicate this dude. I will say, actually, you should be invalidating this one as well. How can we get the post ID now, right? Because this is in the post page. Well, basically we can grab this from the use prems, right? So const post ID use prems. And by the way, this functionality is not working in the demo application that I built previously. We are just doing this right now in live, and I hope you are able to see how to debug this in real time. So what I have done is just check here, just first add a to do, and try to figure out how to make that work. I just realized when we are liking a post, we are not updating the specific post. We are just fetching the entire posts. That's why it is not working. Now we just fixed it, and let's try to test this out and hope that it's going to work. I will unlike this. There we go, it just updates the UI as expected, and when we like it, it also works. So this is how we can actually do step-by-step debugging, right? We just checked it out that it is not working as expected, and we take a look at the on success case. What happens when we like the post? It wasn't fetching the specific post, so we just make that happen just by going step by step, really. With that, I think that's gonna be it for the post page as well. The very last page I think we left is gonna be the profile page, and I'll see you in the next section. So now we'd like to build the profile page, right? And just before that, I just want to test out the comment functionality and just check if you are getting the email or not. So I'll just go ahead to this user's post. As Bob, I'll just say, hey, nice post, and just send this. I think I forgot to show you that email actually working. So we'll just go ahead, we got the notification, someone just commented on our post. Let's click to it, and under the comments we can see they say, hey, nice post, just less than a minute. And if we take a look at our inbox, we'll be able to see we just got a new comment on our post, which was 0 minutes ago, and here it says, hey, nice post. And if we click to this, we'll be able to see the comment on the post page as well. So this is just something to keep that in mind, and we can just see all the emails that we have from the Mailtrap dashboard, right? So we can go under here, and under the stats, we'll be able to see how many emails that we have sent, what are the mailbox providers that your users are using, and all the mailbox providers have been actually like they are supported by Mailtrap. So you'll be able to see a lot of different insights in this dashboard. And since we just sent really less emails, we don't see too much analytics. But as you can imagine, if you have an actual application where you send hundreds and thousands of emails, these were just looking a lot more different, right? You would have graphs going up, going down, and things like that. So you would have your email logs, suppressions, which are gonna be the people who unsubscribed from your emails. So I just let you to take a look at the dashboard. There's a lot of things that you can do, and you can even build your own email templates. So if you take a look at this, this is what we have built in the previous tutorial actually. So let's just click to it and just say preview. Here we have built a welcome email where you can just literally build this by doing drag and drop. And in this tutorial, we didn't use it, but so instead we built our own emails with the templates, right? But if you really want to, you can build it from the dashboard which is a lot more convenient. So these are the things that you should keep that in mind if you really want to check out this dashboard. Now, as I said, we'd like to build the profile page, which is going to have the username to be dynamic at the top, right at the URL. So let's go ahead, maybe close everything other than the app.jsx. I will duplicate this, which is going to be our very last page. It is going to be /profile/username, and it's going to be dynamic. So let's say profile page. And we need to create this. Let's go under the pages, create this and .jsx, right? Let's import it. Okay, now we can close this and just try to think about this. So in this page, we'll have a bunch of different components where we can update our profile info, the about section, experiences, education, and skills, right? So we'd like to create those components. But first, let's try to handle our queries and mutations in this file. So what I'll be doing is just get the username from the URL because we're gonna need this. We'll be using it. Let's say import use params coming from React Rotterdam, and we would like to get the query client as well. We will need to invalidate some queries. Let's try to get this from 10 stack. I'll just say use query and query client from here. The first query that we'd like to have, as always, just get the authenticated user by using the query key, and we don't need to pass the query function because we already fetched it in different components. In a different component. Then the other thing we would like to fetch is going to be the user profile. So let's say we would like to have a query. This is our query key and the username. Then we would like to send a request to our endpoint with the Axios. And let's say import Axios instance from the Axios file that we have. Okay, we'll be using them, and since these names are the same, we just rename this to be is user profile loading. And the other thing that we will need in this file is going to be a mutation to be able to update the profile. So here I'll just say const get the mutate function, rename this to be update profile, and we'll say use mutation. This is going to take an object with the mutation function, which I can really provide it like this. We just send a put request to our endpoint with the updated data that user passes. And on success, we would like to basically refetch the authenticated user's profile. So this is what I'll be doing because you will be updating your own profile, which is the auth user. And then we would like to just do some if checks. Let's say if you are loading or if the profile is loading, right? In this case, we'll just not return anything until we got the data. And we can just check if we are looking at our own profile. So we'll say is own profile, and we can just check this with saying if auth user.username, if it is equal to user profile data that we are fetching, right? Data username. If it is the same, that means we are just checking our own profile, so we can edit it. And we can also get the user data. So this is going to be a little bit different. What do I mean by this? It is going to be dynamic. So if we are in our own profile, we will have the auth user, but else we will have the user profile, whichever the user it is. So this might not make too much sense, but once we use it, it'll be really clear. Let's build the JSX. We will have the class name of maximum width of 4x large, which is about like this number of pixels, and mx of auto, let's say padding to be 4. We'll go ahead, have all the components that I just mentioned. So we'll have the profile header component, which is going to take the user data. So this would either be the authenticated user's data or the profile data of the user that you are looking, right? Because in the profile page, you might either looking at your own profile or you're looking to profile of someone else. Depending on that, we need to fetch the related data. And here we would like to also pass if it is if it is our own profile, right? And Also on save, we will call a function called handle save. Let's create that function, const handle save. This will basically take the updated data as an argument, and it'll call our mutation with it. So we'll be using this just in a second. Now let's try to create our other components. So it's going to be about section, experience section, education, and skills section. So let's say this is about section, and we would like to have the experience section. Let's just say experience, and we would like to have the maybe education section as well as the skills section. Okay, so let's try to create all of them one by one. I'll go ahead under the components, and I'll just basically try to create all of them one by one. So I'll be doing this a bunch of times and come back to the video. Okay, so I have created all of these components and imported them in my profile page, and this is really what we have, just RAFCE content. Let's start with the profile header, but before that we can just take a look at it. This is how that look in the profile page. So we'll just go in order, starting with the profile header component. So this is going to be one of the most complicated or one of the most longer components out there that we have built so far, but let's just try to go step by step. Now we'll have a state, which is going to be if we are editing our profile or not. By default, this is going to be false, and we will make it true if we really want it to. Then we would like to keep track of the data that we are editing, right? So you might be just updating your profile image, or you're changing the, let's say, your headline. So all of them are going to be holded in this object. And also we would like to get the query client so that we can invalidate some queries. And as always, let's get the authenticated user data, just like this, import the use query. And we would like to just check the connection status if we are looking to a different profile. So let's say I am going to look at the profile of Beth. Here I'd like to see if I am already connected with her or not. Or I would show a connect button, right? So that's why we need a query. So I'll just say const data, which is going to be the connection status. And also there is something that we call refetch. But first, let's just say this is going to be equal to use query so that we can get the autocomplete. So we can get this refetch function, and you'll be able to just call it just like as if you're calling the query function. And we'll be using this later in the video. For now, let's just rename this to be refetch connection status. Okay, so here we'll have a query key. I'll just say the connection status and the ID of the user, right? And where is this user data is coming from? Well, basically from the props user data, and we were getting on save function as well as the is own profile prop, right? Okay, in the query function, we would like to just check the status. So we'll get the Axios instance with a get method to our endpoint. And we only want to run this if we are not looking to our own profile, because we cannot connect with ourselves, right? So we'll say only enable this if we have, if we are not in our own profile. Okay, and then we can just check if we are connected or not with a variable. So I'll say const is connected and just paste it like this. So here we say user data.connections. This is the other user profile, by the way. If in their connections array, if we have our own ID, that means we are connected with them. And we'll be using this in this component to be able to render different kinds of components, right? Then we would like to have another mutation to be able to send a connection request. So I think this is one of the things that we have done multiple times. That's why I'll go ahead and just provide it like this. So we have a use mutation. This is our function logic. We get the user ID as an argument, and send a post request to our endpoint to be able to send a connection request. And on success, we show a toast that says request sent successfully and invalidate our queries. And then also we call the refetch connection status, right? This is so that we can really update this state. Let's try to import the toast from React.toast. Okay, this is gonna be the other mutation that we have. And also we would like to have the accept request mutation. I will go ahead and provide this as well. Again, we just sent a request to our endpoint and just invalidating the queries. Then we would like to also reject the request. Okay, so just like that, it is the same thing. That's why I'll just not walk you through it. We also want to have a, we would like to have a mutation to be able to remove the connection, which is going to be looking like this. And in this case, we are invalidating the connection requests, right? It is because we would like to update the navbar whenever we accept or reject a request. So all of them will make 100% sense just in a second when we build the return part. Okay, so I think we can build a couple of functions to be able to render data. So first I'll have a function to be able to render connection button. And this is going to be looking similar to what we had previously, where we have where we have switch cases, and depending on that, we would return different buttons. So I'd like to have some base class so that it is just applied to everything. So let's say text would be white, and I can provide all this. So these are the base classes each button will have. And then depending on the switch case, which is gonna be, let's say, get connection state. So it would be either pending, connected, or so let's say not connected. We're gonna call this function, and let's try to create it actually. This is gonna be super simple. I'll say const get connection state, which is gonna be, let's say, if is connected, we would like to say return connected. And we'll say if it is not connected, is connected is false, then we would like to return not connected, but we'll just say not underscore connected. And in the else case, this is gonna just be the status. Probably it is gonna be like pending, but we can just say return connection status dot data dot status. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. We can even optional chain this so that it doesn't crash. This is get connection status, let's just say, or state, doesn't really matter, but I'll just go with the status name. Okay, so here we would like to have our cases. I would like to just provide each button. So let's say in the connected case, we would like to render this button with these icons. So we can either remove that connection, or we'll just see, hey, you are connected already. Let's try to get these icons imported from Lucid React. Say user check coming from Lucid React, as well as the X icon. Okay, so this is going to be our first case. Then we would like to have a different case for the pending state. Just below here, we have this clock icon where it says pending. And for each of these buttons, we are using the base class. Here you can see. Okay, the other case is going to be if we received it or not. Depending on that, we will either accept it or reject it. So I'll just go here below this case. This is what we had previously as well. And in the default case, we would like to show a connect button. Let's import the icons and we should be good to go. Okay, so this is going to be our function to be able to render the connection button, right? So I will just shrink this function and let's try to build the return statement. We will have a div let's say it's gonna be class name of background white, shadow, rounded LG, and we'd like to have margin bottom of 6. Into it, we'd like to have one more div, and this is gonna hold the banner image of the user. So now user might be just editing that, or user have the already banner image, and if they don't, we will just put the default one that we have in the public folder, right? It's gonna be looking like this. So we would like to just check for it. And these are going to be the styles that we would like to add. So first we'll give the class name. This is going to be looking like that. And we'll say the background image is going to be either one of them. If user is just uploaded something, show that. Otherwise, show what user has in the database. And if they don't have anything, show the banner.png, the default image. And if they are editing their own profile, we would like to show this label. Let's just import this, and we'd like to have this onChange function. For now, let's just say console log something. We will build this function. Okay, and below to this label, below to this curly braces and div, we'd like to create one more div, which is gonna have the class name of heading4. And into it, we'd like to have one more div, and this is gonna have the class name of, let's say, relative, margin, let's say top of 20, but this is gonna be minus so that it is looking as expected, margin of 4. And this is gonna hold the profile image of the user. And again, this is gonna be in the same order. Either it is the edited data, or it is what user has in the database, or the default avatar image. And again, we'd like to show some label and input if user is editing their own profile. So here, this was how it's going to look like. Let's just save and try to see the output. So this is what we have so far. And we'd like to put some button that says edit your profile. And let's try to do it. Here below the label and even below this div, we'd like to have one more div where the classes are these. Text would be centered and margin bottom of 4. We would like to just check if we are editing or not. If so, we will show an input, but otherwise we will show the user name, right? The full name of the user actually. And we can save. So once we just see this, I promise this will make so much sense, but for now, let's just move on. Below to this curly braces, below to the div, I believe, or maybe just below this curly braces, we'd like to put this as well, which is going to be the headline of the user. If you are editing, we will show the input, but else we will show what user has in the database. And we'll do the same thing for the location. I will go into here, just have a div. Let's say class name is going to be flex, justify centered, item centered, and margin top of 2. Then inside we will have this thing with a logo and then an input. Okay, so let's just take a look how that looks. There we go. This is the username, the full name, the headline, as well as their location. And these are the default stuff that we put in the database. Now we would like to build that edit button, right? Below to the span and below to this div and even this one. So just go 2 divs below, and we would like to just check if it is our own profile and if we are editing. So this is what I'll provide you. For now, on click, just delete this. Let's give a little bit of space. Okay. Let's save and just see the output, then I'll try to explain. So we have the connect button. It's because we check the connection status, and depending on that, we return the button. And since this is not our own profile, right, we are logged in as this user, we cannot see this edit profile button. But here we see this button, and I hope this makes sense. This is the code for it. Here we say if it is our own profile, we will see this part, but else we will see the connection button. And if we are editing, we will see this part, otherwise we will see this part. Since we are not editing, we currently see this edit profile in our own page. And once we click to it, it is going to actually update the state. And here you can see now everything is an input, right? You can delete this, type something in, bring this back with Control Z. It is just input. And this is what we're actually trying to do in all these complex places actually. So if we are editing, we see the input, but else we see the data itself, right? I'll just refresh. We are not editing, so we see the data in p tags or in spans, but once we click to it, everything becomes an input. And depending on that, we will update the stuff in the database. So now let's make this to call the onSave function. So where it was, when we say onClick, we would like to call a function, which is gonna be this onSave stuff, right? OnClick to it, call the onSave, and it should be good to go, I believe. So I will save this file and just try to test this out, and we have a warning here. It says you are not using the event. We'll just come back to it. Let's try to just update our location. So here I'll just put something like New York. Let's say save the profile. Hopefully it has been updated in the database, or maybe it isn't. Okay, when we click it, nothing happens. Let's see why. We are calling the handle save function, but this calls the mutation, but it doesn't update the UI. Let's try to refresh. Okay, nothing happens. Let's just check it pretty quickly. So I think it is because when we call this function, the onSave, we actually should be calling it with the edited data. So here I'll just say handle save. So we'd like to call this function, and let's try to create it up here. Const handle save. This is gonna be just doing this. It is gonna say call the onSave function with the edited data, and set is editing will be false. Now let's save and test this out. I'll go into the network, just delete everything, and let's say the location is gonna be, let's say, New York. Save the profile. Here it says, hopefully it has been updated maybe. So looks like it didn't on the UI, but let's refresh. Now it's been updated. So why it didn't work is probably because of the invalidating the queries, but here we can see it actually updated in the database. Let's update here as well. I'll just say, I don't know, like let's say software engineer and save it. It doesn't update the UI immediately, but if you refresh, it is actually being updated. Let's try to see why it doesn't work. In the update profile mutation, on success, maybe we should be calling this query. So I'll just go ahead, say user profile, and just put the username. So it's going to invalidate this query. This is what we are, I think, trying to invalidate. I'll just refresh and try to do it once again. Let's say New Jersey this time. Save the profile. Okay, looks like it doesn't update. Let's try to see from the profile header when we put the name. So here we say user data.name. And for some reason this doesn't update. Let me just debug this and come back to the video. Okay, so I think I have found the issue. The only thing that we need to do is just put an async here and await this until this completes. And on success case, now it should be able to update this query. So it's just going to invalidate it. And to be specific, like we can fetch the auth user as well. Let's leave it like this and just test this out. I'll go ahead and just say New York in this case. And let's just say save profile, and it is being updated immediately. We can also show a toast. Let's say toast.success, profile updated successfully. Let's just go here, edit the role. Let's say 3, it just works, and we can change the name as well. So I'll just say, just put my last name as well, and profile updated successfully. It just works in real time. Now we would like to also change either the banner image or the profile image. For this, we'll go ahead and actually complete this function that we have, which is going to be handle image change. So this would be the same thing that we have done previously. Basically, we would like to read the data as URL, right? So it would be base64 string. So this is how we can do it, where we have an event. We select the file, whatever the user selects, and we just say if file existed, go ahead and read it as data URL and update our edited data state. So either it would be banner image or it would be profile picture. We take a look at the name, because if you take a look at it here, they have the name, either banner image or they would have the profile image. So let's see where that is. There we go, the profile picture specifically. Let's save, and I'll just go ahead, select an image from my machine for this user. So here I'll just select maybe, I don't know, this one. This has been updated. Let's say save profile, and there we go. It has been uploaded to Cloudinary as well. Even if we refresh, it is still there. Let's go ahead and try to check this functionality if we can add an banner image. So I'll just click to this, go up here, and maybe select this one. Okay, so this is the banner image. I'll just save, and hopefully this has been updated in the background. Let's refresh, and it is still there. Everything is working as expected. So this component was really ugly and complex to code, I accept, and it was maybe even annoying because I just copied and pasted a lot of stuff, but I hope it just makes sense to understand everything. It would be really boring to type everything from scratch. So we'll just go ahead and skip to the next component, which is going to be the about section. And this is going to be actually easier than we think. So let's go into it. We're going to have, again, the handle save function with the is editing state. So previously, it'll just going to be false as we get started with it. We are not editing, and we'll just keep track of the about data of the user, which is coming as a prop. Let's say user data is on profile, as well as the on save function. Okay, so here we would like to have const handle save. When we call this function, we will basically say first make the is editing to be false, and then call the on save function with the about data, which is going to be under an object, just like that. Let's try to build the UI, and I think I can provide this to you, which is about 30 lines of code. You can grab this entire component from the GitHub repo if you don't want to type this out. So let me just show this so that if you want to type this out, you can see everything. Okay, so if it is our own profile, we will see this part. Okay, just everything. And if we are editing, we will see this part. Otherwise, we will just see this button. Now let's save and try to see the output. Okay, so here it says about, and we are able to edit this. But if we take a look at the profile of a different user, it doesn't show the edit button. I'll just go ahead and even try to edit this. I'll say I am a web developer and just save. Okay, it's been updated, and even if we refresh, that data is still there. So that's all we have to do for this component. Let's try to build the next one, which is going to be, I think, the experience section. So this component will also be a bit different. I mean, it's going to have lots of things because you'd like to add the company that you're working with, the title, start date, end date, and if you are currently working there or not. So we're going to be handling this next. Okay, so before we write any code for this component, I just want to show you an image so that we can see how that look like. So this is going to be the experience section that we're going to build. And when we click to this button, we would like to see some inputs to be able to add more of these experiences or even delete some of them. And once you click to this button, this is how it's going to be looking like. So you can delete the previous ones and then the save changes, or you can add new experience. If you just check mark this one where it says I currently work here, then you are not going to see the end date. But if you don't check this, then you'll be able to see the start date and the end date. Once you say add experience, it'll be added, then you can save the changes. So I hope this makes sense. Just keep this in mind. Now let's try to build the UI. First, I'll just get all of my states, and I think I can just copy and paste it to speed up the process. And it's gonna be super simple to get started. We'll have is editing or not editing, right? It's gonna be either true or false. Then we're gonna keep track of the new experience, which is gonna be all these inputs. So title, company, start date, end date, description, as well as if currently working here or not, which is gonna be looking like this, just an object with all that fields with default values. And then we would like to get the user data, his own profile and own save function as a prop, because these are the things that we have passed. And user data will have the current experiences, right? So I'll just say const experiences, set experiences, and by default it's gonna be user data dot experience. So this is what we hold in the user model, right? This is the field that we have. If you really want to, you can call this plural, but since we have called it like this, I'll just keep it just like this here. Then now we'll like to have a couple of different functions. So I'll just give them, just create it to be empty. Let's say handle add experience, which is gonna be an empty arrow function for now. Then we'll like to have one for to be able to delete an experience. So I'll just say duplicate this. This is going to be the name, handle delete experience. And then we'll like to have to be able to save. I will duplicate this. Let's say handle save function. And finally, handle the currently working state. So these are the functions that we will put the logic into it. But first, let's try to build the UI, which is going to have a div, which is going to be the parent. I'll delete this, just have my div at the top. Let's close that off as well. Save this to get the formatting. Then we'll like to have an h2, this as the experience section. And we'll like to map through each experience that we have and show these UI, right? We would like to have the icon, the title, company, and all the other fields. So I'll just go ahead and have this field. So we say experiences.map. For each experience, show this UI, which has a briefcase logo coming from Lucid React, and we are formatting the date after the title and company. So this function is something that I will provide you. First, let's get the X icon as well. For this, let's go into the source folder, create the utils, and we'll like to have date utils.js file. And the function is going to be pretty simple. So this is just going to check if it is valid or not. And if it is valid, we would like to see this kind of format, the month and then the year. So I'll save and try to import it, maybe manually up here. Let's say format date coming from this location. And then below to this, we would like to show these inputs. So if we are editing, we would like to just add all that fields. I'll just say if is editing is equal to true, then we would like to render a couple of different inputs. And all of them will be wrapped with a div that says margin top of 4. Let's format this. Then inside to here, we'll have a couple of different inputs, such as the, let's say, title, right? Then the company and start date. And they will be adding the related field in our state. So these are really simple stuff. So I'll just skip to explain this. Now, what do we want to have below to this is going to be this check mark where it says currently working here. And if we checkmark this, we don't really want to see this. This is going to be just having some kind of if check just like this that we have. So I will go below to this input. We will have a div with class name of flags. Items would be centered and margin bottom of 2. Then we'd like to have an input that says checkbox and with a label. Okay, so this is just going to keep track of the state that says currently working. And if you click to it, it will call this function. And now we don't want to see the end date if this is being checked. So we will go below to this and say if new experience dot currently working is false, only then show the end date input, which is going to be this input. Okay, and below to this, we can have our text area as well as a button that says add the experience. And if you type into this, it will update the description state. So below to this button, below to this div, below to this curly braces, we will just check if it is our own profile or not. So say if it is our own profile, we would like to render this part. Now it is because, and by the way, this is the part that we would like to render. If we are looking to a different profile, we don't really want to see that button, right? So we would like to keep track of that, if it is our own profile or not. If so, we're gonna say, are we editing this? If so, we'll see the save changes, but if not, we'll see the add experiences button. Now let's save and just test this out. In the UI, I'll go into my profile and now I can see this button. Let's click to it. We can just see all the inputs and we can put some stuff in, select a date. And if we click to this, nothing will happen probably. Let's try to handle that logic, which was in the function that we have created. So basically in this function, we'll just say we would like to update the new experience state. We'll just keep track of all the previous fields. Say new experience is just going to be as it is, but we'll say currently working is going to be either true or false, which we can check by getting the event. I'll say event.target.checked. So either true or false. And end date is going to be changing depending on that. Let's say event.target. If it is checked, it's going to be an empty string, but else it would be the end date that user puts, right? Okay, and now we can save and test this out. As I toggle this, I don't see the end date, which makes it to be the present date. Now let's try to add all these functions one by one. Let's give out the space, and we can start with the add experience function. Let's just say if new experience dot title is being provided and if the company is provided as well as the start date. In this case, we can update the experiences state. So just like here, we'll say keep all the previous experiences and add the new one that we have just created. And we also want to reset the form. I'll just say set new experience, just grab all the fields and put them to the default values. So they were empty strings and this was the false value. And now when we try to delete one, we'll basically try to filter that out. So I'll go ahead and just say, just delete the current one that we are deleting that is being passed from the ID, right? With the ID. So if you take a look at it, here it says experience, and I think that should be underscore ID because this is how we keep track of it in the database. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the delete function as well. And on the save, in the handle save, we would like to call the onSave function where the experience field is gonna be equal to the experiences array that we have created. And we can say set is editing is gonna be equal to false. With that, that should be it for the entire component. Let's try to test this out. I'll just refresh and say title is gonna be webdev at, let's say, meta, and let's say we have started just last month and we are still working here. Description could be was in the Frontend team. Let's try to add this. Okay, it is like present, still working. Let's say save changes, and this has been added in the database. Here we can see. I'll refresh this page, and here we can see it is working as expected. And let's try to delete this, say save changes, and here we go, it is also being deleted. Okay, so it is working as expected. And next we would like to build the education section. Okay, so let's visit this component and let's see if we have created it. Okay, it is here, and we are passing all these props to it as well. So user data, on profile, and on save. Let's grab all of them. User data is on profile, as well as the on save function. So again, we'll just take a look at the image, how it's going to be looking like. So the education section, and if you say edit education, you're going to see these 4 inputs, and you'll be able to delete them and save the changes. So let's try to build it. First, again, we'll have the state to be able to keep track of the editing state, and we would like to keep track of the new education that we are adding, which is going to have all these 4 fields. Then we would like to keep track of the educations that are in the database, which is going to be coming from the user data. And if it is empty, this would be equal to an empty array. Then we would like to have, again, 3 different functions where we can handle add education, we can handle delete education, and let's just say handle delete education. We're not going to be taking the index, but for now, let's just leave it like this. Then we can finally have the handle save function. Okay, so it's going to be an arrow function just like this. And I think we can leave these functions and try to build the UI, then implement them so that it is a little bit more easy to understand. So the first div is going to be looking similar to what we had previously. And here we'd like to have an h2 that says education. And for each education object, we would like to render this UI, right? The icon, title, end date, so on and so forth. So this is how it's going to be looking like. Let's say import the X, we have the start year and end year. And if this is not valid, this is going to be present. And we can now add all these inputs if we are editing. I will just go ahead and actually grab all of them. So you can grab them from the GitHub repo. As always, we'll just say if you are editing, we would like to see an input for the school. We would like to see one for the field of study, start year, and end year. And at the end of the inputs, we would like to see a button that says add the education. And now we would like to finally see this button that says edit education and this save changes button. And we would like to only see them if we are in our own profile. So I'll just say if it is our own profile, we would like to render this part. And if you are editing, we'll see the save changes. And if you are not editing, we'll see the edit education button. Now let's try to build our functions, then test this out pretty quickly. So in the handle add education, we'll just check for the fields. Let's say if new education school is being provided, as well as all these fields, right? Then in this case, we would like to add the new education to our array. And we would like to also reset the form. We'll say set new education is going to be equal to the default values. And I think we don't need to set this to be false because maybe user wants to add multiple fields, right? And for the delete education, we're going to get the ID as an argument, and we would like to basically filter that out. So we'll say set educations and remove the current one that we are trying to delete. Then finally, handle save is going to be calling the onSave function, which is updating the database with the education field, and set is editing is going to be equal to false. Hopefully this should be working out. I'll go ahead and add an education. So I'll just say school, some cool university. Field of study, let's say computer science, and start date was, let's say 2020, and end year was 2024. Add the education and save the changes. It has been updated in the database. If we refresh, and here we can see it is still here. Let's try to see if it is deleting as well. And here we go. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the education section as well. The very last thing we'll like to add is gonna be the skills section. And this is gonna be next. Okay, so let's try to build this section. And before that, let's take a look at the images, how this is gonna be looking like. So this is the skill section where we have like badges for each skill, and we'll be able to edit it. Once you click to it, you'll be able to see this input and this button, and you'll also be able to delete a skill. And then finally, just save it to the database. Let's try to build it, which is going to be under the skills section. We're going to get the user data, his own profile, and on save function. And again, we'd like to keep track of the is editing state, which is going to be false by default. We'd like to keep track of the skills that user already have, and then the new skill, which is going to be a string as you type into it. Let's import the use state. Then we'd like to have a couple of different functions. Let's say const handle add skill. For now, this is going to be an empty function. Let's say const handle delete skill, and this is also going to be an empty function for now. Then finally, handle save. Okay, let's try to build the UI pretty quickly. Let's delete this div, which is going to be this one, and we can close that off. And this is going to have an h2 that says skills. And then for each skill, we'd like to just map through it and just show some kind of badges, right? And it's gonna have this X icon. When you click to it, it would like to delete that from the state. Then once you say save it, it will delete it from the database as well. And if you are editing, we would like to see an input, which is gonna be here below to this div. We'll say show an input with the add skill button so that it would look like this. And then finally, we would like to have this save changes as well as the edit skills button. So I'll go ahead, grab this, paste it. If it is our own profile, we would like to see them. And now we think we can build the functions, right? For the handle add skill, we would like to add it to the array and reset the form. So we'll say just keep track of all the skills that user had previously, but also add the new skill at the bottom. And we would like to delete a skill as well, which we'll be passing as a prop, and just filter that out. So we don't pass the ID because it doesn't have, this is a string. And if you take a look at it, we just pass this as an argument. And then finally, handle save gonna be calling the on save function that we had. And we'll just pass the skills into it. And set editing is gonna be false. Let's try to save and test this out. I'll say new skill is gonna be React, edit, and shift tab so that you can, like without using mouse, you can go to the here and the other field, right? I'll just say node, shift, like tab, enter, shift tab, just say next.js, tab, edit, shift tab, and then you can say something like, I don't know, JS, add this one, and let's say save changes. It has been added to the database. Let's refresh, and it's still there. We can delete any of them, and it works as expected. So I think with this is gonna be it for the entire application that we have built. We tested out everything. Now I think it is time to just try to deploy this application, which is gonna be in the next section. Okay, so finally we would like to deploy our application, and this is the current state of our app that we have. So we are running the server at 5000 port, and we are running the React application under the 5173. And this current setup wants us to handle the course, and it is kind of hard to deploy this in this way because we need to go ahead and deploy this one separately and deploy this separately, then just handle all the requests, forward them back to this domain. And instead of handling all that, what we can do is basically serve both of them under the same domain, and it is just going to be a lot easier for us to deploy because we don't also need to handle the course errors. They are under the same domain. And let's see how we can handle this. So first we're going to go into the backend under the server.js file, and we would like to import a package from Node. So this is the built-in module, let's say path from path, and we would like to get the, let's say, the dir name variable. So this is going to be path.resolve, and we're going to see what this does. Now, since we'll be in the production, we don't really need the course, how do we say it? The course configuration. I will go ahead and wrap this with an if check. I'll say if the process.env, node.env, if it is equal to development. So here I'll just say if it is not equal to the production, only then go ahead and configure this. And this node.env is something that we already have. Now we'll be testing out in production. Let's just say production. We will fix this, make it to be development just in a second. But we would like to test this out in production. So let's save. And we're going to go ahead after all these routes. We would like to make our React application to be our static assets. Now, what does that mean? When you, let me just actually delete these, like open up and just show you how it's going to look like. In the production, you're going to go ahead and build your React application. If you say under the front end npm run build, it's going to give you a dist folder, right? So this will take a little bit of time, but we should be able to get a dist folder. There we go. This is the production grade optimized version of your React application. And from here, you have the index.html file, which is the entry point for your React application. And we would like to make this to be our front-end application basically, right? And this is what we call the static assets. So I'll say if the process.env.node.env, if it is equal to production, we would like to make this static assets to work, right? So if we are in the production, we would like to use this middleware, which is express.static. We say the dir name. From here, you would like to, I think we should use path.join. We will say use the underscore dir name, which is going to be in the root. Okay, so we are here now. And from there, we would like to go under the front end folder. So let's say slash front end slash the dist folder that we have, right? And we would like to now just handle our routes. We'll say app.get any routes other than these that we have above. So these were our API endpoints. Other than these, we would like to hit this controller where we would like to send a file. res.send file. Let's again get the path. So we'll say path.resolve. And this is going to be first under the root. So dir name, go under the front end, under the dist, and serve the index.html file. So with this, now we are serving both the React application and our API under the same domain, right? So these were our APIs, and now in the production, we will also get the React application. Okay, let's save and try to add our script. So when we deploy our application, initially we are not going to have the node modules, not from here and not in the front end. So let me just show this. I will delete this. Just give the permission now, and I will say delete it permanently. Okay, let's do the same thing for this one. And delete the dist folder as well. So they would take a little bit of time, but hopefully they should be gone. Okay, so this is how we are going to have our code base when we try to deploy it. And we would like to have this build command where we would like to first install dependencies for the backend, and we would like to install it for the front end. So we can say prefix front end. This basically says run this command under this folder. And we would like to build our front end application as well. So let's test this out. I will kill my terminal and open up a new one. I'll say npm run build. So it would get the node modules for the backend first, then it's going to get it for the front end, right? Then it's going to get the dist folder because it is building it for the front end. And once this is done, we should be able to actually test our application in the production. We have our environment variable to be equal to production. We're gonna hit this check and it should be working out. Now let's wait for this to complete. Once we get the dist folder, we should be able to run the npm start to be able to visit our application. Okay, so it has just been completed. It took about 17 seconds. Now let's say npm start or npm run start. It is the same thing. We should be able to visit our entire application under the localhost 5000. So here, let's just even test this out. Now this is not going to work. If you refresh, you don't really have this port anymore because we are in the production now. I'll say localhost 5000. Now let's visit it. Here we can see, even though it is the server port that we had previously, right? This is what we had. But now we can visit our React application under the same place, and we can mark our notifications as read or delete. It is working. That means our API endpoints are also working. So this is gonna be it for the deployment setup. We would like to now just push this code to the GitHub and deploy it on a platform. So I'll go ahead and create a GitHub repo and push this into it. So here I am in my GitHub dashboard where I said create a new repo, and I almost forgot this. We need to handle the git ignore. So let's shrink everything. Now we have two different git ignore files, which we don't really need. I will cut this entire content and delete this file. I'll just paste it into here, and I think I'll just delete everything from here, paste it, and we'll like to add the .env file now into here because it doesn't have it by default, but it has the node modules, the dist, they all would be ignored. Okay, now I think also go into the front end. There is one thing that we forgot. So if we are in the production, we are not going to have the local host, right? This is going to be your domain. Let's say my LinkedIn clone, it's going to be maybe .com. Okay, whatever that is. So we want to hit this instead of localhost 5000. And this is how we can make this to be dynamic. We will say import.meta.mode. If it is equal to development, then we'd like to hit this localhost. But else we would like to hit whatever the domain is, right? Then /API/v1. Okay, I mean v1. Okay, hopefully this should be working out in this case. This would be important in the production when we deploy our application. Okay, so now I'll just say git init under the current directory, so under the root, and we can add our first commit. I'll say git add all, and now just take a look at them. They are being ignored, and dist and node modules are also being ignored. And let's just check if we have any to-dos left. So here are the things that we said, check if we need to invalidate, but we don't really need it. So I'll just delete these. And here we said, also we handled this as well, so we can delete that. I will just say git add all over again. Okay, now we can commit our changes. Let's say git commit -m project completed. Okay, so let's try to create our repo. I will say LinkedIn clone. I will make this private. When you're watching this video, it's going to be public, but for now, I will go with the private until I publish this video. Let's say create the repo. And we would like to just push it to our account. I'll just paste that. Now if we refresh, it should be here. Okay, this is our code. Let's go ahead into the render.com, which is going to be the platform that we'd like to deploy our application to. And it is free to get started with. You don't need to put your credit card or anything like that. So let's see, I'll just say deploy a new web service. From here, we would like to select our LinkedIn clone. Let's say connect. And we would like to add our environment variables basically, right? So first, I think we can handle the scripts. The build command is going to be npm run build. And for the start, we will say npm run start. These are the scripts that we have in our package.json file. And we would like to go with the free plan so that we don't really pay anything. And let's say add environment variables. We can add it one by one, or just say add from a .env file. Let's go ahead, copy everything, and just say add from .env file, paste it. So port is going to be this one, your MongoURI, your secret, Node.env is going to be production, and your Mailtrap token, as well as the your sending domain and your name, Cloudinary, secrets. And for the client URL, we don't have the localhost, right? We are going to set this up once render gives us a domain. So for now, just delete it and just say add variables. Now we can go ahead and deploy this web service. This is going to take a little bit time, and once this is ready, we should be good to go. So I'll just wait for this to complete and come back to the video. Okay, so in my case, it has failed, and the reason is we are setting the Node.env to be production, and since this is production, it cannot install the dev dependencies. So let's go ahead and delete this. Just say save and deploy. Now it should be good to go, and render will know the Node.env should be production by default. So if you go here, it is trying to deploy. Let's click to this and just wait for this to complete successfully. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so it looks like it is successfully completed. We got a URL, and here it says your service is live, server is running, and MongoDB connected. Now we can really click to this one and just see our application in production. But now the only thing that we are missing is the client URL. So I'll go ahead, copy my domain, and under the environment, I'd like to add that client URL. I'll just say add client underscore URL and paste it. So once you add it, you'll just say save and deploy. This is going to deploy your application one more time. And the reason that we have added that client URL is because we are using it in our emails. So let's say client underscore URL. I'll just close everything. So here in the auth controller, when we send the welcome email, we are using the domain /profile and then the username. So when they click to it, they would take them to the actual application / their profile. So I'll just show you what that means just in a second once this is completed successfully. Okay, so it is live. Let's just test this out. I'll click to this. This would take us to our application. And now I'll go ahead, just open up a new tab. Let's just make it to be incognito tab. And I'll just get the URL so that I can try to log in as Beth. So this would take us to the login page. Let's say Beth Doe. Let's put the wrong password. Invalid credentials. Let's put the correct one. And we should be logged in. Now I'll go ahead and send a connection request to this user. Okay, it is pending, it is sent. Now I'll just say connect this, right? And we got the notification by the way. So this is connected. Now we should be able to get an email from our inbox. So let's say, go ahead, take a look at it. It says Beth Doe accepted your connection request. And now if you just hover over this, on the bottom, you can see we are getting the client URL /profile and then the username. If we click it, it's going to take us to the profile page. So this is why we have updated the client URL, right? This is our actual application's URL. And now, as you can see, even though we are connected with this user, here it says still connect button, which means we have a bug in our code. So let's try to fix it in the profile header. So we'll go here And what I have done is just updated this .env to be development. Okay, so just keep it like this so that you can test this out in your local development. Basically, here you're not in the production, so just remember this. We would like to go into the profile header, and now we have this error is because this is not being run correctly. Whenever the status changes, it should rerun this again. So we can run this with a use memo. So I will go ahead, maybe just cut this function, say use memo, import this hook, and we're going to paste it into it. Okay, and as a dependency array, we'll say if is connected changes or the connection status changes, you should recalculate this. So that's gonna be it for this component. And for the notifications, I think we don't really have any spaces in between. So let's try to fix that as well. I will go ahead and maybe in the notifications page here, after the padding 2, we can just say margin y is gonna be 4. So this is another fix that we have done. And the very last fix is gonna be under the Axios file. So this is actually undefined. I made a mistake here. This should be meta.env.mode, and all it should be in uppercase. This is the actual value that Vite gives you. So it's my bad. This doesn't exist. Just keep that in mind. It should be looking like this. So let's save. We have just changed 3 different files, and we'd like to deploy this once again. So let's kill everything basically and just say git add all git commit dash m small fixes, and we'll just push our changes. Okay, let's just wait for this to complete, and once this is done, we can just test this out once again. Okay, so it has just been deployed. Now let's collect it and let's visit our application to see if it is working as expected. So let's take a look at the profile of Beth. She was our connection. Let's collect it, and looks like we have another error. Let's see. In the terminal, it says k is not a function. So let's see, I think we have some kind of typo here. Okay, now this is not a function, right? This is a variable at this point. So we can go ahead, delete this. So these kind of things happen. Sorry about this, but this is real world programming, right? You got some errors in production all the time. So this is not a function anymore because we wrapped it with use memo. So we need to save this and just deploy it once again. I'll say git add all git commit. Let's just say one more fix. I'll just say, okay, let's just try to push this. And again, once this is done, I think I'll just be right back. This should be in the pending state. Okay, deploying, I'll just be back. Okay, so this is live. We can test this out, but I just know there is one thing that we are missing. Like, this shouldn't be underscore ID. This connection is already a string. So we're gonna go ahead and delete this, and I feel terrible right now. We just encountered multiple issues in the production. I didn't expect it to be like this, but you know, it just happens. I'll go ahead, save this, and we should push this as well. That was just some kind of really bad and tiny fix, but we just have to do it. Let's say git add, git commit, and I'll just even feel bad to say one more fix, but I'll just say last fix, hopefully. And we'll just push this. So once this is published, we should be able to test this out, and let's see how it's gonna look like. Okay, so it has just been deployed, and let's go ahead test this out for the last time. Hopefully it should be working out. I'll go ahead visit the profile of Beth, which is our connection, and here we go. Now we can see that we are already connected with this user, and we can remove it from our connection list. Let's just say connect with this user, send a request. Now we should be able to go ahead and see it, accept it, and just have this state again. Here it says you are connected. Now let's try to update our profile. And by the way, we can also read them as like mark them as read, all of our notifications, and we can delete them. You can also show some kind of loading state while it tries to read or delete. And we can just say edit profile. Here I'll just say just software engineer 2 in this case. It has been updated. We can add a new profile image. Let's just try to do it actually. Here I'll select this user and just say save profile. And it has been updated in the database. That means even if you refresh, you'll be able to see the latest info that you put. You can add an experience, you can add education, or you can even add skills and even delete them if you really wanted to. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this entire tutorial. I hope you liked it, even though we had some issues at the end where we need to just fix a couple of things in the profile header. But other than this, I hope you liked the tutorial in general. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.